Alas! Ouyang Ling let out a heavy sigh. The sigh was complex like an overshaken cocktail, relief, exhaustion, emotion, and a trace of admiration for his own 18 years of patient restraint. He was now lying contentedly on the new leather massage chair in his bedroom. He had bought the chair with 2 years of saved lucky money, right after the college entrance exam. The enthusiastic saleslady had introduced it as having 12 massage modes, including Thai stretching, Chinese tuina, and Swedish relaxation. Ouyang Ling remembered asking expressionlessly, "Is there a sudden death then rebirth mode?" and leaving the saleslady completely baffled. The chair was now in deep relaxation mode, 2 massage nodes rolling rhythmically against his back, with a faint hum. The main light in the bedroom was off, lit only by the warm yellow glow of the little LED lamp that had been on the nightstand for 3 years. The light outlined the room, a row of bookshelves against the wall crammed with textbooks and reference books from primary to high school, their spines forming a gradient like a rainbow of knowledge. On the desk were scattered draft papers covered with math formulas, and the last formula was circled heavily with "finally over" written beside it in red pen, plus 3 exclamation marks. On the windowsill sat several chubby, succulent plants, the result of a biology class practical project in his second year of high school. He had grown attached to them, and now they looked like a group of plump little figures squatting on the windowsill, eavesdropping in the night. Outside, it was a typical summer night in Suzhou. Warm lights glowed from the windows of the opposite residential buildings, occasional barks drifted up from downstairs, and the sound of cars on the distant road mixed with the chirping of insects, an ordinary symphony of everyday life. It has been a full 18 years since I transmigrated into this world as a fetus. Time really flies. Ouyang Ling stared at the ceiling, his eyes slightly vacant. By fetal transmigration, he meant transmigrating during the fetal stage, the hardest difficulty level in the transmigration world. Other transmigrators either arrived with their bodies and abilities intact or soul transmigrated into some unlucky person's body. But he had transmigrated directly into a newly formed fertilized egg, then spent more than 9 months in his mother's body, unable to do anything except sleep, develop, and listen to sounds outside. Ouyang Ling still remembered that strange experience, warm amniotic fluid all around, a heartbeat booming like a subwoofer, and occasionally his mother's voice coming through layers of tissue, muffled and distant like listening to a concert through water. At the time he thought, does this make me the most pitiful transmigrator in history? Other transmigrators start as a trash young master, a concubine's son, a live-in son-in-law, or at worst a servant or beggar. At least they can move. He, on the other hand, could not even turn over. Curled up all day, his only entertainment was counting his fingers and toes. Wait, it was 10, right? He counted again. When he finally survived to be born, he encountered the second greatest tragedy of transmigrators: infancy. He could not talk or walk, and every basic need required someone else's help. Worst of all, his brain was not fully developed. Often he would fall asleep mid-thought, then wake up and forget what he had been pondering. Ouyang Ling remembered one time when he tried hard to recall details from his previous life. He got so lost in thought that drool ran down his chin, and his mother wiped it with a handkerchief, while laughing. "Our baby is so cute. What are you thinking about so intently?" He was screaming inside. "I am thinking about life. I am recalling my past life. I am. Oh, never mind, let me sleep first. I am sleepy." Another torture during infancy was the baby talk stage. When he finally reached 8 or 9 months and started babbling, he wanted to say mama, but what came out was mama. He wanted to say papa, but what came out was papa. The most devastating moment was when he tried to say, "I want to eat that red apple," and after holding it and produced only AGA. His whole family gathered around, and his grandparents excitedly filmed him. "Oh look, our grandson can talk. Say grandpa." Ouyang Ling really wanted to find a baby bottle and knock himself out with it. But every cloud has a silver lining. Although infancy was frustrating, it unexpectedly let him once again experience the feeling of being unconditionally loved. In his previous life, he had been a miserable CCTV monitor staring at boring surveillance footage all day. His supervisor often scolded him for not being serious enough and blind. How could you miss that? But in this life, he only had to grin, and the whole family smiled with him. If he cried twice, someone immediately held and comforted him. If he passed gas, his father would proudly announce, "Our son's digestion is excellent." This kind of treatment honestly was rather enjoyable. After he learned to walk and talk, life entered a new stage, kindergarten. The biggest challenge during this stage was how to pretend to be an ordinary child. Other kids built blocks casually. He calculated structural mechanics in his head. Other kids drew scribbles. He drew buildings recalled from his previous life. The worst was nap time. While all the other children obediently slept, he lay on his small bed with his eyes open, lost in thought. A teacher would come over and pat him. "Ouyang Ling, close your eyes and sleep. If you do not sleep, you will not grow tall." He would close his eyes, and then, after thinking for a while, actually fall asleep. Sigh. That damned infant routine. Another unforgettable thing from kindergarten was the mystery of the girls' restroom. As a child, possessing the memories of an adult man, every time he used the restroom, he deliberately avoided looking toward the girls' restroom and walked straight into the boys' restroom with his eyes fixed ahead. Once a little girl with twin ponytails asked him curiously, "Ouyang Ling, why do you always walk so fast when you go to the restroom?" He answered seriously, "Because I really need to pee." The little girl blinked. What does it feel like to need to pee? He fell silent. How was he supposed to answer that? He could hardly explain the principles of the urinary system to a 5-year-old. Finally, he said, "It feels like you really want to go to the restroom." The little girl suddenly understood. "Oh, then I need to pee every day." Elementary school was relatively calm. Ouyang Ling learned to hide his difference. During exams, he deliberately scored slightly above average. Not too prominent, not too poor. In class, he knew the answers, but would pretend to think before responding. In PE, he carefully controlled his physical ability so as not to shock anyone. This kind of life hiding his light gave him a strange sense of satisfaction, like opening a low-key mode in a game. Fully equipped at max level, he pretended to be a rookie, occasionally enjoying the smug expressions of other children being praised. He told himself silently, "Kid, as long as you are happy. Uncle here passed the age of needing red flowers long ago." But sometimes this low-key approach backfired. Once in Chinese class, the teacher asked everyone to make sentences with if, then. Children raised their hands one after another. "If tomorrow is the weekend, then I can go to the park. If I have superpowers, then I can fly. If I have $1,000,000 yuan, then I will buy lots and lots of toys." When it was Ouyang Ling's turn, he casually said, "If time could flow backward, then I could choose a different life." As soon as the words left his mouth, the class fell silent. The Chinese teacher adjusted her glasses and asked with a complicated expression, "Ouyang Ling, have you been watching some inappropriate TV dramas?" He quickly covered up, Yes, I watch Doraemon. Nobita always travels in a time machine." The teacher relaxed. "Oh, I see. But in the future, watch fewer cartoons and read more composition books." He nodded repeatedly, relieved inside. Close call, almost exposed. Junior high was his most agonizing stage. Puberty arrived, hormones began to surge, and he experienced a strange but familiar urge. He had felt it in his previous life too, but that was an adult's urge. Now he was experiencing it in a teenager's body. It felt like playing a game you had already cleared, but having to start over from the first level. In physiology class, when the teacher covered puberty, he watched calmly as the boys and girls around him teased, blushed, and covered their faces while his heart remained still. The teacher asked, "Ouyang Ling, why are you so calm?" He said lightly, "Teacher, this is science. Science requires a rational perspective." The teacher nodded approvingly. Everyone should learn from Ouyang Ling. He did not know how to explain. "Teacher, I am only desensitized because I have been through it once." The 3 years of high school were the real hell mode. In his previous life, he had attended an ordinary high school, earned average grades, entered an ordinary vocational college, and after graduation worked as an ordinary security monitor before dying an ordinary sudden death. This life was different. His father was a university professor, his mother a top lawyer. He had grown up immersed in phrases like "study is important" and "education changes destiny." Although they never forced him to study, the atmosphere of a highly educated family was itself a kind of pressure. Add to that his previous life memories of knowing how important study was, and he spent those 3 years studying desperately. In his first year of high school, he got up at 5:50 every morning, left at 6:20, arrived at school by 7:00 for morning reading. Evening self-study ended at 9:40, and he got home after 10:00. After washing up and reviewing for a while, he usually went to bed at midnight. He slept less than 6 hours a night, and on weekends there were extra classes, problem sets, and mock exams. Sometimes he wondered, is this another form of sudden death warning? In his previous life, he died from overwork. Would this life end with studying to death? That would be too ironic. If he had to die anyway, could he at least find a more creative way? When it was time to choose a track in the second year, he chose the liberal arts without hesitation. The reason was simple. In his previous life, he had been a science student tortured by math, physics, and chemistry for 3 years. He did not want to suffer through that again. The liberal arts were better: history, geography, politics. Just memorize them. Besides, he had a photographic memory. Wait, when did he ever have a photographic memory? Oh right, that was a later development. In his second year of high school, he did not have the system, yet he could only rely on hard work. Speaking of the system, it was both loved and hated, but that was a story for later. The hardest time in second year was winter. Winter in Suzhou was damp and cold with no central heating. The classroom heater only warmed the front rows. Ouyang Ling, sitting in the back, had to rely on sheer willpower to keep warm. Every morning waking up was a test of willpower. The first alarm went off, and he pressed snooze. The second alarm, he sat up wrapped in his blanket. On the third alarm, he gritted his teeth and rushed into the cold air to dress as quickly as possible. Once he really could not get up, and thought just 5 more minutes, only 5 minutes. When he opened his eyes, 40 minutes had passed. He almost arrived late that day. At school, the head teacher called him to the office. "Ouyang Ling, have you been too tired from studying lately? Please adjust your schedule." He nodded, thinking, "Teacher, I just wanted to experience what it was like for an ordinary high school student to be late once in a while." In the second semester of senior year, stress peaked. The classroom was plastered with countdowns, the days until college entrance exam, numbers shrinking daily. Every face carried an expression of win or die. Ouyang Ling was no exception. Every day, he did problem sets until he wanted to vomit. The finished test papers formed a stack half his height, and the used pen refills could fill an entire pencil case. Once, after finishing a math test paper, he looked up and saw that the sky had darkened. He checked the time, 9:30 p.m. He remembered starting at 4 p.m. How had 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye? At that moment, he suddenly understood what time flies meant. Not that time passed quickly, but that you never noticed it passing at all. The hardest month was just before the exam. The weather was as hot as a steamer, and the only cooling in the classroom came from a few ceiling fans whirring overhead, stirring hot air. Everyone was studying like mad. Some did problems while crying, then kept doing problems after crying. Some slept hugging their books and woke up with page imprints on their faces. Others began to have hallucinations and claimed they could hear a voice reading exam questions in their ear. Once at 2 a.m., Ouyang Ling was still doing problems when he suddenly heard a voice say, "Question 18, choose B." He jumped and looked around. No one was there. Listening more carefully, it turned out to be his father talking in his sleep in the next room. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, are you helping me solve problems even in your dreams?" Truly father and son. On the 2 days of the college entrance exam, Ouyang Ling was unexpectedly calm. As he walked into the exam hall, he remembered his last overtime shift in his previous life. That day, too, he had been calm, sitting calmly before the surveillance screens, watching those boring images, then calmly dying from sudden death. This time was different. This was the college entrance exam, the turning point of his life, the test of 18 years of effort. He took a deep breath and told himself, "Ouyang Ling, no matter the result, you have done your best." The day results came out, he was sleeping at home. After the exam, he slept for 2 straight days, making up for all the lost sleep. His father pushed open the door and looked at him with a complex expression. "Son, the results are out." He sat up with a start. "How much?" His father paused, then said, "See for yourself." He handed his phone over. He took it and froze. He was ranked among the top 100 in the province with a score high enough for any 985 university. He looked up at his father, who finally could not help smiling. "Foolish boy, why are you stunned? You did so well. Are you not happy?" He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but all that came out was, "Dad, I want to sleep a little more." His father laughed and shook his head. "Fine, sleep. I will go tell your mother the good news." After the door closed, Ouyang Ling lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, suddenly feeling like crying. Not because of the score, but for these 18 years. 18 years of forbearance, 18 years of effort, 18 years of pretending to be an ordinary child, 18 years of carefully hiding his secret. He had succeeded. He really had succeeded. The massage chair was still humming, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Ouyang Ling reached over to the small table beside him and picked up a red hard card, the admission letter from Shugong University. The cover was printed with the university emblem and abstract library shape, and below it 4 gleaming gold characters, Shugong University. Flipping open the inner page, he saw his name, major registration date, and the admissions message with the principal's handwritten signature. Shugong University, the best 985 university in the region, ranked in the top 10 nationwide, with a law program considered top tier. Ouyang Ling looked at the words for law on the letter and could not help smiling. Choosing law had its own reasoning. On the one hand, he was influenced by his mother, Xiao Wanning, an internationally renowned top female lawyer known in legal circles at home and abroad as the queen of litigation. He had grown up watching her walk into court in professional attire and high heels, radiating authority. That confident, composed demeanor was frankly cool. On the other hand, there was his own private motive. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary monitoring room worker. No one cared about him, no one valued him, and when his supervisor scolded him, he did not dare answer back. In this life, he wanted to try a different way of living, to stand in a courtroom, engage in verbal combat, and defend justice. Of course, there was another reason he was embarrassed to tell anyone. He felt that people who study law are very good with words, and as a former CCTV monitor who stared at screens all day, he had almost forgotten how to communicate with others normally. In this life, he wanted to train his eloquence. At the very least, he should not lose an argument in the future. It was not easy. Really not easy. Ouyang Ling suddenly shouted, making even the massage chair tremble. In that single shout were too many emotions: 3 years of hard study, 18 years of patient endurance, and the suffocating way he died in his previous life. He thought of the nights spent doing problems, the mornings rushing to buses, the late nights of insomnia from pressure, the weekends watching others play while he had to study. Now it had all been worth it. He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The summer night breeze rushed in, carrying a touch of moisture and the smell of barbecue from the late-night snack stalls downstairs. In the distance, the night view of Suzhou unfolded before him. A sea of lights, streams of traffic. This city was no different from the cities of his previous life, yet completely different. Because here he had a new identity, a new life, a new beginning. Still, I did myself proud. I did not waste these 3 years of hard study. I successfully entered this 985 university. Now I can relax properly this summer. Ouyang Ling stretched lazily, his joints cracking softly. He had already planned out his summer schedule: first sleep for 3 days to make up for all the sleep lost in high school, then travel with friends. To the seaside, to the mountains, anywhere, as long as it was far from this place he had lived for 3 years. Then study university life, carefully choosing courses, joining clubs, checking out the student union. He heard there were many fun things in college. Finally start exercising, because the shadow of sudden death in his previous life still haunted him. Death at a young age was not an option. He lay back down on the massage chair, adjusted into a more comfortable position, closed his eyes, and began to recall past life memories. In his previous life, his name was also Ouyang Ling. The name had an interesting story. His parents originally wanted to call him Ouyang Ling Yun, which meant soaring ambition. At the police station, a hurried clerk was registering the name. In the middle of typing, he asked what name. Ouyang Ling what? His father explained that it was Ling Yun, meaning lofty ambition. The clerk nodded and said, "Okay, Ouyang Ling." Then with a snap, the household registration booklet was printed. His father was dumbfounded. "Comrade, it's Ling Yun, not Ouyang Ling." The clerk looked down, face turning green, and asked if they could make do with it. His father was so angry that he almost threw the booklet, but since it was already done, he had to accept it. So he was called Ouyang Ling until the age of 25. In his previous life, Ouyang Ling at 25 was a Chinese citizen from Earth, completely unknown. The phrase, utterly unknown, might as well have been tailored for him. From childhood to adulthood, he was the type you would lose in a crowd. Ordinary looks, ordinary grades, ordinary abilities, even an ordinary height of 175 centimeters. In elementary school, teachers often called him that kid. In middle school, classmates called him Ouyang. Because the full name was too tongue-twisting. In high school, he got the nickname 00. Because his presence was close to zero. In college, he went to a mediocre vocational school, then found a mediocre job. And then there was no then. His last job was as a surveillance monitor in a residential complex. The complex was not large, just a dozen or so buildings. But the monitoring room had dozens of screens recording every corner of the community around the clock. Ouyang Ling's job was to watch these screens for anything unusual: someone stealing, someone fighting, someone sneaking into a building. If he spotted anything, he would notify security via the intercom. If not, he would keep watching until the end of his shift. It sounded easy, right? It was indeed easy, but the ease was bought with immense boredom. Imagine sitting every day in a windowless room, facing dozens of black and white or color screens showing the unchanging scenery of the residential area. People leaving for work in the morning, elderly strolling at noon, kids returning from school in the afternoon, and couples walking dogs in the evening. Day after day, week after week, nothing ever changed. The most exciting moment was seeing a dog pooping on the lawn, and its owner pretending not to notice and walking away. Such a scene could amuse Ouyang Ling for a long time, because it was one of the few storylines he could see. The monitoring room had 3 computers, one for recording data, one for checking records, and one for the staff's entertainment, of course secretly. Ouyang Ling's colleagues would usually watch movies, play games, or browse short videos on that computer, as long as the leader did not catch them. But Ouyang Ling was different. He did not dare. He always worried that while he was absorbed in watching, the leader would suddenly push the door and scold him, deduct his wages, or even fire him. So he would rather stare at the screens out of boredom than touch that computer. So he spent day after day staring at those unchanging pictures, watching those people he never knew, living a life that never changed. Sometimes he would think, I am 25 now. If I live to 75, there are 50 years left. Am I going to spend all 50 years like this? The answer was most likely yes. Unless he got promoted. But where could a monitor be promoted to? Team leader. The team leader also sat in the monitoring room, only on a slightly bigger chair. Or he could change jobs. But as an ordinary vocational college graduate with no professional skills, no special talent, what job could he switch to? Deliver food. Run deliveries. Drive for ride-hailing. Those jobs did pay more than a monitor, but they were more tiring and equally had no future. Thinking about this, Ouyang Ling would sink into a philosophical meditation. What is the meaning of life? Why am I alive? If life was just this endless repetition, what difference was there between being alive and being dead? Then he would quickly stop that line of thought, because thinking further would make him depressed. He told himself, why think so much? Just live. Take each day as it comes. This mindset lasted until the Spring Festival. It was around the 20th of the 12th lunar month. Ouyang Ling could not remember the exact day, only that it was particularly cold. The heating in the monitoring room was on, yet his hands and feet still felt icy. The leader pushed the door open, holding a schedule with a look that said, "I am about to deliver bad news, but I do not care how you feel. Ouyang, the new year is coming, and our department needs to make a schedule," the leader said. "You know someone has to be on duty during a holiday. I have an elderly parent and kids at home, so I need to go back for reunion. Ouyang's family is in another province. He has not been back in 3 years, so he should go this year. Xiaoli just got married, so it is his first year visiting his in-laws. So you see this on-duty task." Ouyang Ling's heart sank, already foreseeing what was coming. "So it has to be you," the leader patted his shoulder. "Just 1 month from the 25th of the 12th lunar month to the 25th of the first month, you take the night shifts. You can sleep during the day and watch the screens at night. Nothing much happens during the holiday, so think of it as sleeping somewhere else, right?" Ouyang Ling opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He wanted to say, "Leader, I want to celebrate the new year too." He wanted to say, "Leader, a month of night shifts would kill me." He wanted to say, "Leader, is it fair that you go home for reunion while I stare at these screens?" But in the end, he said nothing. He just nodded and whispered, "Sure, leader." The leader smiled with satisfaction. "That is right, young people should endure hardship. It will pay off in the future." "All right, that is settled then. Work hard, and I will give you compensatory time off after the new year." Then he left without looking back. The door of the monitoring room closed with a bang. Ouyang Ling sat in the chair staring at the screens and suddenly felt like crying. He remembered that when he was a child, the new year was the happiest time. New clothes, good food, red envelopes, and firecrackers. Later, as he grew up, the new year became a burden. Buying gifts, giving red envelopes, being asked by relatives, "Are you seeing someone? How much do you earn? When will you buy a house?" But even so, the new year was still the new year. A time to reunite with family, the only time that made him feel the meaning of the word home. And now even that was gone. On the 25th day of the 12th month, Ouyang Ling began his night shift life. He slept during the day and worked at night. The first few days were okay. Though his schedule was messed up, his body could still handle it. He brought all his energy-boosting supplies to the control room: coffee, strong tea, Red Bull, and essential oil. When sleepy, he drank coffee. If still sleepy, he applied essential oil. If still sleepy, he stood up and walked around. As a last resort, he went to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. But over time, his body began to protest. First, his eyes. Staring at screens for long hours left them dry, itchy, red, and eye drops did not help. Later, everything became blurry, and prolonged watching gave him headaches. Then his neck. Sitting all day, his cervical spine began to hurt so badly that he could barely turn his head. He went to the pharmacy and bought pain relief patches, stuck them on his neck, but after 3 days his skin became allergic, red, and itchy, worse than the neck pain. Next came his stomach. Irregular sleep and diet made his stomach uncomfortable. Sometimes he was starving with stomach pain, sometimes he ate too much and felt bloated. He bought stomach medicine, but it did not help much. The worst was his mental state. Sleeping during the day and working at night, he gradually lost track of day and night. Sometimes when he woke up, he did not know if it was morning or evening, as sometimes, while working, he could not tell if he was awake or dreaming. He began to have hallucinations. Once staring at the screen, he suddenly saw someone waving at him. He was startled, but on closer look, it was an old lady walking her dog. The dog stopped to poop, and after it finished, she waved for the dog to come back. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, so, it was an illusion. What is so scary about a dog pooping? New Year's Eve was the hardest night. Ouyang Ling sat in the monitoring room listening to the faint sound of firecrackers and laughter outside, watching the lights in the residential buildings on the screens, imagining families having dinner, watching the Spring Festival gala, chatting and laughing. And he alone in this windowless little room faced dozens of screens with a pile of coffee cans and Red Bull bottles around him, a pack of instant noodles and bread on the table. That was his New Year's Eve dinner. He suddenly remembered his childhood New Year. A table full of dishes, his mother made red envelopes from his father, lucky money from his grandparents, and the endless Spring Festival gala and endless firecrackers. Back then he thought the New Year was boring, the same every year. Now he understood that it was not that the New Year was boring. It was that he had too much then, so he did not treasure it. He took out his phone wanting to call home, but seeing it was after 11 p.m. His parents were probably asleep. He put the phone down again. He thought, forget it, I will call tomorrow and tell them I am fine. At midnight the New Year bell rang. He heard a burst of noise outside. People in the residential area were setting off fireworks. From the monitors, he saw several young people run to an open space, set off fireworks, which rose into the night sky and bloomed into colorful light. He stared at the screen watching those fireworks and suddenly realized he was crying. He wiped his tears and thought, Ouyang Ling, why are you crying? It is just spending the New Year alone, no big deal. Then he opened the instant noodles, poured hot water, and began to eat his New Year's Eve dinner. On the 15th day of the first month Lantern Festival, Ouyang Ling had been working night shifts for 20 days. His body was at its limit. He could only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day, all in the daytime with poor quality. He ate irregularly, sometimes only one meal a day, sometimes snacking when hungry. He had lost weight with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion and walked unsteadily. But he kept going. 5 more days, and it would be over. After this month, he could rest, go home, and sleep in a real bed. At 3 a.m. On the 16th day of the first month, Ouyang Ling was staring at the screen when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The pain was not ordinary. It was a suffocating pressure like a hand squeezing his heart inside his chest. He tried to stand up, but found his whole body weak. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. He reached for the phone on the desk, but his hands were shaking so badly he could not reach it. He wanted to cry for help, but his throat felt blocked, and no sound came out. The screens in front of him became blurry, and the scenes he had stared at for countless nights swayed, shattered, and disappeared like reflections in water. He felt his consciousness slipping away like someone pulling him out of his body. In the last moment, he recalled a picture, his mother holding his hand taking him to school when he was a child. The sunlight was beautiful, his mother's hand was warm. He looked up and asked Mom, "What kind of person will I grow up to be?" Mom smiled and touched his head. "No matter what kind of person you become, you will always be my good son." Then everything went black. It was all over. Ouyang Ling, 25, a residential monitor, died of overwork at his post at 320 m. After a month of continuous overtime. The leader later learned about this and said one sentence: "Alas, this kid, he worked too hard." Then he continued home to celebrate the new year. His colleagues talked about it for a few days, then went back to their lives. The residents of the community did not even know such a person had existed. That was Ouyang Ling's previous life, an ordinary, insignificant person whose death caused no ripple at all. But now he was alive again. The moment he regained consciousness once more, Ouyang Ling's first sensation was cramped. Extremely cramped. Soft, pliant, fleshy walls surrounded him on every side, wrapping him tightly. He wanted to stretch, but found the space too small to extend his body at all. He tried to open his eyes to see where he was, only to discover they wouldn't open, or rather they weren't fully formed yet. Wait, not fully formed. Ouyang Ling racked his brain, trying to recall what had just happened. He was in the surveillance room, his chest ached, his vision went black, and then he died. So where was this now? Heaven? Hell? Or some strange middle ground? Just then he heard a voice. It was a woman's voice, gentle, a little weary, but full of anticipation. "Honey, do you think our baby will be a boy or a girl?" Then came a man's voice, steady and tinged with amusement. "I'm betting on a boy as handsome as me." The woman chided, "Like you? Then I have every reason to worry." The man refused to back down. "What's wrong with being like me? I was a campus heartthrob back in the day, you know." The woman burst out laughing. "Campus heartthrob? Then how did you end up so ugly later?" The man said with a perfectly straight face, "That's not ugly. That's a mature man's charm." Listening to this conversation, Ouyang Ling, his entire being, or rather his entire embryo, was utterly dumbfounded. Baby, boy or girl, husband and wife. HHE. He hadn't transmigrated into a fetus, had he? He tried to move, and sure enough, the feeling of being wrapped, the cramped space, the steady heartbeat, and the sound of fluid flowing. That was it. He really was in a womb. Ouyang Ling broke down. No way, man. Other transmigrators became no good young masters, fallen nobles, or rebirth revenge protagonists. At worst, they were servants or beggars. At least they could move and speak. But no, he had to be a fetus. What did that mean? It meant staying in a womb for more than 9 months. More than 9 months. He couldn't do anything but sleep, grow, and listen to people outside. He suddenly remembered a joke he had seen online in his previous life. If someone could transmigrate back to being a fetus, it would be the most boring transmigration imaginable, because all you could do was count your own fingers and toes. Now he was the protagonist of that joke. The days that followed were even duller than he had imagined. He could hear sounds from the outside world. Dad and Mom chatted, Grandpa and Grandma nattered, and sometimes there were sounds from the television, the radio, and neighbors stopping by. Those sounds became his only entertainment. He began giving nicknames to the people outside. The gentlest voice was Mom, the steady one was Dad, the elderly one was Grandma, and the booming one was Grandpa. There were also occasional visitors, auntie, uncle, neighbor, auntie, and so on. Most of all, he loved listening to Mom. Her voice was lovely, as clear as mountain spring water, and she loved talking to the baby in her belly. Every morning, when she woke up, Mom would pat her belly and say, "Baby, time to get up. The weather is beautiful today." At meals, she would say, "Baby, Mom is eating an apple. Do you want a taste?" Before bed, she would say, "Baby, good night. Sweet dreams." Whenever Ouyang Ling heard these words, he would silently answer in his heart, "Mom, I want to taste the apple too, but I don't even have a mouth yet. Mom, I can't even dream yet. My biggest dream right now is to be born quickly. Mom, could you put on some music? Don't listen to those boring TV drama dialogues all day." Unfortunately, he couldn't say it out loud. Dad sometimes talked to him too, but Dad's style was rather peculiar. Dad would say, "Son, when you grow up, you must be as handsome as your father." Or, "Son, I've prepared a whole cabinet full of toys for you. Just wait until you come out and play." There was also a time when Dad, after drinking a little, leaned over Mom's belly and said, "Son, let me tell you something. The most important thing in life is happiness. Happiness comes first. Remember that." Ouyang Ling complained silently, "Dad, I don't even know what happiness is yet. I just want to know when I can be born." As time went on, day after day, Ouyang Ling began keeping track of the days. How? By counting heartbeats, roughly how many beats per minute, how many per day, and then estimating the number of days from that. It might not have been perfectly accurate, but at least it gave him something to do. Around the time he counted to 30-some days, he noticed that his body was changing. The initial forms of arms and legs were beginning to appear. They were still just small protrusions, but at least they proved he was growing. Around the time he counted to 60-some days, he found that his facial features were starting to take shape. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids were still fused together and simply wouldn't open. He consoled himself, "Don't rush. Wait a little longer." By about day 90, he could finally move. That day, he tried stretching his leg, and it actually moved. The movement was small, but the people outside could sense it. Mom's delighted voice came, "Honey, the baby moved. He kicked me." Dad hurried over, put his hand on Mom's belly, and said excitedly, "Really? I felt it too. Son, kick again." Ouyang Ling thought, "Fine, I'll do you the favor." So he kicked again. Dad was so thrilled, he nearly cried. "My son can move. My son can move." Ouyang Ling, "Dad, calm down. I was just stretching." By around day 180, Ouyang Ling could clearly hear all the sounds outside and could also sense the shifting light. He noticed that Mom liked sunbathing. Whenever she did, sunlight filtered through her belly, warm and comfortable. He also noticed she liked spicy food. Every time she ate something spicy, the amniotic fluid tasted a little strange. He noticed as well that Mom liked music, especially piano pieces. Whenever music played, he would grow still and feel the notes vibrating through the amniotic fluid. By around day 270, Ouyang Ling was impatient to come out. It was too cramped. He had grown large enough that the space in the womb became smaller and smaller, and even turning over was hard. He began to protest by kicking and stretching his arms. "Mom, I want out. It's too cramped in here. Let me out." Every time he kicked her, Mom would laugh and say, "A baby this active must be a boy." Ouyang Ling, "Mom, whether it's a boy or a girl, I just want out." Finally, when he had counted to around 280-some days, that day arrived. That day, Ouyang Ling felt the amniotic fluid around him churning violently, and then came a powerful squeezing sensation. He heard many voices outside, Mom's gasping breaths, Dad's anxious encouragement, and the doctor's and nurses' commands. "Push. Push harder. Almost there, I can see the head. Okay, just hold on a little longer." Ouyang Ling felt himself being pushed out by an immense force, like being stuffed into a very narrow pipe and squeezed out bit by bit. He strained to work with that force pressing outward with all he had. At last, a burst of light flooded in, followed by a wah. He was crying. No, more precisely, it was his first cry. It wasn't that he wanted to cry, it was his body's instinctive reaction as air suddenly entered his lungs. Ouyang Ling opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was an unfamiliar face. White coat, surgical mask, and eyes curved into crescent moons. "It's a boy. 7 Jean Tu Liang. Mother and child are safe." Then came Mom's face, tired but glowing with a happy smile. "Baby, Mom finally gets to see you." Then came Dad's face, eyes reddening, and voice thick with emotion. "Son, I'm your father. Welcome to the world." Ouyang Ling wanted to say something, but all that came out was a wah-wah cry. He said silently in his heart, "Dad, Mom, I'm here. The journey may have been a little rough, but I've finally made it." At that moment, he suddenly felt that those 9+ months in the womb hadn't been so hard to endure after all. Infancy was scarcely better than the fetal stage. Eat, drink, eliminate, sleep. That was Ouyang Ling's entire world. He cried when hungry, cried when soiled, cried when drowsy, cried when uncomfortable. It was not that he wanted to weep, it was simply crying, his only language. Each time he cried, his mother would rush over, checking whether he was wet, hungry, or unwell. Then she would nurse him, change his diapers, and soothe him back to sleep as the situation demanded. Ouyang Ling sometimes wondered, does this count as returning to youth? No, I am actually an infant. I merely carry the memories of an adult. But why with an adult's memories would he still cry over a wet diaper? That was unscientific. He tried to control himself to endure the dampness without crying until his mother came to change him. Yet that wet, clingy discomfort was truly unbearable. He could never hold out for 5 minutes before breaking down, bursting into tears with a wail. What drove him most to despair was spitting up milk. After each feeding, his mother would lift him to burp him. But sometimes mid-pat, he would suddenly vomit a mouthful of milk, splattering himself and his mother alike. His mother never grew angry. She would gently wipe everything clean and smile, saying, "Did your baby eat too fast? Let's go slower next time." Ouyang Ling apologized inwardly, "I'm sorry, mother. It's not intentional. My stomach is still undeveloped. I simply cannot control it." By the time he was over 3 months old, Ouyang Ling had mastered a new skill, rolling over. Lying on his bed one day, gazing at the colorful toys dangling from the ceiling, he suddenly wondered if he could manage to roll over. He strained to turn his body sideways and pushed with all his might. Thud. He had actually done it. He lay on his stomach face down, nearly suffocating against the pillow. He quickly turned his head and gasped for breath. His mother heard the commotion and rushed in. Seeing him prone on the bed, she exclaimed with delight, "Oh my! Baby can roll over. How amazing!" Ouyang Ling thought proudly naturally. "I possess an adult's memories. What is rolling over? Wait until I learn to walk and run. You'll see." Then he discovered that rolling over was easy, but rolling back was difficult. Now lying on his stomach, he tried desperately to return to his back, but no matter how he wriggled, he could not flip over. After many futile efforts, his mother ultimately helped him turn over. At 6 months, Ouyang Ling began learning to sit. At first, he could not steady himself. He would sit for a moment, then topple sideways with a thump onto the bed. Refusing to yield, he would sit up again, fall again, sit up again, fall again. His mother watched from nearby, beaming. "Your baby is so determined," she said. "Take your time. There's no rush." Ouyang Ling thought, "Mother, I'm not in a hurry. I simply refuse to lose. I'm an adult inside. How could I fail to learn sitting?" Finally, after countless falls and resumings, he learned to sit. Though he could not maintain it for long, at least he no longer collapsed immediately. At 8 months, Ouyang Ling began learning to crawl. This proved more difficult, for he did not know how to coordinate his limbs. Desiring to move forward, he pushed with all 4 limbs at once, shooting ahead and smacking his face onto the floor. He picked himself up and tried again. This time he attempted to move his left hand first, then his right leg, but his body twisted into a bizarre angle, and he tipped onto his side. His mother laughed until she could hardly stand. "Is your baby dancing?" Ouyang Ling angrily slapped the floor. "Mother, stop laughing. I am practicing with great seriousness." After more than a month of effort, he finally mastered crawling. Now he could go wherever he pleased. Though not particularly fast, at least he was no longer confined to lying on the bed. On his first birthday, Ouyang Ling reached the first major milestone of his life, walking. That day, his father and mother placed him on the floor, holding his small hands, encouraging him to walk on his own. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. His legs buckled, and he landed firmly on his bottom. He rose, took another step. His legs trembled again, and he sat down once more. He continued rising and stepping. This time he managed 3 steps before falling. His father clapped enthusiastically. "Son, you're wonderful. Try again." Ouyang Ling gritted his teeth and kept practicing. 1 step a fall, 2 steps a fall, 3 steps a fall. Finally, after innumerable tumbles and risings, he successfully walked 5 steps, 10 steps, 20 steps. He could finally walk on his own. When he stumbled toward his mother, she squatted and embraced him, her eyes glistening. "My baby has grown up. You can walk now." Ouyang Ling rested against his mother's embrace and thought, "Yes, I am growing up. There are still many more things to learn." At age 2, Ouyang Ling began learning to speak. This came relatively easily to him, for he already understood language. He only needed to learn how to control his vocal organs. The first word he mastered was mama, the simplest of words, requiring only that he open and close his mouth to produce the sound ma. One morning, while his mother was feeding him, he suddenly uttered clearly, "Mama." His mother froze, the spoon suspended in midair, her eyes widening. What did you just call me?" Ouyang Ling called out again, "Mama." His mother's eyes instantly filled with tears. They shimmered in her sockets before she burst into sobs. She pulled Ouyang Ling into a tight embrace, overcome with emotion and speechless. "Baby can call mama. Baby can call mama. Husband, come quick." His father rushed in from outside. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" His mother pointed at Ouyang Ling. "He called me. He called mama." His father crouched down, gazing at Ouyang Ling with expectation. "Son, call papa." Seeing his father's hopeful expression, Ouyang Ling decided to tease him. He opened his mouth and said, "Mama." His father paused. No, it's papa. Ba ba, Ouyang Ling, mama." His father grew slightly anxious. "Not mama. Papa. Watch my lips." Ba ba, Ouyang Ling, mama, mama, mama. His father could only laugh and shake his head. "Son, are you doing this on purpose?" Inwardly, Ouyang Ling chuckled. "Indeed I am." Nevertheless, he eventually called out, "Papa." That evening, his father was so delighted that he drank several cups of wine, continually remarking to his mother, "Our son called me papa. Our son called me papa." Ouyang Ling listened from nearby and thought, "Father, you're so easily satisfied." At age 3, Ouyang Ling began his kindergarten years. This was his first time leaving home and encountering so many children his own age. To be honest, he felt a touch of nervousness, not from fear, but because he had no idea how to interact with actual children. With an adult's mindset, he viewed these children as, well, like a group of small animals. They cried, they laughed, they fought over toys, they squabbled, they wet their pants, they understood nothing. Standing apart watching them, Ouyang Ling felt as though he were an alien. The teacher asked the children to play with building blocks together. While the other children gathered around to grab them, Ouyang Ling stood aside, uncertain whether he should join in. He thought, "I'm 3 years old. No, wait, I'm actually over 30 if I count my past life. Should a 30-something be competing with 3-year-olds over blocks? That hardly seems appropriate. The teacher noticed him and approached, asking, "Little Ouyang Ling, why aren't you playing?" Ouyang Ling considered for a moment and replied, "I'm fine watching them play." The teacher smiled and patted his head. What a sensible child. Inwardly, Ouyang Ling sighed, "Teacher, I'm not sensible. I simply don't know how to fit in." Nap time arrived, and all the children laid down on their small beds to sleep. Ouyang Ling lay on his bed, eyes open, lost in thought. He recalled his past life, the monitoring room, the cold night, the final moment of pain. Then he thought of this life, his mother's tenderness, his father's devotion, his grandparents' indulgence. A sense of unreality washed over him. Have I truly lived again? Is this a dream? Little Ouyang Ling, close your eyes and sleep. If you don't sleep, you won't grow tall. The teacher's voice pulled him back to reality. He quickly closed his eyes, and before long, he actually fell asleep. Sigh, this relentless infant schedule, or rather toddler schedule. In the afternoon, when school dismissed, his father came to pick him up. Upon meeting, he immediately asked, "Son, were you happy at kindergarten today?" Ouyang Ling pondered and replied, "It was all right." His father laughed. "All right, just all right. Did you play with the other children? Did you enjoy good food? Did you miss Mama and Papa?" Ouyang Ling nodded. It was all right. His father shook his head with a smile. "You're such a child, acting like a little adult." Ouyang Ling said nothing, only thinking inwardly, "Father, because I really am a little adult." At age 4, an incident occurred that nearly exposed his true nature. One day during art class at kindergarten, the teacher asked the children to draw their homes. The other children were all drawing houses, suns, and flowers. Ouyang Ling thought for a moment and decided to draw a floor plan of his home. He sketched the layout of his house, labeled each room's function, and even included a simple furniture arrangement. The teacher walked over, looked at his drawing, and froze. "Little Ouyang Ling, what are you drawing?" Ouyang Ling explained, "This is a floor plan of my home. Here is the living room, here is the kitchen, here is where Mama and Papa sleep, here is where Grandpa and Grandma sleep, here is my room, this is the balcony, and this is the bathroom." After hearing his explanation, the teacher regarded him with a complicated expression. How do you know how to draw this?" Ouyang Ling suddenly realized he might have revealed too much. He quickly covered, "My father taught me. My father is a university professor. He taught me how to draw." The teacher breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see. Your father is quite remarkable." Inwardly, Ouyang Ling wiped imaginary sweat from his brow that was too close. "I nearly blew my cover." At age 6, Ouyang Ling entered elementary school. Elementary school was relatively easy for him, for the curriculum was already familiar, even simpler than what he had studied in his past life. But he had to pretend not to understand, had to pretend he was learning, had to pretend to be an ordinary first grader. In class, when the teacher explained pinyin, he listened and thought, "I learned this in my past life." When the teacher covered simple Chinese characters, he thought, "This is far too easy." When the teacher asked the children to read along, he joined in, but thought, "This voice sounds so childish. It's quite unsettling." The most challenging aspect was examinations. He knew all the answers, but he could not score full marks, for that would attract too much attention. Nor could he perform poorly, for that would disappoint his parents. Thus, he had to carefully regulate his scores. 90 points this time, 95 next time, 85 the time, after maintaining a level that was decent but not outstanding. On one occasion during a math exam, he deliberately missed a question. When the teacher reviewed the test in class, she said, "Most of you answered this question correctly. Only a few made mistakes. Ouyang Ling, how could you get this wrong? Aren't you usually careful?" Ouyang Ling lowered his head and feigned embarrassment. "Teacher, I was too careless." In truth, he thought, "Teacher, I did it on purpose because I didn't want to score perfectly." In 3rd grade, Ouyang Ling encountered a difficult problem: composition writing. One day, the Chinese teacher assigned the topic, "My dream." The other children wrote about wanting to become scientists, doctors, or teachers. Ouyang Ling received the prompt and pondered for a long time, unsure what to write. He considered writing, "I want to be an ordinary person," but would that seem too pessimistic? He thought about writing, "I want to be wealthy," but would that appear too mercenary? He considered, "I want to be happy," but would that be too abstract? In the end, he wrote an essay titled, "I want to be a good son." He wrote about studying hard so his parents would not worry, helping with household chores to ease their burden, and caring for them in old age when he grew up. After reading the essay, the teacher recited it aloud in class. Then she said, "Student Ouyang Ling's essay is very well written and touching. However, classmates, you should know that dreams can be even greater. You can aspire to become scientists, doctors, or teachers, contributing to the motherland." Ouyang Ling listened and thought inwardly, "Teacher, being a good son is also a contribution. Contributing to the family is contributing as well." In 5th grade, Ouyang Ling was first exposed to the concept of the internet. His family bought a computer and installed broadband, and he could finally go online. The first thing he did was search for keywords like time travel, rebirth, and transmigration into infancy. He wanted to know whether anyone else in this world had experienced rebirth or transmigration like him. The search results disappointed him. all fiction, no real accounts. He then searched his own name, Ouyang Ling, and discovered many people shared that name, but none were the person he had been in his past life. He also searched for his former residential compound, the monitoring room, and his former supervisor, but found nothing, as though his past life existence had never occurred at all. Sitting before the computer, he stared blankly at the screen. Suddenly a question struck him: if I could transmigrate once, could I transmigrate a second time? If I died again, would I transmigrate to yet another world? This question sent him into deep contemplation. Finally, he decided, never mind. I won't think about it. I'll just live well this life and stop dwelling on death. In his 6th and final year of elementary school, Ouyang Ling graduated smoothly with grades above average. At the graduation ceremony, the teacher presented him with an excellent student certificate, for although his academic performance was not the best, he was the most sensible and caused the least trouble for teachers. Holding the certificate, Ouyang Ling felt the complex emotions well up within him. He recalled his past life. He had never received an excellent student award. In this life, he had done nothing extraordinary, merely pretending to be an ordinary child, yet he had received the honor. Was this not a form of irony in itself? On the first day of middle school, Ouyang Ling stepped into his new campus wearing a fresh uniform and carrying a brand new backpack. Watching the stream of new classmates moving about the campus, he felt a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness. It was familiar because he had once walked these halls before, yet strange because this school's environment bore no resemblance to his past life. Life during his first year of middle school was relatively tranquil. The coursework posed little difficulty, and he handled it with ease. While his classmates were still struggling to adapt to middle school life, he had already slipped into an autopilot rhythm, paying attention in class, completing homework after school, performing steadily on exams. Everything unfolded in an orderly, untroubled sequence. But there was one matter that weighed on him: puberty. In the second semester of his first year, Ouyang Ling began to notice changes in his body. His voice began to deepen, his Adam's apple became more prominent, and his height surged. Most embarrassingly, he started developing unfamiliar feelings toward girls. He had experienced this before, in his past life as an adult who knew exactly how to navigate such emotions. But now he was merely a 13-year-old boy forced to confront these feelings through the lens of youth. Now was different. He had to handle these sensations as a teenager, meaning he needed to feign ignorance, pretend he understood nothing, and act as though these changes filled him with both curiosity and shy bewilderment. During physical education class, the boys gathered in clusters, secretly discussing which girls were attractive. Ouyang Ling stood nearby, uncertain whether to join the conversation. If he joined, how should he behave? Feign enthusiasm? Pretend to be shy? If he stayed away, would he seem like an outcast? In the end, he chose a middle path, standing on the periphery, listening, occasionally nodding, but rarely voicing an opinion. This way he would neither appear completely aloof nor reveal that he understood far more than he let on. Once a boy approached him with an air of mystery and asked, "Ouyang Ling, do you know about that thing?" Ouyang Ling paused. "Which thing?" The boy lowered his voice. "You know? That thing. Between boys and girls." Ouyang Ling thought to himself, "Of course I know, but I cannot let on that I do." So he played dumb. "I don't know. What thing?" The boy grew even more cryptic. "It's just that. That. Darn it, I don't even know how to say it. It's just that thing." Ouyang Ling nearly burst out laughing. "You don't even know what it is, and you're asking me." In his second year, Ouyang Ling encountered an awkward situation. One afternoon after school, he pushed open his bedroom door and found his mother going through his backpack. He froze for a moment, then asked, "Mom, what are you doing?" His mother jumped slightly, then replied with practiced nonchalance, "Oh, I'm helping you tidy your bag. Just checking if there's any laundry." Ouyang Ling studied her expression and knew she was lying. He walked over, took the backpack from her hands, and said, "Mom, I'll handle it myself." His mother nodded and turned to leave. At the doorway, she glanced back and said, "Son, if anything is on your mind, you can always talk to me. Mom won't be upset." Ouyang Ling understood the implication. She was worried about early romance, worried he might be hiding some shameful secret. He could only smile bitterly, for he truly had no secrets. At least none of the kind his mother feared. That evening, lying in bed, Ouyang Ling wondered, is this what they call adolescent anxiety? Parents begin to fear their children are keeping secrets. Children begin to crave their own space. In his past life, he had never experienced this, for his parents had been too busy to pay him any mind. But in this life, his parents cared far too much, perhaps even excessively. Over the following days, Ouyang Ling noticed his mother's inspections becoming increasingly frequent. Sometimes she rummaged through his backpack, sometimes she secretly glanced at his phone, sometimes she probed indirectly about his relationships with classmates. He did not grow angry, for he understood her intentions were rooted in love. Yet he felt somewhat helpless, for he truly had nothing to conceal. Finally, one day, he decided to speak plainly. "Mom," he said, "I know what you're worried about, but there's nothing. I'm not dating anyone, I'm not getting into trouble, and I'm not hiding anything. Please don't worry. His mother's expression grew complicated. After a pause she sighed and said, "Son, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm just still adjusting. When you were young you told me everything. Now you're growing up and keeping things to yourself, and I feel a bit lost." Ouyang Ling blinked then smiled. He walked over and embraced her. "Mom, I have no secrets. Even if I did, it would only be because you love me so much." His mother's eyes glistened. She patted his back. "Enough, enough. Now go finish your homework." From that day forward his mother never searched through his belongings again. In his third year the pressure of the high school entrance exam descended upon them all. Though Ouyang Ling's ultimate goal was to enter Shuguang University, where his father taught, the entrance exam was the first hurdle he had to clear. He needed to gain admission to a quality high school to lay the foundation for his future. The days of third year were even more intense than the previous ones. Rising before dawn and returning home late, he faced mountains of homework and relentless exams. Watching his classmates grow increasingly anxious, tense, and exhausted, Ouyang Ling remained remarkably calm. Having experienced the college entrance exam in his past life, even if it was merely a memory, the weight of pressure was one he already understood. Compared to that, the high school entrance exam was nothing. During one mock exam, Ouyang Ling placed third in his class. At the class meeting, the homeroom teacher praised him. "Student Ouyang Ling has made tremendous progress this time. Everyone should learn from him." His deskmate looked at him with envy. "Ouyang Ling, how do you study? Teach me your methods." Ouyang Ling thought for a moment and replied, "There's nothing special. Study when it's time to study, relax when it's time to play, and don't stress too much." His deskmate nodded thoughtfully. Ouyang Ling thought to himself, "Deskmate, the truth is, having experienced death, once exams hold very little terror for me. But I cannot say that, so this standard answer will have to suffice." On the day of the exam, Ouyang Ling walked into the testing center with a heart as calm as still water. He picked up his pen and began to write. One question after another, page after page, and the 3 hours passed swiftly. Finishing the last subject, he stepped out of the exam hall, gazed up at the sky, and exhaled deeply. He knew that regardless of the outcome, he had given his all. Now came the waiting, for results, for admission, and for the next chapter of his life. The day the results were announced, Ouyang Ling was asleep at home. His father pushed open the door with a serious expression. "Son, the results are out." Ouyang Ling sat up and read his father's face, his heart skipping a beat. "Not good." His father fell silent for a moment, then suddenly broke into a grin. "Good? Excellent. Top 100 in the city. You can attend the best high school." Ouyang Ling paused, then smiled as well. He wasn't particularly thrilled about the score itself, but rather amused by his father's earlier expression. It had all been a playful tease. "Dad, that face of yours. I thought I had failed." His father laughed heartily. "I just wanted to see your reaction. I didn't expect you to stay so calm." Ouyang Ling shrugged. "The exam is over. Whatever the result, there's no point in stressing." His father patted his shoulder. "Well done. That kind of composure is rare. Let's go out for a celebratory meal." That evening the whole family went out for a grand feast. His grandparents joined them as well. His grandmother couldn't stop praising him. "My grandson is so bright. He'll surely get into a prestigious university." His grandfather added, "Don't put too much pressure on the child. As long as he does his best, that's enough." As Ouyang Ling ate, surrounded by his family's praise and blessings, warmth spread through his heart. He thought of his past life when no one had ever celebrated his exam results. Not once had anyone asked him how he had done. But this life was different. He had family. He had people who loved him and cared for him. And that felt truly wonderful. On the first day of senior high school, Ouyang Ling stood at the gate of his new school. Looking at the majestic academic building, he felt a nameless stirring in his heart. This high school was the best in the whole city. Every year many students went on to Project 985 and Project 211 universities. And now he was standing right here about to begin 3 years of high school life. He knew these 3 years would not be easy. High school was different from middle school. The courses would become far harder, competition would grow fiercer, and the pressure would multiply. But he was ready. He had the memories of his past life, the accumulated experience of this one, and a peaceful heart. Sure enough, as soon as senior high began, the pressure hit him square in the face. He woke up at 6 every morning, left at 6:30, and arrived at school at 7 for morning reading. For classes in the morning, 4 in the afternoon, and 3 evening self-study sessions. By the time he got home, it was past 10. After washing up and reviewing his lessons, he generally couldn't fall asleep before midnight. Ouyang Ling calculated that he was getting less than 6 hours of sleep every day. He thought of his previous life when he had worked overtime for a whole month straight, and his heart quailed. He wasn't going to drop dead again, was he? But there was no choice. Everyone did it, so he could only steel himself and keep going. The senior high courses were harder than he had imagined. Math, physics, and chemistry were still okay. He had studied them in his previous life. Though his memory was hazy, picking them up again was quick. Chinese and English weren't hard either, since he had always kept reading. What really troubled him were history, geography, and politics. He hadn't paid much attention to them in his last life, so he had to start from scratch. Thus began his long journey of reciting textbooks. He memorized the history book from beginning to end, from the Xia Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Ming and Qing dynasties and the Republic of China, the geography book from globes to climate types, the politics book from philosophical principles to basic economics. He recited until everything went dark, until his mouth and throat were parched, until sometimes the sight of a book made him want to throw up. Once during evening self-study, he was halfway through a history passage when he suddenly realized he had no idea which dynasty he was reciting. He rubbed his eyes, gave it another look, and still couldn't remember. He sighed, closed the book, and rested his head on the desk for a while. The classmate beside him asked what's wrong. Tired from memorizing. He said, not tired. My brain has water in it. The classmate was stunned, then laughed. You say your brain has water in it, and you can still memorize history? He laughed too. It's not really water. I've memorized so much that my brain doesn't work well. When they had to choose between liberal arts and sciences in the second year, Ouyang Ling picked liberal arts without hesitation. The reason was simple. He had already studied science in his previous life and didn't want to endure it again. Liberal arts required memorization, but at least the content was different, fresh. After the split, the coursework became more focused. History, geography, and politics, plus Chinese math and English, 6 subjects in all. Ouyang Ling began reviewing strategically, devoting more time to his weak areas. In the second year, something happened that changed his view of learning. One day in history class, the teacher was talking about the Opium War. After going through the textbook, the teacher said, class, history is not just memorizing dates, places, and people. What matters even more is understanding the causes and patterns behind historical events. When you've learned more, you'll look back at this period and understand it differently. Ouyang Ling listened, lost in thought. He remembered that in his previous life he studied history just to pass exams and forgot it as soon as they ended. In this life, he wanted to genuinely understand history and the logic behind those events. From then on, he started learning history in a different way. He no longer used rote memorization. Instead, he tried to understand why each dynasty flourished and declined, the background of every event and the choices made by every figure. He found that this way of studying made him remember more securely and understand more deeply. In the second half of his second year, Ouyang Ling began preparing for the college entrance examination. He devised a detailed study plan: memorize English words in the morning, do math problems at noon, review history, geography, and politics in the afternoon, and do mock test papers in the evening. He didn't relax on weekends either. Extra classes in the morning, self-study in the afternoon, and summaries in the evening. Once his deskmate asked him, Ouyang Ling, you work this hard, aren't you tired? He thought about it, then said, I am tired, but when I think about the future, this little fatigue doesn't matter. His deskmate sighed. My parents say the same thing, but I can't seem to get motivated. Ouyang Ling patted his deskmate on the shoulder. It's fine. Everyone works at their own pace. Just follow yours. In truth, what Ouyang Ling was thinking was, my friend, you don't know. I'm someone who has died once, so I cherish the chance to live all the more. But he couldn't say that, so all he could do was give a little chicken soup. Senior year was true inferno mode. The countdown sign hung at the front of the classroom, its numbers shrinking every day. 300 days, 200 days, 100 days, 50 days. Each passing day made the atmosphere 1 degree tenser. Ouyang Ling's daily life was get up, go to school, attend class, solve problems, take exams, go over mistakes, leave school, review, sleep. The cycle repeated day after day. He felt like a machine. Knowledge and questions went in, scores and grades came out. At his most exhausted, he would think, why am I pushing myself so hard? In my previous life, I didn't do anything, and didn't I still live to 25? This life, I have food, drink, family, love. Couldn't I just muddle into any university? But every time he thought that, he remembered that night in his previous life. That cold little room, those dozens of lifeless screens, and the searing pain and darkness that came at the last moment. He didn't want to live like that again. He wanted to make something of himself, to see exactly how far he could go. So he buried his head in his work again. In the second half of senior year, the pressure peaked. Every day someone in the classroom was sobbing in despair, someone was tearing up books to vent, someone was lying sleepless with anxiety. Ouyang Ling strangely grew calmer and calmer. He studied when he should, slept when he should, ate when he should, and drank when he should. Sometimes a classmate would ask, how are you not nervous at all? He said, does being nervous help? Can it earn me extra points? The classmate said, I guess not. He said, then that's that. Actually, he knew he wasn't without nervousness. He had simply passed the stage of being nervous. By this point, everything that could be done had been done. What remained was how he performed. Being nervous would only hurt his performance, so he might as well keep his composure. 2 days before the college entrance examination, school was suspended. Ouyang Ling returned home, put away all his books, and stopped reviewing. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to music, letting his mind drift. His mother asked, why aren't you studying? He said, it's too late to study anyway, I might as well relax. His mother nodded. All right, don't push yourself too hard. On the morning of the exam, Ouyang Ling woke up, washed up, ate breakfast, and headed to the exam venue. On the way, he remembered his last trip to work in his previous life. That day, too, he had been calm. He went calmly, worked calmly, and died calmly. This time was different. This was the college entrance examination, the test of his 18 years of hard work. He walked into the exam hall, sat down, and waited for the papers. When the papers were handed out, he began answering questions. He read through the questions one by one and solved them one by one. As time slipped away, he sank into his own world, forgetting everything around him. After finishing the last subject, Ouyang Ling walked out of the exam hall, looked at the sky, and let out a long breath. It was over, truly over. 3 years of hard work and 18 years of endurance all came to a full stop at this moment. The day the results came out, he was asleep. After the exam, he had slept hard for 2 days to catch up on all the sleep he had lost. His father pushed open the door and looked at him with a complicated expression. "Son, the results are out." He sat up, took his father's phone, and saw the number. Top 100 in the province, enough to get into any project, 985 University. He froze, then was ecstatic, then calm. Ecstatic because the result had truly exceeded his expectations, calm because he knew it was deserved, the reward of 3 years of hard work. His father asked, "Are you happy?" He nodded. "I am." His father smiled. "That's good. Come on, let's go out for a meal and celebrate properly." During the meal, his grandparents kept praising him. His mother looked at him with reddened eyes, and his father was on the phone with relatives sharing the good news. Ouyang Ling looked at them and suddenly felt like crying, not because of the results, but because they were here beside him. After the meal, Ouyang Ling returned to his room, laid down in the massage chair, and began to review the details of these 18 years. From the confusion of being reborn into this world in the womb, to the stifled helplessness of infancy, to the pretending and hiding of early childhood, to the plainness of elementary school, to the growing pains of middle school, and then to the hard work of high school. Scenes flashed past one after another like a movie on fast forward. "Ow." He let out a long sigh, a sigh laden with too many emotions. "It's been a full 18 years since I was reborn into this world in the womb. How fast time goes." He remembered the fetal days when he counted each passing day, the baby days when he learned to walk and talk, the childhood days when he pretended to be an ordinary kid, and the student days when he fought through exams. 18 years, neither long nor short, yet they had simply slipped away. Still, thanks to the memories of my previous life and my own efforts, I scored well on the college entrance examination and got into a local project, 985 University, named Ouyang University. I even received my admission notice smoothly. He picked up the red admission notice and read it once more. The words Ouyang University on the cover glittered in the light like a hope for his future. He had chosen law. This choice was on one hand influenced by his mother's career, on the other, he wanted to try a different kind of life. In his previous life, he had been a nobody, ignored by everyone, who in this life, he wanted to stand in a courtroom and speak for justice. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. He shouted, pouring out all the pressure, exhaustion, and anxiety. 3 years of hard work, 18 years of persistence, and all the bitterness of his previous life were released in that one cry. Still, I managed to do myself proud. I didn't waste these 3 years of grueling study, and I got into this project, 985 University. Now I can relax properly this summer. He began to fantasize about the wonderful summer, sleeping, traveling, working out, binge-watching series, playing games. He could do whatever he pleased without pressure, without burdens. The massage chair was still humming, carrying his thoughts even further away. He closed his eyes and began to recall his previous life. In his previous life, his name had also been Ouyang Ling. At 25, he was a miserable, anonymous surveillance monitor in some nameless residential quarter in Huaxia, China on Earth. He remembered the tiny monitoring room, the unchanging pictures on the screens, and that suffocating loneliness and tedium. He remembered the sound of colleagues chatting, the look on his boss's face when he was scolded, and himself keeping his head down, not daring to talk back. He remembered how, as the new year was approaching, his boss had ordered him to work night shifts for a whole month, then went home, without a backward glance, to reunite with his family, eat the New Year's Eve dinner, and celebrate the holiday. He remembered sitting alone in the monitoring room, hearing the firecrackers outside, eating instant noodles as his New Year's Eve dinner. He remembered working night shifts day after day for an entire month, dizzy and bleary-eyed, until his vision suddenly went black. A sharp pain seized his chest, and he died on the spot. He remembered the fear and helplessness of that final moment, and the feeling of life being pulled away from his body. Then he remembered the dazed confusion when he regained consciousness. He had actually been reborn in the womb on a planet called Blue Star, in a country called Huaxia, Dragon Nation, in a city called Sioux City, into an ordinary family. His father was Ouyang Chen, a professor at Ouyang University. He remembered his dad's gentle face, the warm hand that patted his shoulder, and those encouraging words. His mother was Xiao Wanning, an internationally renowned ace female lawyer, known as the queen of the legal world in legal circles at home and abroad. He remembered his mother in her professional outfit and high heels, her full commanding presence in court, and the gentle smile she gave him. Life was plain, but it was warm and happy. The whole family gathered together every day. He remembered the picture of the family sitting around the table eating, his father telling interesting stories from school, his mother talking about her cases, his grandparents chattering about everyday things. A warm, cozy scene. As the saying goes, plainness is the true essence of life. A plain life is the real meaning of life. In his previous life, he hadn't understood this truth. He had always felt that life was too dull, too boring, too meaningless. Only in this life did he realize that plainness wasn't boredom. Plainness was stability, happiness, and the security of having family around. Ouyang Ling came back from his memories, looked at the time, and saw it was almost 8 in the evening. He heard his mother calling from downstairs, "Xiao Ling, time to eat." He answered, got up from the massage chair, and went downstairs to eat. Dinner had been made by his mother, 3 dishes and a soup, all his favorites. Braised pork belly, stir-fried greens, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a seaweed egg drop soup. He wolfed it down, and his mother said with a smile, "Eat slower, nobody's fighting you for it." His father also laughed. "The exam is over, and your appetite has recovered," he said while eating. "Of course. I haven't had a proper meal in 3 years." After the meal, he helped his mother clear the table, then went into the bathroom to wash up. In the bathroom mirror, he saw his reflection, an 18-year-old youth with delicate features, fair skin, a height of 1.78 meters, and a slim but well-built figure. He smiled at his reflection and thought, not bad in this life, not as ordinary as the last one. After washing up, he went to his bedroom, lay down, and scrolled through short videos for a while. The short videos had everything: funny skits, cooking tutorials, travel guides, game live streams. As he scrolled, a question suddenly occurred to him: how exactly should he spend this summer vacation? Travel. Going alone was a little boring, and he couldn't think of anyone to go with. Stay home and game. That seemed like a waste. Preview college courses in advance. That was too intense. Work a part-time job and make some pocket money. That might be worth trying. He thought and thought. His eyelids grew heavier. The phone slipped from his hand, and before he knew it, he was asleep. The night was deep, and the chirping of insects rose and fell outside the window. Moonlight spilled through the gap in the curtains, casting a faint pale patch of light on the floor. Ouyang Ling slept soundly. After the Gaokao ended, these 2 days of catch-up sleep had recovered a good portion of the sleep he had lost over the past 3 years. He now slept like a true 18-year-old, carefree and utterly without worries. But what he did not know was that while he slept, an invisible presence was quietly drawing closer to him. It was a being from a higher dimension, utterly undetectable by human technology. It had wandered this world for a long time, always searching for a suitable host. It needed a young, healthy human with potential, preferably one who had just passed a major turning point in life, because at such a moment a person's mental fluctuations were at their greatest, making them most receptive to an external binding. It scanned countless humans and finally locked onto Ouyang Ling. There were several reasons. First, he was 18 and young. Second, he had just been admitted to university, and his life was about to enter a new stage. A third, and most crucially, he was a transmigrator whose soul was stronger than an ordinary person's and could withstand a more advanced system binding. And so on that quiet night, it slipped silently into Ouyang Ling's room, floated above him, and began the binding procedure. Ding! A suitable host for binding has been detected. Ouyang Ling turned over, muttered something in his sleep, and continued sleeping. The system's electronic voice rang through his mind, but he was sleeping too deeply to hear it. Ding! Binding God tier, most beautiful mature campus bell nurturing system. The system's name was a bit long, but if Ouyang Ling had been awake, he would have been startled by it. God tier, most beautiful mature campus bell nurturing system. What the hell was this? He was a man. A man. Why would it bind a system like this to him? Unfortunately, he was not awake, so he could not resist. Ding! Binding successful. The system's binding procedure was complete, officially establishing a connection with Ouyang Ling's soul. From now on, it would accompany him for life until he died, or the system was forcibly unbound, and the latter was essentially impossible. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a deluxe novice gift pack. It has been automatically opened for the host. The system, with great thoughtfulness, made the decision for Ouyang Ling. After all, a novice gift pack had to be opened sooner or later. Whether it was opened early or late made no difference, so it might as well open it now and let him wake up tomorrow morning to a surprise, or rather a shock. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Eye of Omniscience. Introduction 1. Wherever the Eye of Omniscience looks, the essence of all things and energy is laid bare, and the information is precisely rendered in the host's consciousness. 2. Whatever the gaze falls upon is analyzed. The Eye of Omniscience converts all matter and energy within its scanning range into detailed information and injects it directly into the host's mind. 3. Omniscient vision activated. The gaze becomes tendrils that perceive everything. Whatever is observed, whether physical forms or energy flows, its composition and trajectory are clearly imaged in the host's mind. If Ouyang Ling were awake, he would be shocked. This skill was far too heaven-defying. See anything and know everything. This was practically turning on a god's eye view. During an exam, he could look at the test paper and all the answers would appear directly in his mind. But when out in the world, he could look at a person and see their true background at a glance. When in danger, he could look around and every escape route would be clear at a glance. This skill was simply invincible. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier luck. Introduction: luck stat permanently raised to max level. Picking up money while walking, winning every lottery draw, and always finding a silver lining at critical moments will become the norm of life. Luck max. What did that mean? Did it mean every lottery ticket he bought would win? Did it mean every random guess on an exam would be right? Did it mean he could pick up money just by walking down the street? Did it mean someone would always save him when he was in danger? With luck like this, he was practically the chosen one. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine grade youth retaining pill. Introduction: after taking it, the host's physical condition will be permanently fixed at its youngest and most optimal state, never aging, forever youthful. The effect works at the cellular level, and even injuries will recover to the optimal state. Eternal youth. This was what countless people dreamed of. Forever 18, forever young, forever beautiful. No, wait, he was a man. Oh, what use did he have for eternal youth? But it was not bad either. At least he would never grow old and could always keep his youthful appearance. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine grade marrow washing pill. Introduction: after taking it, the host will be comprehensively optimized from the inside out to the theoretical optimal state. All impurities and toxins in the body are expelled, the bones, tendons, and meridians are reshaped, innate aptitude and comprehension are enhanced, and appearance and physique are optimized to the golden ratio. Effect: complete rebirth, forging a perfect foundation. Complete rebirth. A perfect foundation. This meant his body would be optimized to the extreme. A better figure, a more handsome face, higher intelligence, and stronger comprehension. This was an all-around upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier culinary skill. Introduction: mastery of all types of top-tier culinary arts, unsurpassable by anyone. From now on, he would be the god of chefs. Whether Chinese or Western, whether stir-fried, pan-seared, deep-fried, or braised, whether desserts or snacks, he could make everything to a 3 Michelin star standard. From now on, he could make whatever he wanted to eat, and he would never need to order takeout again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained total sports mastery. Introduction: all Olympic events, non-Olympic events, and extreme sports all reach world champion level. Olympic champion level. Whether swimming or running, high jump or long jump, basketball or soccer, skiing or skating, he would be world-class in everything. From now on, he could mess around at a sports meet and still take home gold. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier ancient martial arts. Introduction: mastery of the complete inheritance of all schools of ancient martial arts on earth, past and present, including, but not limited to, Tai Chi, Bagua, Zhang Xingyi, Quan Baji, Quan Wing, Chun Hungar, and the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin. Muscle memory has been fully integrated, and the host is now a martial arts grandmaster. A martial arts grandmaster. From now on, he would be a true master of the martial world. Tai Chi, Bagua, Xingyi, Baji, Wing, Chun Hungar, and Shaolin's ultimate arts. He was a master of them all. From now on, if he ran into a bad guy, one move would be enough to subdue him. His sense of security would be off the charts. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier combat. Introduction: it fuses the combat techniques of all schools in the world, from Jeet Kune Do, boxing, Muay Thai, judo, and wrestling, to military hand-to-hand killing techniques and secret agent assassination arts, all completely mastered. The king of combat. Whether in ring matches or street fights, he would be an invincible existence. In the future, if anyone refused to accept that he could beat them until they did, of course he would not be that violent, but at least he would have the ability to protect himself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained jasmine-scented body fragrance. Introduction: after use, the host's body will emit a jasmine fragrance unique to the host. Jasmine fragrance. If Ouyang Ling were awake, he would definitely think this reward was a little strange. A grown man smelling of jasmine. Was that proper? On second thought, it was not so bad. It was better than the smell of sweat anyway. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an unlimited black card X1. Introduction: it can withdraw unlimited amounts of any country's currency with no cap and no trace. The source of funds is absolutely legal and legitimate, and it can withstand any investigation. The card is bound to the host's soul and can only be used by the host. An unlimited black card. He could withdraw as much money as he wanted, and it was completely legal, arousing no suspicion whatsoever. What did that mean? It meant he was a billionaire from now on. He could buy whatever he wanted and spend however he liked. He would never have to worry about money again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier comprehension. Introduction: any knowledge or skill can be understood with a single hint and learned with a single try. You can even draw inferences from one case and bring forth new ideas from the old. God-tier comprehension. He would learn anything incredibly fast. What took others 10 years to learn, he could learn in one day. In university later, he would pass every course on the first try. At work later, every skill would be learned after one attempt. That efficiency was unmatched. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained photographic memory. Introduction: from now on, everything you see and hear will never be forgotten. Photographic memory. Every book he had read, every lesson he had heard, every person he had met, and every event he had experienced would all be stored in his mind, never to be forgotten. In future exams, he would not even need to review, he could just walk straight into the examination hall. In future work, all the information would be in his head, ready to access at any moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an attribute pill X1. Introduction: after taking it, lifespan 200 years, a physique 100, strength 100, speed 100, intelligence 100, a charm 100, spirit 100. The medicinal effect can stack infinitely with no side effects. Attribute points are the system's quantitative standard. The average value for each attribute of an ordinary adult male is 10. Lifespan 200 years. That meant he could live over 200 years. Added to his original lifespan, nearly 300 years. 300 years. How many historical changes he would witness, how many ups and downs of life he would experience. With the boost to his other attributes, he would practically be a superhuman. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gender swap optimization oral liquid. Introduction: after taking it, the host will be permanently transformed into a female with no way to reverse the change. The transformed female appearance will be automatically optimized to the standard of a mature, alluring beauty. As beautiful as an immortal, stunning enough to topple cities, with a voluptuous figure, curvy front and back, an impressive bust, and a firm, perky, peach-shaped rear. Note: this transformation will override the host's original sex characteristics. If the host is already female, further optimization will be performed. If the host is male, a complete transformation will be carried out. Wait. If Ouyang Ling were awake, he would leap up and shout, what the hell is this thing? A gender swap. Permanently transformed into a woman. Irreversible. Are you kidding me? He was a man. A man. He wanted to be a man. He did not want to be a woman. Unfortunately, he did not see this reward while he was awake, so he could not protest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the secondary development nutrient solution. Introduction: for use by female hosts. After taking it, the bust will be optimized to a 100G standard, under bust approximately 100 centimeters, over bust approximately 125 centimeters, a difference of 25 centimeters. At the same time, the entire body will undergo a secondary optimization from the inside out, reaching the ultimate perfect state of national beauty and celestial fragrance, of beauty that topples cities like a banished immortal, making women of all worlds feel ashamed at the sight of her. Optimization includes, but is not limited to, skin texture, facial proportions, body curves, temperament, and charm. If Ouyang Ling saw this introduction, he would be even more devastated. 100G. What did that even mean? That was simply ahem. In any case, it was ridiculous. Moreover, this nutrient solution was for use by female hosts. In other words, he would have to drink the gender swap oral liquid first before he could drink this nutrient solution. The system was absolutely determined to turn him into a woman. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the never gain weight physique. Introduction: no matter how much you eat, you will never get fat. This reward was pretty good. From now on, he could eat freely without worrying about gaining weight. But the problem was, if he became a woman, this reward would be even more useful. After all, girls are all afraid of getting fat. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Encyclopedia of Womanhood. Introduction: it contains everything a woman needs to pay attention to: dressing and matching outfits, makeup and grooming, and menstrual periods. Grooming, appearance, walking, posture, speech, and every other aspect related to women. Ouyang Ling system, are you serious? You're showing a male an encyclopedia of femininity. Isn't that humiliating me? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained female psychology. Introduction: can instantaneously feminize the host's originally male psyche into a female psyche. Feminization. Psychological transformation. System, are you for real? You're going to turn me into a woman completely inside and out. Body changes, mind changes too. Nothing left. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier easy conception constitution. Introduction automatically takes effect after the host transforms into a woman. Only one marital union is needed, and pregnancy is 100 guaranteed. The body automatically adjusts to the optimal state for conception and gestation. Her breast milk is 10 times as nutritious as ordinary breast milk, greatly promoting the fetus's physical and intellectual development. and it is also the most delicious nourishment on the entire blue star. Ouyang Ling would probably faint on the spot if he saw this. Easy conception constitution. Pregnant after one time. Breast milk. System, are you kidding me? What use does a man have for an easy conception constitution? What use does a man have for breast milk? Isn't this just messing with him? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-tier lawyer. Introduction. Possesses a photographic memory and meticulous logic, excels at finding key evidence amidst 1,000 tangled threads, and can overturn impossible situations. This reward is actually pretty good. He just happens to be planning to study law, and with this skill he will definitely be invincible as a lawyer in the future. But after the previous rewards, this one seems a bit ordinary. Ding. The deluxe Newbie Gift Pack has been fully distributed. Ding. All the items drawn by the host, including skills, talents, constitutions, nutrient fluids, elixirs, potions, and everything else, are being automatically fused and applied. The system considerately made the decision for Ouyang Ling all rewards used automatically. Even the ones he might not want to use, such as the gender switch oral liquid, the secondary development nutrient fluid, female psychology, the encyclopedia of femininity, and the god-tier easy conception constitution. All were used automatically. Still asleep, Ouyang Ling had already begun an earth-shaking optimization and metamorphosis from the inside out. First, the attribute pill. A warm current suddenly surged into Ouyang Ling's body, flowing from his heart to his limbs and seeping from his blood vessels into his cells. Every cell was being remodeled, optimized, and strengthened. His lifespan increased by 200 years, and his physique, strength, speed, intelligence, charm, and spirit all soared dramatically. His attributes now far exceeded those of ordinary humans. A lifespan of 300 years, a physique 10 times that of ordinary humans, strength 10 times, speed 10 times, intelligence 10 times, a charm 10 times, and spirit 10 times. He was now a superhuman. But the enhancement of attributes was only the beginning. Next came the marrow washing pill. Ouyang Ling's body began to expel large amounts of impurities and toxins. These impurities and toxins were pushed out through the pores, forming a black, foul-smelling layer of filth. If he were awake, he would have been knocked out by the stench on his own body. A weird smell blending rot fermentation and chemicals enough to make anyone nauseated. But he was not awake, so he could only continue sleeping, letting his body expel the filth. At the same time, the marrow washing pill was also reshaping his bones and meridians. His once ordinary bones became denser and tougher. His once ordinary meridians became wider and smoother. His body structure was being optimized, his natural talent was rising, and his comprehension was sharpening. More importantly, his appearance and figure were being adjusted to golden ratio proportions. His facial contours finely tuned, his features more exquisite and sculpted, his build subtly reshaped with broad shoulders and a narrow waist perfectly proportioned. Unfortunately, these optimizations were the male kind, and what happened next would make them all useless, or rather transform them all into another form of optimization. Then came the youth-preserving pill. Its medicinal power seeped into every cell of Ouyang Ling's body, branding a never-aging mark onto the nucleus of every cell. From this moment on, his physical state would be permanently fixed at the youngest, most optimal moment, 18 years old. No matter how many years passed, no matter what injury or illness he suffered, he would recover to this state. Eternal youth without aging or death, except death by accident. Next was the gender switch oral liquid. This was the true centerpiece. As soon as the liquid entered Ouyang Ling's body, it released a strange, extraordinary energy. This energy was not as gentle as the attribute pill, nor as comprehensive as the marrow washing pill. It had only one goal, to change gender. Ouyang Ling's chromosomes began to change. In the original XY chromosomes, the X chromosome began to replicate, and the Y chromosome began to degenerate. In the end, the Y chromosome vanished, completely replaced by another X chromosome. XY became XX. His endocrine system began to undergo drastic changes. Testosterone secretion plummeted while estrogen secretion surged. This change was not gradual, but instantaneous. Within 1 second, his body switched from a male endocrine mode to a female endocrine mode. Then came the changes to the reproductive system. All of this was taking place inside his body, invisible from the outside. Of course, if someone were watching, they would have seen a certain part of Ouyang Ling shrinking and disappearing, replaced by female reproductive organs forming and perfecting themselves. This process lasted only a few minutes, yet it completed development that would ordinarily take more than a decade. Next came the changes in secondary sexual characteristics. His Adam's apple vanished. His voice became higher, softer, and more enchanting. Cool and clear with a hint of allure, the archetypal, mature, elegant female voice. His skin became more delicate and fair with pores almost invisible, and it felt as smooth as silk. All his body hair fell out, including the hair on his head, his eyebrows, and his eyelashes. Then it all grew back. His hair became thicker and silkier, his eyebrows more delicate, and refined his eyelashes more curled and elongated. Then came the changes to his figure. His shoulders narrowed and his collarbones became more prominent. His chest began to develop, from flat to slightly raised, then fuller and fuller, finally settling at around a D cup before he had drunk the secondary development nutrient fluid. His waist narrowed, forming a perfect waistline. His hips became wider and perkier, shaping an enticing peach-shaped bottom. His legs became longer and straighter, and his feet shrank slightly, from size 42 to size 38. His facial features were also being finely adjusted. His originally delicate face became even more exquisite, his eyes larger and brighter with a more bewitching eye shape, his nose higher and straighter with smaller nostrils, his lips fuller and redder with a more perfect lip contour, his chin sharper and more lifted, forming a flawless V-shaped face. Overall, it was the kind of mature, elegant face praised as celestial beauty that topples cities and nations. Except it was still smeared with the filth expelled by the marrow washing pill, so its true appearance could not be seen. Finally, there was the secondary development nutrient fluid. As soon as it entered the body, it immediately began a second round of optimization targeting female characteristics. Its primary target was the chest. Ouyang Ling's bust continued to develop from a D cup, EFGH, finally settling at 100G. The underbust was about 100 centimeters and the overbust about 125 centimeters, a difference of 25 centimeters. This size could no longer be described as merely voluptuous, it was simply jaw-dropping. But at the same time, the nutrient fluid also optimized his body to ensure that this size would not place any burden on him. His spine was sturdy enough, his bust was full and firm enough, and his proportions were harmonious enough. A second optimization of the entire body inside and out was proceeding simultaneously. His skin texture improved even further, reaching the level of so tender it seems ready to break, like congealed cream. His facial proportions were further refined to the standard of golden ratio, flawless beauty. His figure was further perfected to the state of 1 inch more would be too plump, 1 inch less too thin. His temperament and charm were further elevated to the level of national beauty, heavenly fragrance toppling cities and nations. If anyone were to see Ouyang Ling now, no, she should be called her now, they would surely be stunned, as if before a heavenly being. Could such beauty exist in the mortal world? Could a mortal person have such a figure? Could a human being possess such an aura? Unfortunately, her face was still covered with a thick layer of grime, so her true appearance could not be seen. At the same time, the Encyclopedia of Femininity and Female Psychology were also taking effect. All the knowledge in the Encyclopedia of Femininity, dressing and matching outfits, makeup and grooming, menstrual care, personal appearance, walking posture, speech and conversation, social etiquette, self-protection, and so on, was written into Ouyang Ling's brain like data. Although she had not yet woken up, she now possessed all the knowledge and skills an adult woman should possess. Female psychology, meanwhile, was taking effect on a deeper level. It was not written in directly like knowledge, but was a subtle, gradual transformation. Ouyang Ling's original male psychology was being feminized bit by bit, not replaced but converted. Her way of thinking was changing, her emotional expression was changing, her values were changing, her self-perception was changing. When she woke up, she would find that her perspective on the world was already completely different, not because she had been forced, but because she had truly become a woman. The other skills were also fusing at the same time. The omniscient eye carved an invisible mark into her eyes, and from then on everything her gaze fell upon would be analyzed. God-tier luck added invisible blessings to her fate line, so fortune would always accompany her and turn disaster into safety. God-tier culinary skill left memories in her hands and taste buds, making her cooking divine and unrivaled. Total sports mastery etched instinct into her muscles and nerves, making her an all-around athlete of champion caliber. God-tier ancient martial arts poured a heritage into her bones, sinews, and blood, making her a martial arts grandmaster whose skills outshone all heroes. God-tier combat fused technique into her reflexes and moves, making her the sovereign of combat, invincible in every battle. A jasmine-scented body fragrance planted factors into her sweat glands and skin, making her body exude a faint, refreshing floral scent. God-tier comprehension accelerated her thinking and inspiration, enabling her to draw inferences from. The limitless black card, meanwhile, transformed into a physical card and appeared out of thin air beside her pillow. The card was entirely black with no bank emblem, only a string of digits and a chip. It looked understated and mysterious. But this unassuming card could withdraw unlimited currency from any country with no upper limit, no traces, and absolutely legitimate provenance. The Never Gain Weight Constitution and the God-tier Easy Conception Constitution had also left their marks on her body. All rewards had been fully integrated. Still asleep, Ouyang Ling, no, she should now be called Ouyang Wan, turned over gently and muttered something under her breath. The grime on her face rubbed onto the pillow, leaving a dark mark, but she was completely oblivious and continued sleeping soundly. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to glow pale at the horizon. A new day was about to begin, and Ouyang Wan's life was about to undergo earth-shaking changes. Morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a bright golden patch upon the floor. From beyond the window came the crisp, melodious chirping of birds, as if rejoicing at the dawn of a new day. Ouyang Wan's lashes fluttered delicately before she slowly opened her eyes. On habit, she tried to stretch, but the instant she moved, something fell off. Why was her chest so heavy? Something pressed against her chest. She lowered her gaze and froze. There were two. Well, how to describe them? Two extremely voluptuous things. Her mind went blank for a full 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, she bolted upright and stared down at her body. No, at this woman's body. What met her eyes was a pair of alarmingly sizable breasts straining the pajama top so tightly that the buttons were on the verge of popping. She reached out with trembling fingers and touched, soft, springy, real, and undeniably attached to her. She flung off the blanket and saw a slender waist, curvaceous hips, long, shapely legs, and dainty feet. None of this was her original body. Ah! The scream sliced through the peaceful morning. It was the unmistakable voice of a mature, elegant woman, cool with a hint of allure. Yet now it was steeped in sheer panic and devastation. Ouyang Wan. No, at this point she didn't know what to call herself, leapt out of bed and stumbled toward the bathroom. The moment she pushed open the bathroom door and saw the reflection in the mirror, she froze once more. A woman stared back from the mirror. An exceptionally beautiful woman. She stood about 1.75 meters with proportions so flawless they might have been measured with a ruler. Her hair, black as ink and silky as satin, cascaded over her shoulders, the ends curling ever so slightly. Her skin, pale as milk and fine as silk, gleamed with a soft luster in the morning glow. Her features were so exquisite they could not belong to a real person. Pale, arching willow leaf brows, beneath them a pair of clear eyes tinged with subtle charm, the outer corners tilted delicately upward, a straight, graceful nose with fine nostrils, a full, rosy lips shaped to perfection, a delicate pointed chin set in a classic oval face. All in all, she was the kind of breathtakingly beautiful woman that no one could look away from. She wore pajamas, but the fabric was hopelessly warped by the two heavy mounds at her chest. Only the bottom two buttons were fastened, the top two had long since burst open, revealing a deep, dramatic valley between her breasts, so deep it could clamp a pin, no, a whole box of pins. Ouyang Wan stared at the woman in the mirror, and the woman stared back. She moved her lips, and the woman moved hers. She raised a hand, and the woman raised hers. A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. This beauty is me. No. Impossible. I'm a man. I'm Ouyang Ling. I'm a man. How did I turn into a woman? This is a dream. It must be a dream. She pinched her cheek hard. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Not a dream. She pinched her arm again. It still hurt. Not a dream either. She took a deep breath, then slapped herself hard across the face. A sharp crack rang out, and a red mark immediately bloomed on her cheek. It hurt. It hurt terribly, so much that tears stung her eyes. Not a dream. Not a dream. Ah! Another scream tore from her throat. Just then she heard quick footsteps outside, followed by her mother's voice. Xiaoling, what's wrong? What happened? Before Ouyang Wan could react, the bathroom door was pushed open. Her mother Xiao Weining stood in the doorway. She took one look at the woman inside and froze. Ouyang Wan froze too. For 3 seconds the two of them stared at each other. Then her mother said, "Sorry, wrong room," and turned to leave. "Mom," Ouyang Wan called out, stopping her. "It's me." Her mother halted, turned around slowly, and her expression shifted from wrong room to "You've got to be kidding me. You? What did you just call me?" "Mom, it's me, Ouyang Ling." Ouyang Wan's voice trembled with tears. "I don't understand it either. When I went to sleep I was fine, and when I woke up I looked like this." Her mother studied her for a full 10 seconds, then slowly stepped closer, scrutinizing her carefully. Up and down and up, until finally her gaze settled on her face, on those eyes in particular. "These eyes," her mother murmured. "They do look a little like our Xiaoling's." "Mom, it really is me," Ouyang Wan said urgently. "Do you remember when I was a child and ran a fever? You carried me to the hospital in the middle of the night. On the way you stumbled and scraped your knee, but you never let go of me. I never told anyone about that. Only you would know." Her mother's eyes went wide. "And when I was 7 I secretly used your lipstick to draw. When you caught me you made me copy out 'I will never touch Mom's things again' 100 times. By the time I finished copying them my hand was almost crippled, and you secretly massaged it for me." Her mother's expression began to soften. "And when I was 12 you asked if I had a crush on any girl. I said no. You told me, 'Son, if you ever like a girl you have to tell Mom, and Mom will help you figure it out.' Later on I actually did like a girl, but I never told you because I felt too embarrassed." Her mother's eyes began to redden. "Mom, it really is me. I don't know why this happened, but I am your son." Her mother was silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. Xiaoling, my Xiaoling. Her mother hugged her voice thick with sobs. You scared me to death. I thought you were gone. I thought this was a stranger. Held in her mother's arms, Ouyang Wan felt tears welling up. No matter what she had become, her mother was still her mother, the one who would love her without condition. At that moment, another voice came from the doorway. What's the matter? What happened? I heard screaming. It was her father. Ouyang Shin stood in the doorway looking at the two women in the bathroom. One his wife, the other a beautiful stranger, and froze. This is a... Her mother pulled away from Ouyang Wan, wiped her tears, and turned to her father. Honey, this is our son. Her father's expression shifted from puzzled to, are you kidding me? Then from, are you kidding me? To have you not woken up yet? Dear, have you not woken up? Our son is male. This is clearly a woman, and quite the... His gaze slid to Ouyang Wan's chest, then darted away, immediately a trace of awkwardness flashing across his face. Dad, it's me, Ouyang Ling. Ouyang Wan said helplessly. I know it's hard to believe, but it truly is me. Do you remember teaching me how to draw a floor plan? When I was 4 during a kindergarten art class, I drew the floor plan of our house. The teacher asked me how I learned it, and I said my dad taught me. Her father's eyes went wide. And when I was 8, you took me fishing. I fell into the river, and you jumped in to save me, only to find the water came up to my waist. You misjudged the depth thinking it was deep, but it was only waist high. Her father's expression began to soften. And when I was 15, you secretly slipped me some money telling me, don't tell your mother. But the very next day you confessed to Mom on your own. Honey, I gave our son money yesterday. I was wrong. Her father's aged face flushed. Dad, it really is me. Her father was silent for a few seconds. Then he walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Afterward his hand lingered in midair, uncertain where to go before he awkwardly drew it back. Xiaoling. What exactly is going on? Ouyang Wan shook her head. I don't know either. I was perfectly fine when I fell asleep last night. When I woke up, I had become like this. The three of them sank into silence. In the end, it was her mother who broke it. Let's put aside what happened for now. First, we're going to the hospital to have a checkup. See if there's anything wrong with your body. Her father nodded. Right? Hospital first. I'll call ahead and find a trustworthy doctor. Ouyang Wan nodded as well. Okay. She glanced down at her body, then remembered something. Mom, can I take a shower first? I feel all sticky, and there's an odd smell. It was only then that her mother noticed the dark, grimy layer coating her face and body along with a faint, unpleasant odor. Those were the impurities and toxins expelled by the marrow washing pill. After a night of oxidation, the smell had indeed become rather pungent. Right. Take a shower, and I'll find you some clothes. Her mother suddenly realized the problem. In your current state, your old clothes won't fit at all. I'll grab some of mine for you to wear for now. She hurried out of the bathroom to fetch clothes. Her father tactfully withdrew as well. I'll call the hospital. Alone in the bathroom, Ouyang Wan closed the door, looked at herself in the mirror, and sank into thought once more. What exactly had happened? Why had she suddenly turned into a woman? And into such a stunningly beautiful woman? Was there any science in this? None whatsoever. Yet the reality before her was undeniable. She had indeed become a woman, one so beautiful it defied all reason. She turned on the shower head, and hot water gushed down in streams. She stripped off the pajamas and stood beneath the torrent, letting the hot water wash over her body. When her hand brushed over the 2 full mounds, she felt a strange foreign sensation, soft, silky, real. This was her body. These were her breasts. She looked down at herself, overcome by a storm of emotions. Slender waist, curvaceous hips, long legs, and those small, delicate feet. This body was so perfect it felt unreal. But it was precisely this perfection that made it all the more devastating. Because she knew this was not her original body. This was not the body she wanted. What she wanted was the old one. Ordinary, unremarkable, but a male body that belonged to her. When she finished showering, she dried off with a bath towel, wrapped it around herself, and stepped out of the bathroom. Her mother had laid several pieces of clothing on the bed, a dress, a set of underwear, and a pair of sandals. Mom, how do I put this on? Ouyang Wan looked at the underwear, utterly at a loss. She had never worn such a thing in her life and had no idea how to go about it. Her mother came over, picked up the bra, and began to demonstrate. Here, let Mom teach you. First, thread your arms through the straps. Then lean forward, settle your chest into the cups, and fasten the hooks in the back. Ouyang Wan fumbled her way through the bra under her mother's patient guidance. When the 2 heavy mounds were finally lifted and supported, she felt her chest grow even heavier, but also somehow more, how to put it, more sculpted. Then came the dress. It was one of her mother's, a little snug for her mother perhaps, but on Ouyang Wan it fit like it was made for her. A pale blue dress, knee-length, and cinched at the waist. Once she wore it, it traced every curve of her figure flawlessly. The slender waist, the rounded hips, the deep valley at her chest. Ouyang Wan stood in front of the full-length mirror, gazing at her reflection at a loss for words. The woman in the mirror wore a soft blue dress, hair cascading over her shoulders with a figure that could scorch and features fine as a painting. A beauty seemingly stepped straight out of a masterpiece. Had she been a man, she would surely have looked twice at such a stunning woman. But now that stunning woman was herself. Her mother stood nearby, gazing at the daughter in the mirror. Know the daughter who was once a son, and blurted out, "Xiao Ling, now that you've changed like this, you're actually pretty good looking." Ouyang Wan turned her head to stare at her mother. "Mom, are you complimenting me right now?" Her mother nodded. "Really, you are? Even prettier than your mother was in her youth." Ouyang Wan was speechless. What was happening here? Her son had turned into a daughter, and instead of being devastated, her mother was marveling at her looks. Just then her father called from outside, "The car is ready. We can leave now." Ouyang Wan took a deep breath and followed her mother out of the room. When her father caught sight of her, he was visibly startled for a beat, then hastily averted his eyes, and said with studied composure, "Let's go. To the hospital." Going downstairs, Ouyang Wan encountered a problem. She didn't know how to walk in heels. Her mother had given her sandals with a slight heel, and once she put them on, she swayed with every step like a duckling learning to walk. Her mother couldn't help but laugh at her gait. "That won't do. You'll have to practice walking later." Ouyang Wan looked ready to cry. "Mom, look at what I've become, and you're still laughing." Her mother quickly smoothed her expression. Fine, fine. No laughing. Come on, Mom will help you." The car rolled up to the finest hospital in Sioux City. Father had already made the arrangements in advance, so they headed straight to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Wait, obstetrics and gynecology. Ouyang Wan stood at the entrance of the department, her entire being in turmoil. "Dad, why the OBGYN department?" Father gave an awkward cough. "Well, your mother says that given your current condition, seeing an OBGYN would be more appropriate." Mother nodded from the side. "That's right. OBGYN doctors are more familiar with the female body. They can give you a comprehensive examination." Ouyang Wan. She drew a deep breath and stepped into the department. The doctor who received them was a woman in her 40s, surnamed Wang, and she seemed very approachable. Father briefly explained the situation to her. Naturally, he did not say that his son had become his daughter, only that there were some special circumstances with the body requiring a full examination. Dr. Wang nodded and had Ouyang Wan enter the examination room. For Ouyang Wan, the examination process was pure torment. As someone carrying 18 years of male memories, having a doctor examine her female anatomy was a humiliation beyond description. Yet Dr. Wang was thoroughly professional, speaking to her in a gentle tone throughout to help her relax. A full array of tests was performed: ultrasound, blood work, hormone levels, chromosomes, and the like. When the results came out, Dr. Wang's expression turned somewhat strange. "Ms. Xiao, Mr. Ouyang, your daughter's examination results are very healthy. Extremely healthy," Dr. Wang said. "Every indicator is perfect. I can honestly say this is the healthiest female body I have ever seen." But what?" Father asked. Dr. Wang looked at the examination report, her brow furrowing slightly. "But her chromosomes are XX, her reproductive organs are perfectly normal, and her hormone levels are within the normal range. This is entirely the body of a healthy woman. From a medical standpoint, there is no problem whatsoever." Mother asked, "Then is there any possibility that she became this way later in life?" Dr. Wang shook her head. "That's impossible. Acquired factors might influence hormone levels, might influence secondary sexual characteristics, but they cannot change chromosomes, and they cannot turn a male completely into a female. This does not conform to medical principles." The three of them fell silent. Finally, Dr. Wang said, "I know this may be very hard to accept, but based on the examination results, your daughter is simply a perfectly healthy female. As for why this is so, I cannot explain. Perhaps you could look for reasons in other directions." Stepping out of the hospital, Ouyang Wan's emotions were even more complicated than before. If medicine could not explain it, that could only mean one thing. This did not happen naturally. She recalled faintly hearing a sound while she slept last night, but she had been sleeping too soundly to catch what it was. Could it be that something was behind all this? Back home, the family sat together in the living room, sinking into silence. In the end, it was Ouyang Wan who broke the silence. "Mom, Dad, I remember now. Last night when I was sleeping, I seemed to hear a voice saying something about finding the system and Newbie Gift Pack. I thought it was just a dream at the time, so I didn't take it seriously. But now that I think about it, it might not have been a dream." Father frowned. "System? What system?" Ouyang Wan searched her memory. It seemed to be something like the divine grade, most beautiful, mature school bell cultivation system. The name was extremely long. Mother and father exchanged a look, their expressions complicated. "So what you mean is some system turned you into this?" Mother asked. Ouyang Wan nodded. "It must be it. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why this happened." Father asked, "Then what do we do now? Can it be removed?" Ouyang Wan shook her head. "I don't know either. If it could be removed, I would certainly want to remove it. But She suddenly thought of the system's notification about automatically using all rewards. Since it had already been used, could it still be removed? She didn't know. Just then a voice suddenly rang out in her mind. Ding. Detected that the host has awakened. The system is now bound to the host's soul and cannot be removed. Please accept reality, host, and enjoy your new life. Ouyang Wan was stunned. You? Who are you? Ding. I am the divine grade, most beautiful mature school bell cultivation system, your exclusive system. Congratulations, host, on completing the gender transformation. You are now a perfect mature beauty. Ouyang Wan's face instantly turned black. You turned me into this, and you're still congratulating me. Ding. Host, don't be angry, the system is doing this for your own good. Look at how beautiful and perfect you are now. So many women would envy you, yet they couldn't attain it even if they wished. I don't care. I want to change back. Ding. I'm sorry, but the gender transformation cannot be reversed. Moreover, all of the host's credentials, ID card, household registration booklet, admission notice, and so on, have already been automatically updated to the current information. The host is now named Ouyang Wan, female, 18 years old, a freshman in the law program at Shugong University. Please accept reality and thoroughly enjoy your new life. Ouyang Wan, who now had to be called Ouyang Wan, was completely dumbfounded. She remembered the ID card, household registration booklet, and admission notice in her drawer and rushed upstairs to check them. She pulled open the drawer and took out the ID card. The photo on it was unmistakably her current appearance. The name read Ouyang Wan, and the gender read female. Then she looked at the household registration. On her page, the name had also become Ouyang Wan, and the gender was also female. Then the admission notice, where it had originally read Student Ouyang Ling, it now read Student Ouyang Wan. All her documents had been rewritten, silently, without the slightest trace, as if it had always been this way. Ouyang Wan collapsed onto the floor, wanting to cry, but unable to shed tears. Mother and father followed her upstairs, and seeing her expression knew what had happened. Mother took the documents from her hand, looked them over, then sighed. Xiaoling. No, Xiao Wan, since things have come to this, just accept it. Ouyang Wan raised her head and looked at Mother. Mom, aren't you sad? Mother sat down and put her arm around Ouyang Wan's shoulders. Sad? Of course I am. But does being sad help? What's done is done, and we can only face it. Besides, Mother looked at her. To be honest, you've become quite pretty like this. From now on, we mother and daughter can go shopping together, buy clothes together, do our makeup together. The more I think about it, the nicer it sounds. Ouyang Wan. Mom, your change of heart is way too fast. Father, standing by, also spoke up. Xiao Wan, whether you're male or female, you will always be our child. That will never change. Ouyang Wan looked at her parents, a warm surge rising in her chest. Yes, no matter what she had become, her parents still loved her. But the real problem was that she herself couldn't get over this hurdle. She had been a man for 18 years, then suddenly became a woman. The psychological gulf was just too enormous. What broke her down even more was that Mother had already started planning for the future. By the way, since you're a girl now, you can't wear any of those boys' clothes anymore. Mother stood up. Come, let's pack up all your things. Throw out what should be thrown out and replace what should be replaced. Before Ouyang Wan could protest, Mother dragged her into her room. The scene that followed was too painful to witness. Mother opened the wardrobe and took out all her clothes, t-shirts, jeans, hoodies, jackets, underwear, socks, and threw them all into a huge trash bag. This one you wore in middle school should have been thrown out long ago. This one from high school washed until it's faded. Toss it. This one. How, why is there a hole in this underwear? Toss, toss, toss. Ouyang Wan watched from the side, her heart aching so intensely that she could barely breathe. Those clothes had been with her for many years, and now every single one was being thrown away. Mom, can I keep just one or two pieces as a memento? Mother turned her head to look at her. A memento? A memento of what? That you used to be a boy. No, throw them all away and buy new ones. You're a girl now. You have to wear girls' clothes. Then Mother began going through her other things. The models, figurines, and manga on the desk, the miscellaneous clutter hidden in the nightstand, and even those unmentionable magazines she had hidden beneath the bed. Mom, you can't throw that out. When she saw Mother fish out that magazine, Ouyang Wan's face instantly turned red. Mother glanced at the cover, her expression subtle. This one. Indeed, it can't be thrown out. It needs to be burned. She then casually chucked the magazine into the trash bag. Ouyang Wan. In the end, half of the room was cleared. Everything related to being male was packed up and thrown into the trash can downstairs. Ouyang Wan stood in the middle of the empty room, feeling as though her past had been emptied out too. But this was only the beginning. Next, Mother took out a piece of paper densely covered with handwriting. Ouyang Wan leaned in to take a look and nearly fainted on the spot. It was a feminization special training plan that Mother had drawn up. Its contents included 1. Walking posture training, girls can't stride as boldly as boys. 2. Sitting posture training, no crossing your legs, no sitting with your legs spread. 3. Speech pattern training, tone, intonation, and choice of words all need to be changed. 4. Makeup skill training must apply makeup every day until skilled. 5. Outfit coordination training, learn how to match clothes and know what to wear on each occasion. 6. Menstrual knowledge learning, including menstrual care product usage, etc. 7. Feminine etiquette learning, feminine ways of dealing with others. 8. Self-protection training, girls must learn to protect themselves. 9. Women's restroom training, even this needs training. 10. Underwear wearing training, learning to correctly put on all kinds of underwear. There were more than a dozen other items, and Ouyang Wan could no longer continue reading. Mom, there's this much. Mother nodded. Not much, not much. A summer vacation should be enough to complete it all. One summer vacation. The summer vacation she had originally planned to spend on relaxation was now going to turn into a feminization boot camp. Ouyang Wan felt as though the sky had collapsed. What was even more devastating was what Mother said next. Oh right. From now on you must wear a skirt every day. No more pants. You need to get used to the feel of wearing skirts. Ouyang Wan looked down at the skirt she was currently wearing. It was her mother's, which was relatively conservative. But from the look on Mother's face, she would probably be made to wear even more feminine skirts in the future. Mom, can we at least discuss this? No. Mother was firm. You're a girl now, so you have to get used to how girls dress. Skirts are the most basic. Ouyang Wan wanted to cry, but no tears came. Father couldn't bear to watch any longer, and said quietly, Honey, isn't this a bit too strict? Mother glared at him. Strict? You call this strict? I'm helping her. If she doesn't learn all this, how is she supposed to go out in the future? How is she going to go to school? How is she going to interact with people? Father didn't dare say another word. Ouyang Wan looked at Father, sending a pleading look for help. Father responded with a look that said, I can't do anything about it either. It's over. Completely over. The first item on the training agenda was shopping, or more precisely purchasing all the necessities a woman would need. Her mother drove her to the largest mall in the city. Before getting out of the car, her mother handed her a face mask and a pair of sunglasses. Put them on. Ouyang Wan asked in confusion why. Her mother glanced at her. Look in the mirror and you'll understand. Ouyang Wan took out a small mirror from her bag. Her mother had just stuffed it in there, saying any girl should always carry a mirror, and glanced at herself. Even behind the mask and sunglasses, she was unmistakably beautiful, with a figure that turned heads. Right now, without some covering, people will stare wherever you go, her mother said. Get used to it first. You won't need them forever. Ouyang Wan put on the mask and sunglasses and followed her mother into the mall. The mall was bustling with people, but she did notice quite a few eyes lingering on her. Despite the mask and sunglasses, her figure was too striking. 175 centimeters tall, with curves that begged attention, especially the prominent swell of her chest. It was impossible to ignore. She tugged self-consciously at her clothes, trying to cover herself a little more. But there was only so much fabric could do. Her mother led her straight to the women's section. The moment they walked into the first store, the sales assistant greeted them warmly. Welcome. What kind of clothing are you looking for today? Her mother replied, Clothes for my daughter. Every piece from head to toe. The sales assistant's eyes lit up as she took in Ouyang Wan. Oh, your daughter has such a wonderful figure. We just got in a lot of new arrivals. There's sure to be something perfect for her. And so began the nightmare of trying on clothes. Her mother picked out a mountain of items. Sundresses, skirts, blouses, t-shirts, pants. Wait, weren't they supposed to focus on skirts? Why were there pants too? Skirts will be the main focus, her mother explained, but we need a few pairs of pants as well. Sometimes they're more practical. All right then. Ouyang Wan carried a pile of clothes into the fitting room. She took off her jacket and tried on the first dress, a form-fitting sundress with a white base and scattered floral patterns. She stepped in front of the mirror and froze. The woman reflected back wore a white floral dress that traced a flawless silhouette, a narrow waist, rounded hips, and the tempting valley between her breasts. Her long hair fell over her shoulders. Even hidden behind the mask and sunglasses, she radiated an undeniable goddess-like beauty. She felt a little dazed. Is that really me? She opened the fitting room door and stepped out for her mother to see. Both her mother and the sales assistant exclaimed in unison. Her mother nodded approvingly. Looks good. We'll take it. The sales assistant couldn't stop praising it. It's absolutely perfect. This dress was practically made for your daughter. Then came the second dress, the third, the fourth. Each one looked stunning, each one drawing the same breathless endorsement from the assistant. Ouyang Wan began to wonder if everything simply looked good on her now. After finishing with dresses, it was time for blouses. During the blouse try-on, her mother paid close attention to how the underwear looked underneath. This blouse has a somewhat low neckline, her mother said. Be careful when you wear it. With a V-neck like this, you need to choose the right kind of innerwear. Nothing should show. Ouyang Wan glanced down at her cleavage, then back at the V-neck blouse, and suddenly understood exactly why her mother had emphasized the importance of proper underwear. After blouses came pants. While trying them on, she noticed a problem. Her hip measurements were larger than average, and some pairs of pants pulled too tightly across her backside, making her look far too sultry. Her mother shook her head. Not this pair. Too tight. Try another. The sales assistant quickly fetched a different style. These are a looser cut. They should work better. After several attempts, she finally found a few that fit properly. Finally, they reached the lingerie section. This was the real nightmare. Ouyang Wan stared at the wall of bras completely lost. Every style, every color, every size. She had no idea where to begin. Her mother, however, remained calm, and simply asked the sales assistant, "Please measure my daughter." The assistant produced a measuring tape and guided Ouyang Wan into the fitting room to take her bust measurement. After finishing, her expression grew subtly odd. "Miss, your measurements are under bust 100, over bust 125, a difference of 25. That's a G cup." Ouyang Wan. The assistant continued, "That's quite an unusual size. We may not have the right fit in stock, though we do have a few larger sizes you can try." The assistant brought over several bras in bigger sizes. Ouyang Wan stared at those bras. Some were larger than her hand, and her mood grew deeply complicated. Trying on the bras was even more awkward. She didn't know how to put one on, so the assistant stepped in to help. As someone carrying 18 years of male memories, being assisted by a stranger into a bra made her want to disappear entirely. The assistant, however, was thoroughly professional, explaining as she worked. When putting on a bra, lean forward slightly, so all the breast tissue goes inside, then adjust the straps to let everything sit naturally. Ouyang Wan's face burned the entire time, wishing the floor would swallow her whole. After trying several, she finally found some that fit. Her mother waved her hand dismissively. 5 of this style in different colors. Then came the panties section. Ouyang Wan stared at those tiny garments, briefs, boy shorts, thongs, and was once again rendered speechless. Her mother selected a few styles. These for everyday, these for sports, and these, well, you might need them later. Ouyang Wan saw the thong, and her face flushed instantly. "Mom, I don't need that." Her mother remained unfazed. "Just keep it on hand. You may need it someday." Ouyang Wan. After finishing with underwear, they moved on to shoes. Her old shoes were size 42, but now she was a size 38. Nothing she owned would fit anymore. Her mother picked out several pairs of sandals, sneakers, casual shoes, and a few pairs of high heels. "High heels take practice," her mother said. "Start with low heels, then work your way up once you're comfortable." Ouyang Wan eyed the stilettos and wondered if she'd ever truly get used to wearing them. Next was the bag section. Her mother chose a shoulder bag, a backpack, a tote, and a small crossbody. The backpack for school, the shoulder bag for casual outings, the tote for formal occasions, and the crossbody when you're out and about. Bag coordination matters a lot. Choose based on your outfit and the occasion. Ouyang Wan could only nod blankly. Then came the cosmetics section. Now this was a true shopping spree. Her mother swept her into a beauty store and immediately went into full-on plunder mode. Foundation. Pick the shade that matches your fair skin. Buy lipsticks in several colors. Everyday, formal, date nights. An eyeshadow palette. Go with this earthy toned one. It goes with everything. Blush. This pink shade will give you a healthy glow. Mascara. Waterproof so it won't smudge. Eyebrow pencil. Match it to your hair color. A good brush set. It'll last you years. Ouyang Wan watched the shopping cart multiply and finally blurted out, "Mom, how much is all this going to cost?" Her mother waved a hand. "Money isn't an issue. Your father has his salary, I have my income. We're not short on cash." Ouyang Wan recalled her own limitless black card, but figured now wasn't the time to bring it up. Finally, they reached the personal care aisle. Her mother pushed the cart straight to the shelf and started tossing items inside. Sanitary pads, tampons, liners, warming patches, pain relievers. Ouyang Wan stood beside her, utterly undone. "Mom, do I need this stuff right now?" Her mother turned around. "You're a girl now, of course you'll need them. You may not have started your period yet, but it'll happen sooner or later. Better to be prepared." Ouyang Wan. She suddenly remembered the system's gift, the divine fertile physique. It had activated automatically upon her transformation into a woman. That meant not only would she get her period, but should anything intimate happen, pregnancy was guaranteed. The thought made her feel utterly devastated. Shopping dragged on for a full 4 hours. In the end, her mother pushed 2 completely full carts to the register. After scanning every item, the cashier called out the total, 3,865 yuan. Ouyang Wan sucked in a sharp breath. 38,000, just for this. Her mother calmly withdrew her card and swiped without so much as blinking. After checking out, the 2 of them pushed more than a dozen shopping bags out of the mall. Staring at the piles of bags, Ouyang Wan suddenly grasped a troubling fact. All of this would belong to her from now on. She was truly about to begin living as a woman. On the way home, Ouyang Wan remained silent. Her mind was still struggling to process everything that had happened that day. The shopping, the fittings, the underwear, the cosmetics, the sanitary products. Every single task reminded her that she was no longer the original Ouyang Ling. When they arrived home, her father saw them carrying armfuls of bags and hurried over to help. You bought all this? He had the stacks equally surprised. Her mother nodded. This is just the beginning. There's still a lot left to buy. Ouyang Wan, are you kidding me? After hauling everything upstairs, her mother began organizing. She hung each garment carefully in the closet, arranged the cosmetics on the dressing table, folded the underwear into drawers, and placed the feminine products in the bathroom cabinet. By the time she finished the room, no Ouyang Wan's room now, had been completely transformed. The once empty space now held a vanity table laden with cosmetics, a closet overflowing with women's clothing, drawers stuffed with lingerie, and a pink storage box on the bedside table filled with small accessories. Ouyang Wan gazed at her new room, her heart a tangle of emotions. Her mother walked over and patted her shoulder. Xiao Wan, starting tomorrow, our formal training begins. Ouyang Wan wanted to cry. Mom, can I have a couple of days to adjust? Her mother considered it. All right, rest today, and we start tomorrow. Ouyang Wan, calling that a couple of days. That evening she lay in her unfamiliar bed, the sheets and pillowcases all swapped for pink, and stared at the ceiling. She reached up and touched her face, smooth and delicate. Her waist, slim and soft. Her chest, full and yielding. None of this was an illusion. It was all real. She suddenly remembered what the system had told her: accept reality and enjoy your new life. How could she possibly accept this? She had spent 18 years as a man. But if she refused to accept it, what choice did she have? There was no going back. Every document had been changed. Everyone knew she was female now. What else could she do? Lost in thought, she drifted into an uneasy sleep. In her dream, she was back in her past life, in that tiny surveillance room, staring at rows of boring monitors. Then the supervisor pushed in and said, Ouyang, 1 more month of night shifts. And she had simply replied, understood. Then the scene shifted. She found herself back in this life, inside her mother's womb, listening to the muffled sounds around her. Her mother's gentle voice drifted down, baby, mommy loves you. She wanted to say I love you too, but couldn't. Then the scene changed again. She was now this, walking through campus in a skirt and high heels, every eye fixed on her. Whispers floated around her, she's so beautiful. Who is she? Must be Ouyang Ling's sister. She kept her head down and hurried past. Then she woke. Dawn had already broken outside the window. Sunlight filtered through the pink curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. She lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, and for a moment, everything felt surreal. She sat up and looked down at herself, still the same full breasts, a slender waist. She sighed and rose to wash up in the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, she beheld that beautiful woman once more, refined features, a flawless figure. She stared into her own reflection for a very long time. At last, she drew a deep breath and spoke to the mirror, Ouyang Wan. From today forward, you are Ouyang Wan. Accept reality and live well. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a weight lift from her heart. Perhaps this was truly the beginning of her new life. On the first day of special training, Ouyang Wan was yanked out of bed by her mother. Get up, get up, get up. It's already 7 o'clock and you're still sleeping. Special training starts today. Ouyang Wan groggily opened her eyes and saw her mother standing by the bed, radiating energy. She glanced out the window. Dawn had barely broken. Mom, it's only 7. Aren't I supposed to sleep in during summer vacation? Her mother pulled her upright. What summer vacation? You're in special training now. Hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, your first training session begins. Ouyang Wan reluctantly dragged herself out of bed and stumbled toward the bathroom. While brushing her teeth and washing her face, she studied herself in the mirror, sleepy-eyed, hair tangled in disarray, yet still beautiful. She sighed, thinking even a beauty looks like a wreck the moment she crawls out of bed. After washing up, she went downstairs to find her mother had already prepared breakfast. Her father sat at the dining table and smiled when he saw her. You're up? Special training begins today. Give it your all. Ouyang Wan sat down and stared at the lavish breakfast before her, but she had little appetite. After breakfast, her mother led her into the living room and officially began the first training session, walking posture training. You still walk like a boy with long, forceful strides and a shaky center of gravity, her mother said. A girl should walk with lightness and elegance, weight centered through her core, steps smaller and pace moderate. Come on, walk a few steps and let me see. Ouyang Wan rose and walked several steps across the living room. She deliberately slowed down and shortened her stride, yet still felt awkward. Her mother watched and shook her head. No. What does that walk look like? Like a monkey trying to pass for a lady and miserably failing. Ouyang Wan. Mom, that's just cruel. Her mother walked over and began to guide her hands on. When you walk, imagine a thread suspending you from the crown of your head, keeping your body naturally upright. Then as you step, let your heel touch the ground first, followed by the ball of your foot, and finally your toes. Keep your stride small, roughly the length of your foot. Don't walk too fast or too slow. Keep an even rhythm. Let your arms sway naturally without excess motion. And keep your gaze level straight ahead. Don't look down or let your eyes wander. Ouyang Wan followed her mother's instructions and walked again. This time it was a little better, but still somewhat stiff. Keep walking until I'm satisfied. Her mother settled onto the sofa watching her like a drill instructor. Ouyang Wan began pacing back and forth in the living room. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. After a dozen or more laps, she finally started to find her rhythm. Her steps had gradually become smaller, her pace even, and her body naturally straight. Her mother nodded, a little improvement, but still not natural enough. When you walk, imagine yourself as a model on the runway. Graceful and confident, but without the exaggerated theatrics of a fashion show. It's about everyday elegance. Ouyang Wan continued walking. After another dozen laps, her mother finally said, "All right, that's enough for today. We'll practice again tomorrow." Ouyang Wan breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the sofa. She had never known that walking could be so exhausting. Next came the second training session, sitting posture training. Her mother had her sit down and began correcting her posture. "Don't cross your legs, it doesn't look good on a girl," her mother said, uncrossing them. "And don't sit with your legs spread apart either. That's unseemly. The proper sitting posture is to keep your legs together. A slight tilt is acceptable, but never spread them. Keep your back straight, and don't lean too heavily into the chair. Place your hands on your lap or on the armrests and keep them still." Ouyang Wan adjusted her posture according to her mother's guidance. Legs pressed together, back upright, hands on her lap. This position was bearable for a short while, but it quickly grew exhausting. "Hold this posture for 10 minutes, her mother ordered. Ouyang Wan began counting down. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. By the 5th minute her back ached, her legs fell numb, and she desperately wanted to move. But one glimpse of her mother's gaze froze her in place. When the 10 minutes finally passed, her whole body had gone nearly rigid. "All right, take a break," her mother said. Ouyang Wan immediately melted into the sofa, abandoning any pretense of proper posture. Her mother glanced at her, said nothing, and simply shook her head. After a 10-minute rest, the third session began, speech training. "The tone, pitch, and vocabulary you use are still that of a boy," her mother said. "A girl should speak more softly at a moderate pace, and not so loudly. And mind your words. Stop saying things like, damn, geez, or that's sick." Ouyang Wan felt a twinge of defiance. "I don't really curse that much anyway." Her mother said, "This isn't about cursing. It's the overall impression you give. You speak too bluntly, too harshly. A girl's words should be softer, more tender. Come say hello to me." Ouyang Wan said hello. Her mother frowned. "Too stiff, like you're greeting someone you'd rather ignore. Say it again, gently." Ouyang Wan took a deep breath and tried again, hello, this time with a soft trailing note. Her mother was still unsatisfied, too deliberate, like you're trying to be coy. Be more natural. Ouyang Wan nearly broke down. "Mom, what exactly do you want from me?" Her mother said, "Don't rush. Take it slowly. First listen to how I speak." Then her mother said, "Hello, welcome." Her voice was gentle and composed, neither overly warm nor cold. Ouyang Wan mimicked her hello, welcome. It was somewhat better this time. Her mother nodded, a bit of improvement. "Keep practicing. From now on, when you speak to me, use this tone." Ouyang Wan. Next came everyday phrase training. Her mother said a sentence and she repeated it. "Thank you. Excuse me. May I ask?" "It's all right. Sorry for the interruption." Each sentence had to be practiced multiple times until her mother was satisfied. By the time the speech training ended, it was nearly noon. Ouyang Wan's throat had grown somewhat hoarse. Her mother said, "All right, that's enough for the morning. We'll continue after lunch." Ouyang Wan felt a weight lift off her shoulders and went to the kitchen to help her mother prepare lunch. She had wanted to show off her cooking. The system had granted her god-tier culinary skills, and she hadn't had the chance to try them yet. But her mother said, "Don't touch anything for now. Wait until the training is done." So she could only assist on the sidelines. After lunch, the afternoon training commenced. The first session was makeup technique training. Her mother brought out all the cosmetics she had bought that morning and laid them across the vanity. Ouyang Wan stared at the endless bottles and jars, her head spinning. "Makeup is an essential skill for a girl," her mother said. "In the future, whether you go to school, work, or attend events, you'll need to apply makeup. So you must learn it." Then her mother began to explain. "First is skincare. Before makeup, you need a proper base, cleansing toner, lotion, and sunscreen. Then comes the base makeup, primer, foundation, concealer, and setting powder. Next are the brows and eyes, eyebrow pencil, eyeshadow, eyeliner, and mascara. Then blush and contouring, and finally lipstick." Ouyang Wan listened to all these steps, feeling as if she were hearing a foreign language. Her mother said, "I'll do one half of your face first. Watch me, then you do the other half yourself." Ouyang Wan nodded. Her mother began working on her face. Cleansing, toner, lotion, sunscreen, primer, foundation, concealer, setting powder. She explained each step in meticulous detail. Ouyang Wan looked at herself in the mirror. One side of her face had become refined and flawless, while the other remained bare. After finishing that half, her mother handed her the tools. "Your turn." Ouyang Wan took a deep breath, picked up the liquid foundation, and began applying it to her face. Her hands trembled slightly, and the foundation spread unevenly. Her mother corrected her from the side. Put on in small amounts, then pat it out with a beauty sponge. Don't smear it. She tried the new method, and this time it went a little better. Then came concealer, setting powder, brows, eyeshadow, eyeliner, mascara. Every step was a clumsy struggle, and every step demanded her mother's guidance. Once she had finished the other half, she checked the mirror. The result was a catastrophe. The left side done by her mother was refined and flawless. The right side done by her had uneven foundation, eyeshadow applied far too heavily, crooked eyeliner, and eyebrows at uneven heights. Her mother looked at it and couldn't help but laugh. This is really something. Ouyang Wan said gloomily, Mom, it's my first time. Her mother nodded. I know, which is exactly why you need practice. Wipe it off and start over. Ouyang Wan. She removed the makeup and began again. The second attempt was better, but still not good enough. The third, the fourth. She kept practicing until 5 in the evening, when she could finally produce a decent-looking result. Her mother said, All right, that's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Ouyang Wan collapsed onto the bed, too exhausted to even speak. But the day was not over. After dinner, her mother said, Tonight we'll study some theoretical knowledge. Then she brought out a book, The Complete Guide to the Female Physiology Period. Ouyang Wan stared at the book, utterly dismayed. Her mother opened it and began lecturing. The female menstrual cycle, commonly called the period, is the manifestation of periodic changes in the female reproductive system. A typical cycle lasts about 28 days, with bleeding lasting 3 to 7 days. Before the period, some symptoms may appear, such as breast tenderness, mood swings, and fatigue. During the period, you must keep warm, avoid cold foods, and never bathe in cold water. Ouyang Wan listened to all of this, feeling both unfamiliar and deeply embarrassed. She had never imagined she would one day study such a subject. After finishing the theory, her mother took out various sanitary products and began teaching her how to use them. This is a sanitary pad used for daily wear, available in different lengths and thicknesses. Her mother took one out and unwrapped it to show her. This is a panty liner for when the flow is light. This is a tampon. Some people prefer it, but you must be careful with the insertion method, or it can be uncomfortable. Ouyang Wan looked at those items and thought, do I really have to use all of this? Her mother seemed to read her mind. You haven't had your period yet, but it will come eventually. If you learn now, you won't be caught off guard when it does. Ouyang Wan nodded and continued listening. By the time the physiology lesson ended, it was past 9 in the evening. She retreated to her room and lay down on her bed, feeling utterly drained. In one single day, she had learned how to walk, how to sit, how to speak, how to apply makeup, and even studied physiology. It was too much information. Her brain felt like it was about to explode. She remembered the feminine encyclopedia granted by the system, which supposedly contained everything a woman needed to know. But she hadn't had a chance to look through it carefully. Maybe she could flip through it tomorrow, so her mother wouldn't have to teach her lesson by lesson. As these thoughts drifted through her mind, she slowly fell into a hazy sleep. In the days that followed, Ouyang Wan's life was completely filled with intense training. Every morning at 7, her mother woke her up. After washing up and eating breakfast, she would start the day's training. Mornings were for body shaping training, walking, sitting, standing, gestures, and expression management. Her mother demanded that no matter what she did, she maintain a ladylike appearance. She had to walk elegantly, sit properly, stand straight, gesture softly, and wear an appropriate expression. At first, she was very unaccustomed and kept forgetting. The moment she relaxed, she would slip back into her old ways. Then her mother would remind her from the side, Xiao Wan, mind your posture. Xiao Wan, keep your hands in place. Xiao Wan, don't sit with your legs apart. After several days of intensive training, she was finally able to maintain the right posture most of the time. She still forgot now and then, but at least she no longer needed her mother's constant reminders. The afternoons were spent on makeup training. Every afternoon she would spend 2 or 3 hours practicing makeup. Starting with the most basic base makeup, she moved on to eyebrows and eyes, blush and lipstick, and then to makeup for different occasions. Everyday makeup, date makeup, formal event makeup, evening banquet makeup, and so on. After a week of practice, her makeup skills had improved significantly. Although she still could not match her mother's level, she could at least create a look that was presentable enough to go out in. Evenings were for studying theoretical knowledge. Besides physiology, her mother also taught her many other things: feminine etiquette, social skills, self-protection, health knowledge, and so on. After every lesson, her mother would ask questions, and if she could not answer, the lesson was taught again. Ouyang Wan sometimes thought if she had studied this hard before the college entrance exam, she would probably have ranked first in the province. Even weekends offered no rest. Saturday was shopping day. Her mother took her to the mall for practical drills, letting her choose her own clothes, match her makeup, and practice social etiquette. Sunday was review day, when she would go over everything learned during the week and fill in any gaps. 2 weeks later, Ouyang Wan had basically mastered all the essential skills. She walked like a girl now, sat up properly, spoke gently, wore makeup that looked decent, and understood all kinds of knowledge and precautions about women. Her mother was very satisfied with her progress. Good. You've learned faster than I expected. It seems that Encyclopedia of Femininity from your system is actually a bit useful. Ouyang Wan only then remembered that she really did possess the skill called Encyclopedia of Femininity. She had been too busy over the past 2 weeks to study it carefully. Before going to sleep that night, she lay in bed, closed her eyes, and began recalling the contents of the Encyclopedia of Femininity. Amazingly, the contents were like files stored in a computer ready to be retrieved at any time. All she had to do was think of it, and the relevant information would automatically surface in her mind. She browsed through the encyclopedia and found that it truly had everything, from the most basic clothing coordination and makeup techniques to complex social etiquette and workplace rules, as well as all kinds of life tips and health knowledge. Nothing was missing. With this encyclopedia, she no longer had to worry about encountering things she did not know how to do. She could look them up and learn at any moment. But at the same time, she also discovered that there were some things in the encyclopedia that she did not want to learn right now, such as how to attract the opposite sex dating techniques, husband and wife communication, and so on. Just looking at those topics made her feel awkward, so she skipped them. Besides the encyclopedia, she had other skills. For example, the omniscient eye. She had tried it once. When she looked at something, she only needed to focus her attention, and she could see all the information about it. Composition, structure, origin, uses, and so on. At first, she found it hard to adapt, and no matter what she looked at, a rush of information flooded into her mind and made her dizzy. Later, she gradually learned to control it, turning it on only when necessary and turning it off when not needed. Take divine culinary skill. Once she secretly went into the kitchen and cooked a dish, the simplest tomato scrambled eggs. The result surprised even her mother. Your cooking is impressive. It's even better than mine. She didn't dare say that the system had given it to her. She only said it might be natural talent. Take all sports mastery. One evening she went for a stroll in the residential garden and saw a few children playing badminton, so she went over and played for a while. As soon as she started, the children were stunned. Her shots were too fast, her angles too tricky, and her reactions too sharp. It was completely at the level of a professional player. After the game, the children looked at her with admiring eyes and asked whether she was a professional athlete. She could only awkwardly say, just a hobby. Then there were divine ancient martial arts and divine combat arts. She had not yet had a chance to test them, nor did she know how powerful she was now. But she could feel that there was indeed a power in her body, an instinctive reaction. If someone suddenly attacked her, she would probably be able to counterattack instinctively. And there was also divine luck. She had felt deeply what this skill did recently. She could pick up money while walking, though it was always small change. She always won in lucky draws, though the prizes were minor, and whenever she ran into trouble, there was always a turnaround, though the matters were small. Once she went to a convenience store to buy something and happened to catch its anniversary event. She drew first prize in the lucky draw, a brand new latest model phone. Holding the phone, she thought, this luck is really something. The jasmine-scented body fragrance was also gradually showing. Now, after taking a shower, a faint jasmine fragrance would naturally radiate from her body, smelling lovely even without applying perfume. Her photographic memory and divine comprehension were a huge help in learning. Whatever her mother taught, she could remember after hearing it once and master after practicing it a few times. Her efficiency was several times that of an ordinary person. But what troubled her most was still the skill female psychology. This skill was subtly transforming her mind, shifting her from a man's psychology to a woman's psychology. At first she did not feel it, but over time she noticed that her way of thinking was indeed slowly changing. In the past, when she saw a beautiful woman, she would instinctively appreciate and evaluate her. Now, when she saw a beautiful woman, she would unconsciously analyze the other's makeup, outfit, and figure, then compare herself with her. In the past, when encountering problems, she would instinctively handle them the way a man would, directly, decisively, and logically. Now she would think more, considering feelings, relationships, and atmosphere. This change was gradual, not sudden. Like a frog in slowly warming water, by the time it is noticed, a great deal has already changed. Sometimes she would think, is this still me? But then she would reconsider, if her body had already become female, wouldn't it be more consistent for her mind to become female too? That was still better than having a female body, but a male mind, and fighting with herself every single day. With that thought, she felt at ease. In the third week of the intensive training, a significant matter arose. Her ID card, household registration booklet, and all other documents had to be renewed, requiring her to report to the relevant authorities for confirmation. In theory, the system had already updated all her documents automatically. However, at the relevant department, the staff still needed to verify her identity in person. That day, her mother accompanied her to the police station. Wearing a mask, Ouyang Wan felt a flutter of unease. The system claimed all her information had been updated, but what if a staff member recognized her? Upon reaching the police station, they were received by a young officer. Her mother handed over the household registration booklet and said, "Please help my daughter process the ID card confirmation." The officer looked at the household registration booklet, then at Ouyang Wan. "Please remove your mask." Ouyang Wan took off her mask, unveiling that breathtakingly beautiful face. The officer froze for a moment, then lowered his gaze to the photograph in the household registration booklet. The image the system had automatically updated exactly matching the young woman standing before him. After verifying the records, he nodded. No problem. Please press your fingerprint. Ouyang Wan pressed her finger. The system registered her current fingerprint, also automatically updated. The officer glanced at the computer screen, then back at her. All right, everything is confirmed. Here is your ID card. Please keep it safe. Ouyang Wan accepted the ID card, reading the words on it. Ouyang Wan, female, born 2006, address. The photo was hers, and every piece of information belonged to her. Walking out of the police station, she was still in a daze. From this moment on, in the eyes of the law, she was Ouyang Wan. That person, Ouyang Ling, no longer existed. Next came the bank. Her bank card information also required updating. When the teller looked at her ID card, and then at her in person, the teller was likewise taken aback for a moment. After confirming that everything matched, the teller updated her records. Next came the university. Shugwang University also required confirmation of her admission details. Her mother drove her there. Though this was not her first visit, this time she arrived as a prospective student. The admissions officer examined her admission letter and ID card, verified their authenticity, and nodded. Student Ouyang Wan, welcome to Shugwang University. Registration is on September 1st. Please arrive punctually. Ouyang Wan nodded. All right, thank you, teacher. Stepping out of the admissions office, she stood on the campus watching students come and go, and was suddenly overwhelmed by a surreal sensation. 3 months from now, she would begin her university life here in the identity of Ouyang Wan. Back home, her mother said, well, all the paperwork is settled. Next, we continue the training. Ouyang Wan. The intensive training pressed on. The third week's focus was feminine etiquette. Her mother brought her to all kinds of social engagements, friend gatherings, family dinners, mall events, and more, so that she could learn the art of social interaction through first-hand experience. At her first gathering with her mother's friends, Ouyang Wan was a bundle of nerves. A dozen or so aunties sat in a circle chatting about every conceivable subject: husbands, children, work, and gossip. She sat off to the side at a loss for words, quietly sipping her tea. Her mother's closest friend, Aunt Zhang, noticed her and asked with a smile, "You must be Xiao Wan. Oh, she's truly gorgeous. Why have I never met her before?" Her mother replied, "She was studying in another city and has only just come home." Aunt Zhang nodded. "Where does she study?" Ouyang Wan said softly, "Shugwang University. I just got in." Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled. "Oh, in 985 University. How impressive. What's your major?" "Law." "Law is wonderful. You'll become a lawyer just like your mother." Ouyang Wan smiled, unsure of how to respond. Another aunt chimed in, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Ouyang Wan's face flushed deeply, and she hastily shook her head, "No." The aunties burst into laughter, chattering over one another to say they'd introduce her to suitable young men. Ouyang Wan was so mortified that she wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground. After the gathering ended, her mother offered her assessment. "Not bad, actually. You didn't say much, but at least you made no mistakes. Next time, speak up a bit more. You'll get used to it in no time." Ouyang Wan thought to herself, there's a next time. At the family dinner, she faced the entire extended family. Grandfather and grandmother, uncles and aunts, cousins of every branch. Over a dozen people sat around a single table. When her grandparents saw her transformation, they were utterly astounded. Grandmother held her hand and looked her up and down several times. "Heavens, how could you have changed so much? Weren't you a boy before? And now you've become a girl?" Ouyang Wan didn't know how to explain, so she simply said, "Grandma, I've always been a girl." Grandma looked at her in puzzlement, then turned to her mother. Her mother hurriedly smoothed things over. "Mom, Xiao Wan has always been fair and delicate since she was little. It must be adolescence. A girl blossoms as she grows up." Grandma nodded, half convinced, but a trace of bewilderment lingered in her eyes. Her older cousins, however, didn't give it much thought. They merely noticed that this younger sister had suddenly grown stunningly beautiful, and they crowded around her, showering her with questions. "Xiao Wan, why is your skin so flawless? What skincare products do you use? Xiao Wan, where did you buy that dress? It's so pretty. Xiao Wan, do you have a boyfriend? There's this senior at our school who's pretty handsome." Ouyang Wan fielded these questions, but deep down she was thinking, "Do you have any idea that 3 months ago, I was still your cousin brother?" After attending several such social gatherings, she gradually learned how to interact with others. What to say and what to leave unsaid, which tone to adopt in which setting, which topics to embrace and which to avoid. These practical insights, combined with the knowledge contained in the Encyclopedia of Femininity, enabled her to make rapid progress. The fourth week focused on self-protection. Her mother delivered a vivid lesson on personal safety. "You are a girl now, and an extraordinarily beautiful one at that. When you go out, you must be vigilant about your safety. Try to avoid going out alone at night," her mother said. "If you absolutely must go out, stick to the main roads and never take back alleys. Keep your distance from anyone suspicious. If you realize you're being followed, immediately head toward a crowded area or step into a nearby shop and ask for help. Her mother then demonstrated some self-defense techniques. If someone bear hugs you from behind, stomp hard on his foot or smash your elbow into his ribs. If someone attacks you from the front, drive your knee up hard into his vital area. If you're pinned to the ground, use your fingers to gouge his eyes. Ouyang Wan watched her mother demonstrate these moves and reflected, I have God-level combat skills. I probably won't need any of this. Nevertheless, to keep her mother from worrying, she studied with great earnestness. In the 5th week, the final 2 weeks of summer vacation, her mother's focus shifted to independent living. You'll be starting university soon, so you must learn to take care of yourself, her mother declared. Doing laundry, tidying your room, cooking, managing money. You need to master them all. On the subject of laundry, her mother taught her how to sort things properly. Hand wash the undergarments, machine wash the outer garments, separate light from dark, and treat special fabrics with extra care. On keeping house, her mother taught her how to organize and store her belongings, maintaining a clean and orderly room. As for cooking, Ouyang Wan finally had the chance to unveil her culinary talents. She prepared a table laden with dishes that left the whole family dumbfounded. Her father picked up a piece of braised pork, tasted it, and his eyes widened. Xiao Wan, this. Did you really cook all this? Ouyang Wan nodded. Her mother took a bite, as well, her expression complex. Your cooking is far better than mine. Xiao Wan, when exactly did you learn to cook? Ouyang Wan could only answer vaguely. I just taught myself. Her parents exchanged a glance and pressed no further. On financial management, her mother showed her how to keep accounts, budget her spending, and build her savings. Even though she possessed an unlimited black card, this knowledge was nonetheless invaluable. Time slipped by quickly, and before long the summer vacation was drawing to an end. During the last week, her mother's intensive training finally relaxed its grip, leaving Ouyang Wan with room to do as she pleased. She sorted through all the skills granted by the system, reviewing each one carefully until she was familiar with their usage. She also put the omniscient eye to the test, and found it incredibly convenient. When reading, a single sweep of her gaze absorbed every word into her mind. When observing people, she could read their physical condition and emotional changes. When surveying a scene, she noticed countless details that normally slipped past her attention. Her god-tier luck kept revealing itself in everyday life as well. Every drink she bought seemed to be a one more bottle winner, every lottery draw favored her, and every outing was blessed with something pleasant. Once while buying groceries, she happened upon a promotional event at the market and won a refrigerator in the lucky draw. Though there was no shortage of refrigerators at home, it still counted as a delightful surprise. The jasmine scent of her body also grew increasingly noticeable. She no longer needed perfume, a faint natural fragrance clung to her at all times. Once her older female cousin caught the scent and asked what perfume she wore. When Ouyang Wan insisted she wore none, her cousin refused to believe it. Of course, awkward moments came along as well, like her first period. That morning, Ouyang Wan woke with a dull ache in her belly and went to the bathroom to check. Sure enough, it had arrived. She had prepared herself mentally and she had absorbed a whole summer of knowledge, yet facing the reality still made her flustered. Remembering what she had learned, she found a sanitary pad and put it on according to the instructions. Then she lay back in bed, pressed a heat pack against her belly, drank hot water, and took painkillers. When her mother found out, she came over especially to comfort her. It's all right, sweetie. The first time is always a bit difficult, but it will get better. Ouyang Wan nodded, thinking, so this is what a period feels like. Aching belly, sore back, weakness throughout the body, and a touch of low spirits. Back when she had seen girls having their periods, she had thought nothing of it. Only now did she realize how uncomfortable it was. Over the next few days, she kept adapting to this unfamiliar situation. On heavy days, she had to change pads frequently and switch to the extra-long version at night. She couldn't eat anything cold or raw nor engage in vigorous exercise. Fortunately, she was at home. If she had been at school, it would have been far more troublesome. There was also the time she took a walk in the neighborhood and was approached by a young man. He looked just past 20 and was rather handsome. He walked over with a smile and said, "Hello, beautiful. Mind if I add you on WeChat?" Ouyang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. "Sorry, I don't add strangers." The young man wouldn't give up so easily. "It's just adding WeChat and having a chat. No need to be so tense, right?" Ouyang Wan replied, "It's really not necessary, but thank you." With that, she quickened her steps and walked away. After putting some distance between them, she glanced back. The young man was still standing in place, looking somewhat disappointed. She suddenly recalled that in the past, when she saw a beautiful girl, she too would have wanted to chat her up. Now that she was the one being approached, the feeling was entirely different. A bit nervous, a bit wary, and with a strange sense of pride. This whirlwind of emotions gave her a deeper understanding of the female psychology, skill, and its true meaning. September 1st. School began. That morning, Ouyang Wan got up early, washed up, put on makeup, and changed into her carefully prepared outfit, a light blue dress paired with white low-heeled sandals. She checked herself in the mirror, ensured her makeup was flawless, and then went downstairs for breakfast. Her father had already gone to work. Her mother had specifically taken leave to drive her to school for enrollment. After breakfast, her mother helped load the luggage into the car. There were 2 large suitcases, one for clothes, one for daily necessities, and a backpack for personal belongings. When the car stopped at the gate of Ouyang University, Ouyang Wan looked at the familiar entrance with complicated feelings. 3 months ago she had come here as Ouyang Ling to confirm her admission. Now she was here to register as Ouyang Wan. The campus bustled with people, new students and parents everywhere. The instant Ouyang Wan stepped out of the car, she attracted plenty of attention. At 1.75 meters tall with a flawless figure, delicate features, and a faint jasmine fragrance, she was hard to overlook. Her mother helped pull one of the suitcases as they headed to the registration point. A long line had formed, all new students waiting to complete their enrollment procedures. Standing in line, Ouyang Wan could feel looks constantly coming her way. A little uneasy, she remembered her mother's advice. Be confident. So she straightened her back and kept her gaze fixed straight ahead. When she finally reached the front, the staff member checked her ID card and admission letter, verified the information, then handed her a campus card, dormitory keys, and some materials. Ouyang Wan, welcome to the university. Your dormitory is room 502, building 3, in the girls' dormitory complex. Ouyang Wan accepted the keys, her heart racing with nervousness. A girls' dormitory. She had never lived in one. Her mother accompanied her there. The dorm matron at the entrance spotted them and asked with a smile, new student, right? Which building, which room? Building 3, room 502, her mother replied. The dorm matron sized up Ouyang Wan, eyes sparkling. Oh my, what a pretty girl you are. Go on in then. The 5th floor is quite a climb, so take your time. The 2 of them climbed to the 5th floor and found room 502. The door was open and several people were already inside. Hello everyone. I'm Ouyang Wan, and I'm here to live in this dorm. Standing at the doorway, she spoke with a hint of nervousness. The roommates all turned to look at her at once and simultaneously froze. The first to recover was a short-haired girl who bounded over with warm enthusiasm. Hello. I'm Lin Xiaoyu, a local. You are? Wow, you're gorgeous. A girl wearing glasses also stepped forward. I'm Zhang Shui, also local. Good heavens, how is your skin this good? What skincare products do you use? Then there was a gentler, more reserved girl who said in a soft voice, I'm Wang Shiqi from another province. Hello. Ouyang Wan smiled. Hello everyone. Please take care of me from now on. Her mother carried her luggage inside, looked around at the room. A 4-person space with beds above desks, air conditioning, and a balcony. The conditions were fairly good. Her mother made her bed, arranged her belongings, then said to her, Xiaowan, mom is heading back first. Call me if anything happens, and take good care of yourself. Ouyang Wan nodded. I understand, mom. You go ahead, safe travels. Her mother gave her a hug, then left. Only the 4 girls were left in the dorm. Lin Xiaoyu cheerfully drew her into conversation. Ouyang Wan, your name is so lovely. Where are you from? What's your major? I'm from here locally, Ouyang Wan said. I'm studying law. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. I'm in law too. Same major as me. We might even be assigned to the same class. Zhang Shui adjusted her glasses. I'm studying medicine and Wang Shiqi studies Chinese literature. Our dorm has a nice variety of majors. The 4 of them chatted for a while and gradually warmed up to each other. Lin Xiaoyu was outgoing and did most of the talking, as Zhang Shui was more rational and loved analyzing things. Wang Shiqi was gentle and introverted, but once she got acquainted she would join in too. In the evening the 4 went to the cafeteria together for dinner. As she walked across the campus, Ouyang Wan still felt many eyes on her, but she was gradually getting used to it and no longer felt so awkward. After dinner back in the dorm, Lin Xiaoyu suggested playing games. The 4 of them played for a while and slowly loosened up. Ouyang Wan also allowed herself a rare moment of relaxation, laughing several times. Before sleep that night, she lay on the bed staring at the unfamiliar ceiling and thought back to everything that had happened over the past 3 months. From the relaxed ease after finishing the college entrance exam to the collapse when the system descended to the grueling trials of the special training, and now to this moment, standing at a new starting point in life. It was all like a dream. But this was not a dream, it was real. She was now Ouyang Wan, a freshman in the law program at Ouyang University, and a girl. She had no idea what the future would bring, whom she would meet, what she would experience. But she knew one thing: she had to keep moving forward, living as Ouyang Wan. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting soft patterns of light and shadow in the room. She turned over, closed her eyes, and slowly drifted into sleep. In her dream, she saw a blurred figure. That figure seemed to be smiling at her, then gradually drew closer, and at last became the reflection in the mirror. The breathtakingly beautiful, elegantly mature woman, Ouyang Wan. She looked at herself in the mirror, and the reflection in the mirror looked back at her. Then she smiled, and the reflection smiled too. It turned out that accepting yourself wasn't really that difficult. A new life had begun. September 2nd, the day before the new semester officially began. Ouyang Wan was awakened by a faint, dull ache of fullness low in her abdomen. The sensation was unfamiliar, yet teasingly familiar. A subtle pain deep in her lower belly, as if an invisible thread were gently tugging at something within. She drowsily turned over trying to return to sleep, but the heaviness grew ever clearer until it finally roused her completely. She opened her eyes, stared at the bed slats above for 5 seconds, and then it hit her. No way. Throwing back the covers, she slipped quietly down from the bed, careful not to wake her still sleeping roommates. The dormitory was perfectly still, broken only by Lin Xiaoyu's occasional soft snores. Zhang Shui slept as peacefully as a curled-up cat, while Wang Shiqi had wrapped herself up like a zongzi, only half her face visible. Ouyang Wan tiptoed into the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the light. Sure enough, there on her underwear was a faint brown mark like a dab of diluted watercolor that had splashed there by accident. She let out a sigh and told herself silently, it's here. This time it's really here. She had already gone through her first period once during the summer, but back then she had been at home with her mother, guiding her, all manner of supplies prepared, in a comfortable environment where she could lie back whenever she liked. And now, she was in the dorm the day before the semester started with 4 roommates she had known for less than a day, sleeping outside, while she had to face this relative that comes visiting every month alone. Ouyang Wan took a deep breath and told herself, calm down. You've got this. You studied for an entire summer. You have the great encyclopedia of womanhood. You are a mature woman now. She opened her locker and took out a small pouch, the menstrual emergency kit. Her mother had specially prepared, complete with sanitary pads of every length, panty liners, hand warmers, painkillers, and brown sugar ginger tea. Everything she might need was right there. Back then she'd thought her mother was exaggerating. Now, she just wanted to throw her arms around her mother and plant a kiss on her cheek. She chose a suitable pad, tore open the wrapper, and followed the steps she'd learned over the summer. Peel the adhesive backing, align it with the center of her underwear, press it down, smooth it in place. Her movements were still a bit clumsy, but at least she didn't mess anything up. When she was done, she washed her hands and looked at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror was a little pale, but still breathtakingly beautiful. She forced a smile at her reflection. It's fine. Piece of cake. As she stepped out of the bathroom, Lin Xiaoyu happened to turn over, cracking open a sleepy eye. Seeing Ouyang Wan, she asked, Wanner, why are you up so early? Ouyang Wan whispered, just went to the bathroom. Go back to sleep. Lin Xiaoyu murmured and, closed her eyes again, and within seconds her breathing was steady once more. Ouyang Wan climbed back into bed and lay there, feeling the faint ache in her abdomen. It wasn't a sharp pain, but a steady, oppressive heaviness, as if someone had placed a small lead ball in her belly. She pulled the blanket tight, closed her eyes, and tried to fall asleep again. Half an hour later, she knew it was useless. The pain wasn't intense, but it was just enough to keep sleep at bay. She could only lie on her back, staring at the ceiling, counting the minutes until dawn. At 7, the alarm went off. The dormitory instantly came alive. Lin Xiaoyu leapt down from her bunk, first running barefoot to the window and yanking open the curtains. Get up, get up, get up. Today is the first day of school. We've got to be full of energy. Sunlight flooded in, making Ouyang Wan squint. Zhang Shui sat up slowly, pushing her glasses into place. Xiaoyu, do you always have to be this hyper? Wang Shiqi meanwhile wriggled inside her blanket like a silkworm, taking her time to emerge. When she finally poked her head out, her hair was a mess, and she stared blankly at the ceiling. Lin Xiaoyu turned and saw Ouyang Wan still lying in bed, so she hurried over and gripped the edge of her bunk. Wanner, get up. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. Ouyang Wan said faintly, I know I'm getting up. Lin Xiaoyu could tell something was off in her voice and studied her face closely. Wanner, why are you so pale? Are you feeling unwell? At that, the other two also looked over. Ouyang Wan felt a little awkward, unsure how to explain. Should she say Aunt Flo's here? That was the truth, but they'd only known each other for a day. Wouldn't that be too forward? She mumbled, it's nothing. Just a little stomachache. Lin Xiaoyu blinked, then realization dawned. Oh, is it your period? Ouyang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. Lin Xiaoyu immediately switched into seasoned veteran mode. Geez, then you'd better lie down and rest. The opening ceremony's today. Should I ask for leave for you? Or would you rather go? Zhang Shui climbed out of bed, dressing as she spoke. It's probably best not to skip on the first day. You haven't even met the counselor. It'd leave a bad impression. Wanner, can you tough it out? Wang Shiqi finally emerged fully from her blanket and said quietly, I've got some painkillers. Do you want one? Ouyang Wan was caught off guard by her 3 roommates' reactions. She had imagined it would be awkward, but they were so natural, so caring that a warmth spread through her chest instead. No need to ask for leave. I can manage. It's just a little uncomfortable, not serious, she said. Lin Xiaoyu was still worried. Do you have sanitary pads? Warm packs. Brown sugar water. I've got those. Ouyang Wan nodded. I have everything. My mom prepared a big stash for me. Only then did Lin Xiaoyu relax, patting her chest. Good. Let's quickly wash up and head to the cafeteria for breakfast. You need to eat something hot. The four of them washed up. While Ouyang Wan was brushing her teeth, Lin Xiaoyu sidled up and whispered, "Is it hurting much?" Ouyang Wan shook her head. "Not too bad. I can stand it." Lin Xiaoyu sighed. "Then you're tougher than me. My first time I was rolling around in pain. My mom nearly called an ambulance to take me to the hospital." Ouyang Wan looked at her in surprise. "That's serious?" Lin Xiaoyu nodded. "Yeah, my mom says I have a cold uterus constitution. I always have to keep warm and never eat cold things. Oh, and today you mustn't drink anything cold. Have some hot porridge for breakfast to warm your belly." Ouyang Wan nodded, feeling something strange in her heart. This feeling of being cared for and fussed over by girls her own age was something she'd never experienced. Before, as a boy, even when she was sick, no one had ever given her such meticulous, attentive reminders. Now, just a slight discomfort, and 3 people were orbiting around her. This feeling, it wasn't half bad actually. When the 4 of them finished getting ready, they went downstairs to the cafeteria together. The girls' dormitory was bustling with new students coming and going. Ouyang Wan walked among them. The heaviness in her abdomen continued, but with attention scattered elsewhere it no longer troubled her as much. The cafeteria was packed with long queues snaking at every counter. Lin Xiaoyu volunteered to fetch her food. "You sit and rest. I'll get it." Ouyang Wan started to decline, but Lin Xiaoyu was already gone. Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi went off to get their own meals, leaving her alone at the table. She watched the teeming crowd and listened to the clamor around her, and suddenly felt a little dazed. 3 months ago, she had been a boy sitting at home dreaming about college life. Now she sat in a university cafeteria as a girl being looked after by her roommates. Life's twists and turns were truly strange. Before long, Lin Xiaoyu returned with a bowl of hot porridge and 2 steamed buns. "Here, hot porridge to warm your stomach, buns to boost your energy. Eat up and you'll be back to full strength in no time." Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi also came back with their trays. The 4 sat together eating breakfast and chatting about the day's plans. "The opening ceremony is at 9 in the gymnasium," Zhang Shui said, checking the notifications on her phone. "Then each class holds its own meeting. Since we're both law majors, we should be grouped together, right?" Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly. "I hope so. Then we can go to class together." Wang Shiqi said quietly. "Only the 2 of you in our dorm are law students. The other 2 of us aren't." Lin Xiaoyu put an arm around her. "It's fine. We'll still hang out after classes." Ouyang Wan drank her hot porridge, listening to their chatter, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of her lips. After breakfast, the 4 went to the gymnasium together. The opening ceremony was grand. The president's address, a professor's speech, the freshman representative's remarks, and by the time the whole process was over, it was nearly 11. Ouyang Wan had sat through it all, her abdominal heaviness fluctuating in intensity, but never reaching an unbearable level. After the ceremony, the majors split up for their own class meetings. Lin Xiaoyu took Ouyang Wan's hand. "Come on, let's go find the law crew." The law class meeting was held in a lecture hall. The counselor was a male teacher in his 30s, surnamed Zhou, and he seemed very amiable. He introduced himself first, then had each new student go to the podium in turn to introduce themselves. When Ouyang Wan's turn came, she stepped up to the podium and looked out at dozens of eyes fixed on her. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Hello everyone, my name is Ouyang Wan. I'm from here in town. I like reading and cooking. I hope we can all be friends. Thank you." The moment she finished, a few male students started whispering among themselves. Ouyang Wan didn't need to activate her omniscient eye to know what they were saying. Just the usual, "She's so pretty, what major is she in?" and so on. She walked back to her seat and Lin Xiaoyu leaned over to whisper, "You're too modest. I like reading and cooking. You should have said, I love singing, dancing, and gaming. Handsome guys are welcome to come flirt with me." Ouyang Wan rolled her eyes at her. "I'm not here to find a boyfriend." Lin Xiaoyu snickered. "You don't need to look. They'll come looking for you. Just wait and see. Someone's bound to confess to you within a few days." Ouyang Wan shook her head helplessly. She really hadn't thought about dating, or rather she wasn't ready to deal with something like that yet. After all, just 3 months ago she'd been male. Her mindset hadn't fully made the U-turn. When the class meeting ended, the counselor went over a few more reminders and dismissed everyone. The afternoon was free. Back in the dorm, Ouyang Wan could finally lie down. She climbed into bed, stuck a hand warmer on her belly, then wrapped herself in the blanket and closed her eyes to rest. Lin Xiaoyu and the others considerately kept their voices down as they chatted below. Occasional laughter floated up, always muffled, wary of disturbing her. Listening to those soft, fragmentary sounds, Ouyang Wan drifted off to sleep. She slept until 4 in the afternoon. When she woke, the heaviness in her lower abdomen had mostly faded. She shifted slightly, confirming that her relative had quieted down, and let out a relieved breath. Seeing she was awake, Lin Xiaoyu came over and asked, "How do you feel?" "Better." Ouyang Wan nodded. "Much better. It hardly hurts now." Lin Xiaoyu said, "Good. We were just discussing where to go for dinner tonight to celebrate the first day of school. Do you want to come?" If you're still feeling bad, we'll bring something back for you. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. I think I can manage. Let's go together. That evening the four of them went to a snack street near campus and had hot pot. With the steaming broth and meat and vegetables being cooked in it, they ate until their bodies were suffused with warmth. As she ate, Ouyang Wan realized that the last trace of discomfort in her abdomen had vanished. Back at the dorm, the four of them took turns washing up, then lay in bed chatting. Lin Xiaoyu asked, Waner, when was your first time? Ouyang Wan said, during summer break. August. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. No wonder you seemed a bit unfamiliar. I got mine in the first year of middle school. I was so clueless, scared to death. Zhang Shui said, mine was in the second year of middle school. My mom taught me. Wang Shiqi murmured, mine was also the first year. My grandma taught me. Then Lin Xiaoyu asked Ouyang Wan, did your mom teach you? Remembering the menstrual knowledge lecture from her summer vacation, Ouyang Wan nodded. She taught me a lot. Lin Xiaoyu sighed enviously. Your mom's so nice. My mom just tossed me a pack of pads and said figure it out yourself. The four of them burst out laughing. As they talked, the conversation drifted from periods to gossip and from gossip to each other's pasts. Ouyang Wan listened to them speak about their families and their experiences and felt a strange sensation in her heart. She had a past too, but hers was the past of Ouyang Ling, a boy's past. Those memories couldn't be spoken of. If she shared them, people would think she was insane. So all she could do was listen occasionally, adding a harmless word or two. Yet she didn't feel left out. They accepted her, cared about her, treated her as one of their own. That was enough. And so her first period passed quietly and unremarkably. There was none of the embarrassment she'd imagined, none of the awkward secrecy. Only her roommate's care and concern and a gentle, comforting warmth of being cherished. Her second period came at the end of September. By then the semester had been underway for nearly a month, and Ouyang Wan had fully settled into college life. Her class schedule was packed. Classes every day, sometimes running from morning through afternoon without a break. After class, there were club recruitments, class activities, and dorm dinners, leaving her constantly on the go. When she woke up that morning, Ouyang Wan could already feel that something was off. The pain in her lower abdomen was far stronger than the first time. It wasn't a dull heaviness, but a sharper, cramping agony that surged in waves, as if someone were wringing out a towel inside her. She curled up in bed, clutching her stomach with both hands, fine beads of sweat seeping across her forehead. Lin Xiaoyu was the first to notice. Climbing down from her bunk, Lin Xiaoyu took one look at Ouyang Wan's face and gasped, Waner, what's wrong? Ouyang Wan said through clenched teeth, It's come. Lin Xiaoyu quickly climbed up to her bed and reached out to touch her forehead. You're freezing, you're drenched in cold sweat. Does it hurt much? Ouyang Wan nodded, too exhausted to speak. Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi were startled into action and came over as well. Zhang Shui said, I'll get you some hot water. Shiqi, do you have any painkillers? Wang Shiqi hastily rummaged through her medicine box and produced a pack of ibuprofen. This works. Lin Xiaoyu took the medicine, accepted the hot water from Zhang Shui, and helped Ouyang Wan sit up. Come on, take the pills first. Ouyang Wan took the tablets and swallowed them with the water. The medicine wouldn't take effect so quickly, as she still had to endure for a while. Lin Xiaoyu said, You have class this morning. I'll ask for leave for you. Lie still and don't move. Ouyang Wan wanted to say no need, but before the words could leave her mouth, another wave of cramping hit, and she could only clutch her belly and curl up even tighter. Lin Xiaoyu had already taken out her phone and sent a leave request to the counselor on Ouyang Wan's behalf. Then she said to Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi, You two go to class first. I'll stay with her. Zhang Shui said, I'll skip too. Let's take care of her together. Wang Shiqi nodded as well. I'm staying too. Lin Xiaoyu waved her hands. No need for so many people. You go to class and take notes. Alright, I'll teach her later. I can handle it alone. Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi exchanged a glance, nodded, then gathered their things and left for class. Only Lin Xiaoyu and Ouyang Wan remained in the dormitory. Lin Xiaoyu pulled a chair over to the bedside, scrolling through her phone while occasionally glancing at her. Ouyang Wan curled up under the quilt, enduring wave after wave of pain. It was a pain that was hard to describe. It was not the sharp sting of an external wound, nor the dull misery of a fever, but a continuous spasmodic sensation emanating from deep within her body. It felt like a hand inside her belly, clenching tightly, releasing, then clenching again. Each time a spasm struck, she couldn't help curling up even tighter, biting her lip to keep from making a sound. Seeing that her lips had turned white from biting, Lin Xiaoyu quickly said, Don't bite your lips. Bite this instead. She handed over a folded towel. Ouyang Wan took the towel and bit down on it. The coarse texture of the fabric distracted her slightly. The medicine was beginning to take effect. Half an hour later, the pain gradually subsided, transforming from sharp spasms into a dull ache. Ouyang Wan let out a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat, as if she had just been pulled from water. Lin Xiaoyu handed her a tissue. Wipe your sweat. Feeling better? Ouyang Wan nodded, her voice hoarse. Much better, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Don't thank me, we're sisters. Sisters. The word warmed Ouyang Wan's heart. She had never imagined she would have sisters. In the past as a boy she had brothers and close buddies, but never sisters. Now she had them. Not just one, three. At noon Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi returned from class and brought her lunch. Lin Xiaoyu set up the folding table on her bed and arranged the dishes. Ouyang Wan sat up and looked at the steaming bowl of porridge, her nose suddenly tingling. You're all so good to me. Lin Xiaoyu said breezily, of course. We're the invincible universe-fighting pretty girl squad. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses. What a messy name. Wang Shiqi murmured, it's nice. I like it. Ouyang Wan laughed and lowered her head to drink the porridge. The porridge was hot, and as she drank it her whole body warmed. In the afternoon she slept again, and when she woke the pain had almost entirely disappeared. Lin Xiaoyu was lying on her bed reading, Zhang Shui was doing homework, and Wang Shiqi was listening to music with headphones. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the entire dormitory in warm yellow. Ouyang Wan watched them, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. This was her college life, these were her roommates, and these were her sisters. This menstrual period lasted 5 days. The first 2 days were the hardest. The pain sometimes made it difficult for her to even get out of bed. But every time it became unbearable, someone was always by her side. Lin Xiaoyu was in charge of cheering her up, telling her jokes and gossip. Zhang Shui was the pragmatic one, fetching water, medicine, and meals. Wang Shiqi was the tender one, brewing brown sugar ginger tea for her. She had somehow acquired a small electric pot and secretly cooked it in the dorm. Though the taste was mediocre, the sincere gesture moved Ouyang Wan deeply. 3 days later the pain gradually eased, shifting from unbearable to bearable. In the last 2 days she could basically move around normally, though still a bit uncomfortable, but it didn't affect her classes. On the evening of the 5th day, as she lay in bed, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said, Wanner, is this time worse than last time? Ouyang Wan was taken aback, then nodded. Yeah, last time didn't hurt as much. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. That's good. My mom said some people don't feel pain the first time, but it gradually gets worse later. What you're experiencing is normal. Ouyang Wan thought to herself, normal. This kind of pain is called normal. Women's bodies really have it tough. But then she reconsidered. She was a woman now and had to accept this normal. The third menstrual period came at the end of October. By then school had been in session for nearly 2 months, and Ouyang Wan had fully integrated into college life. Every day she attended classes, hung out in the library, participated in club activities, and occasionally went shopping, dining, or to the movies with her roommates. Life was fulfilling and peaceful. She had almost forgotten that she used to be a boy. Until that morning. She was awakened by the pain. It was more intense than the second time. Not gradual. It reached its peak from the very beginning. Her lower abdomen felt as if an invisible giant hand was gripping it tightly, then twisting violently. The pain spread from her abdomen to her lower back and even down to her thighs. She curled up on the bed, trembling all over, cold sweat instantly soaking her pajamas. She wanted to call out, but when she opened her mouth, only faint whimpers escaped. Lin Xiaoyu woke up first. Seeing her like that, she leapt out of bed in fright. Wanner, what's wrong? Ouyang Wan wanted to speak, but a wave of intense pain hit her, and she could only clench her teeth and tremble. Lin Xiaoyu climbed onto the bed, touched her face, which was cold and covered with sweat. Oh my God, how can it be this bad? Zhang Shui, Shiqi, wake up. The other two were startled awake, and seeing Ouyang Wan's state they panicked. Zhang Shui made a snap decision. Call 120. Take her to the hospital. Lin Xiaoyu frantically searched for her phone, while Wang Shiqi held Ouyang Wan's hand, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Wanner, hang in there. We'll take you to the hospital. Ouyang Wan wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but she no longer had the strength to speak. She could only let them help her up and slip on her jacket. Then Lin Xiaoyu carried her on her back. Zhang Shui supported them from the side. Wang Shiqi grabbed their belongings, and the 4 of them stumbled downstairs. The dormitory matron was startled by the commotion and quickly helped call a car. In the end, a taxi took them to the nearest hospital. In the emergency room, the doctor examined her and gave her a painkiller injection. The moment the needle entered her vein, Ouyang Wan felt the pain slowly receding, like an ebbing tide withdrawing from every corner of her body. She could finally breathe normally again, collapsing on the hospital bed like a heap of mud. Lin Xiaoyu sat beside her, eyes red. You scared me to death. You looked so terrifying just now. Zhang Shui said, the doctor says it's dysmenorrhea, but it's this severe. We need a detailed checkup. Wang Shiqi held her hand, saying nothing, but her hand kept trembling. Ouyang Wan looked at them. 3 roommates, 3 girls she had known for less than 2 months, who had gotten up early in the morning for her, carried her to the hospital, and stayed by her side, without leaving. Suddenly she wanted to cry. Thank you, she said hoarsely. Lin Xiaoyu glared at her. Don't thank me. From now on you're not allowed to say thank you. We're sisters. Sisters. That word again. But this time its meaning ran even deeper. The test results came out. The doctor said she had primary dysmenorrhea possibly caused by a cold wound constitution combined with recent late nights and stress. The doctor prescribed medication and advised her to maintain a regular schedule, keep warm, and avoid staying up late. Back at school, Ouyang Wan was forced to stay in bed and rest. Lin Xiaoyu and the others took turns bringing her meals, water, and medicine. In the evening, Zhang Shui said, "Let's not go out tonight. We'll stay in the dorm and keep Wan her company." So the four of them stayed cozily in the dorm, each doing their own thing. Lin Xiaoyu binge-watched shows, Zhang Shui did homework, Wang Shiqi read, and Ouyang Wan rested in bed. Occasionally someone spoke, occasionally someone laughed, and the atmosphere was calm and warm. This menstrual period also lasted 5 days. The first 2 days were the worst, but with the hospital's medication the pain was kept within a tolerable range. It began to improve on the 3rd day and basically ended by the 5th. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Wanna, you know, my mom said girls need friends the most, especially friends who can get through these days together. From now on we'll be that kind of friends." Zhang Shui nodded. "Right? Every month during these few days we'll take care of each other." Wang Shiqi said softly, "I'll always brew brown sugar ginger tea for you." Ouyang Wan looked at them, a warm current surging in her heart. She wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. In the end, she simply smiled and said, "All right. From now on we'll be the best of sisters." That night the four of them lay in bed and talked for a very long time. They talked about their past, their future dreams, the people they liked, and the things they hated. Ouyang Wan listened to their voices, their laughter, their breathing gradually becoming even, and slowly fell asleep. That night she did not dream of the past of her previous life, or of the boy named Ouyang Ling. She only dreamed of the four of them smiling in the sunlight, holding hands, walking forward together. After that 3rd menstrual period, the relationship between Ouyang Wan and her roommates was completely transformed. That difference was not the superficial politeness and friendliness, but an intimacy and trust born from the bottom of their hearts. They began to talk about everything. Lin Xiaoyu would share her history of secret crushes. From middle school to now, she had crushed on 5 boys, not one of which had worked out. She would gesture animatedly while talking, describing herself as the lovesick heroine of a drama, only to be mercilessly debunked every time by Zhang Shui. "You call that a secret crush? You wish the whole world knew you liked him." Zhang Shui would vent about her family. Both parents were doctors, and everything in her life had been meticulously arranged since childhood. Even her college major was chosen by her parents. She spoke with a blank expression, but Ouyang Wan could sense the helplessness in her eyes. Once Zhang Shui got drunk, hugged her, and cried, saying, "I also want to do what I want to do." Ouyang Wan patted her back, saying nothing, just staying with her. Wang Shiqi was the most introverted of the 3, but once they became close she would also take the initiative to talk. She would share the poems she wrote, though she was always shy, and would stop after reciting a few lines. Ouyang Wan discovered that she wrote really well. The delicate emotions and unique perspectives were something she had never encountered before. When she praised Wang Shiqi would blush, her eyes shining brightly. And they in turn were unreservedly good to Ouyang Wan. They would save her a seat, bring her meals, take turns taking care of her during her period, and chat with her when she was in a bad mood. Once Ouyang Wan was sick with a fever. Lin Xiaoyu skipped class to accompany her to the infirmary. Zhang Shui took notes for her, and Wang Shiqi was in charge of cooking porridge, though Lin Xiaoyu ended up making it in the end, because Wang Shiqi nearly burned down the kitchen. They gave each other nicknames. Lin Xiaoyu was called Little Raindrop because she was as lively and bouncy as raindrops. Zhang Shui was called Ice Cream because her exterior was cold but her heart was sweet. Wang Shiqi was called Sure because both her name and temperament were poetic. Ouyang Wan was called Wan because Wan was homophonous with bowl, and she looked like a delicate porcelain bowl. On weekends they would go shopping together, squeezing into tiny fitting rooms and commenting on which clothes looked good, which made them look fat, and which had unsuitable colors. Lin Xiaoyu would urge them to buy all kinds of strange clothes. Zhang Shui handled rational cost-performance analysis. Wang Shiqi was responsible for saying pretty, and Ouyang Wan was in charge of paying. After all, she had an unlimited black card, so what was treating her sisters to a few meals and drinks? After the lights went out at night, they would chat until 2 or 3 in the morning. Sometimes they gossiped, who got together with who broke up with whom. Sometimes they talked about the future, what they wanted to do, where they wanted to go. Sometimes they discussed life, why we live, what happiness is. As they chatted, someone would fall asleep, someone would still be talking in her sleep, someone would secretly laugh, and someone would secretly cry. Once Lin Xiaoyu asked Ouyang Wan, "Wan, have you ever been in a relationship before?" Ouyang Wan was startled, not knowing how to answer. Been in love. In her previous life as a boy she had indeed been in love, but that was a different identity. Never been in love. That didn't seem right either. In the end she could only say, "No, I haven't met the right person." Lin Xiaoyu looked skeptical. "You're so pretty, how could no one chase you?" Ouyang Wan smiled. "Really none. Maybe my standards are too high." Lin Xiaoyu said, "Then what kind do you like? I'll keep an eye out for you." Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. I don't know. Maybe. Someone who makes my heart flutter. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, then turned to Zhang Shui. Ice cream, what about you? Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses. Me? I'm not interested in boys. The dorm fell silent for a second. Lin Xiaoyu stared with wide eyes. You? Are you? Zhang Shui said expressionlessly, I'm asexual. I can't muster interest in anyone. Another second of silence. Then Lin Xiaoyu said, oh, that's good too. Saves you from heartaches. Wang Shiqi said softly, I don't know. Maybe. I'll only know when I meet someone. Lin Xiaoyu summed it up. Alright, our dorm has 4 people. 2 have never dated, 1 isn't interested, and 1 doesn't know. Perfect. Everyone laughed. Amid the laughter, Ouyang Wan looked at them, a strange feeling surging in her heart. This was her college life, these were her roommates, and these were her sisters. They accepted everything about her, not because of who she was, but because she was herself. She remembered the despair and fear she felt when she first became a girl, and the self that had cried, asking, why me? If someone had told her then that she would meet 3 such wonderful sisters, and have such friendship, would she have believed it? Probably not. But now she believed it. She didn't know what the future held, how many more periods of torment she would endure, what kind of people she would meet, or what path she would walk. But she knew that no matter what happened, she was not alone. She had them. On a Friday evening in mid-November, Lin Xiaoyu suggested, how about we have a sister's night tonight? What's a sister's night? Zhang Shui asked. Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly, it's when we buy a bunch of snacks, rent a few movies, and then cuddle up together to watch them. Like a pajama party. Wang Shiqi's eyes lit up. Sounds great. Ouyang Wan also nodded. Good idea. So the 4 of them divided the tasks. Lin Xiaoyu was in charge of buying snacks, Zhang Shui was in charge of picking movies, Wang Shiqi was in charge of setting up the venue, and Ouyang Wan was in charge of paying. After all, she had an unlimited black card. This small amount of money was nothing. By 8 in the evening, the preparations were complete. Blankets were spread on the floor, piled with cushions and quilts, and snacks were arranged in a circle. Chips, chocolate, jelly, cookies, spicy strips, drinks of full assortment. Zhang Shui had chosen 3 movies, a comedy, a romance, and a horror film. The 4 of them changed into their pajamas, snuggled under the covers, and got ready to start. Lin Xiaoyu wore pink cartoon pajamas covered in little bears, as Zhang Shui wore plain gray cotton pajamas, as simple as her personality. Wang Shiqi wore a light blue silk nightgown, looking gentle and lovely. Ouyang Wan wore a white nightgown that her mother had bought for her, saying girls should wear this kind of thing. Barely 10 minutes into the movie, Lin Xiaoyu had already burrowed under the quilt, leaving only her 2 eyes exposed. Wang Shiqi hugged her cushion tightly, her eyes half open, half closed. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses, her expression composed, but her hand never let go of Ouyang Wan's sleeve. Ouyang Wan watched the screen and did not find it particularly terrifying. She possessed divine-level ancient martial arts and divine-level combat skills, so her mental fortitude was far stronger than an ordinary person's. Even so, she could feel the tension of the 3 around her, the slight trembling of their bodies, their shallower breathing, the way they huddled close together. Suddenly, a ghostly face lunged out from the screen, accompanied by a piercing sound effect. A scream. No, 3 screams burst out at once. Lin Xiaoyu dived straight under the quilt. Wang Shiqi buried her face in her cushion, and Zhang Shui seized Ouyang Wan's arm and clung to it desperately. Ouyang Wan was amused by their reactions. You guys are way too dramatic, aren't you? Lin Xiaoyu revealed her eyes from beneath the quilt. Aren't you scared? Ouyang Wan shook her head. Not really. Zhang Shui released her arm, a little embarrassed. You're really brave. Wang Shiqi lifted her head from the cushion and murmured, Wan, you'll protect us. Ouyang Wan smiled and said, all right, I'll protect you all. The horror movie resumed in that same atmosphere. Lin Xiaoyu screamed from time to time. Wang Shiqi hid behind her cushion from time to time. Zhang Shui clutched Ouyang Wan's arm from time to time, and Ouyang Wan, like a bodyguard, watched the screen with calm composure. When the movie was over, the 4 were hungry and began to raid their snacks. Lin Xiaoyu said, while eating potato chips, Wan, if you ever fall in love in the future, you can't let romance outrank friendship. Ouyang Wan was taken aback. What? Lin Xiaoyu said, it means you can't forget about us just because you have a boyfriend. Ouyang Wan laughed. Don't worry, I won't. Zhang Shui said, even if you get a boyfriend, you still have to bring him to us for review. He only passes if we all agree. Wang Shiqi nodded. Right, he needs a review. Ouyang Wan looked at them, her heart warming. All right, I will definitely bring him to you for review. Lin Xiaoyu said again, actually, I'm curious, what kind of person would Wan like? That question left Ouyang Wan stumped. She really had never thought about it. Back when she was a boy, she had liked girls. Now that she had become a girl, what was she supposed to like? Boys. That felt awkward. Girls. That felt even more awkward. Perhaps she still needed time to adjust. She said, I don't know either. Maybe. I'll only know when I meet that person. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, some things are left to fate. The 4 kept snacking and chatting. As they talked, the conversation gradually grew deeper. Lin Xiaoyu spoke about her family, Her parents were divorced, she lived with her mother, and her father came by to see her only occasionally. She spoke in a light tone, but Ouyang Wan could sense the loneliness in her eyes. Zhang Shui spoke about her pressure. Her parents' expectations were so high that she could hardly breathe. She said it with an expressionless face, but Ouyang Wan could feel the heavy burden on her shoulders. Wang Shiqi spoke about her loneliness. She had been introverted since childhood, had few friends, and meeting them had truly been a stroke of luck. She spoke in a very soft voice, but Ouyang Wan could feel how much she treasured this bond. When it was Ouyang Wan's turn, she paused for a while, then said, I also have a secret, but I can't say it now. I'll tell you later when the time is right. The three of them looked at her. Without asking further, without doubting, they simply nodded. Lin Xiaoyu said, okay, you can tell us whenever you want to. Zhang Shui said, no matter what the secret is, you are still our sister. Wang Shiqi said, Emma will wait for you. Ouyang Wan looked at them, feeling a sting in her eyes. She took a deep breath and smiled. Thank you. That night, they talked until 3 in the morning and eventually fell asleep in a messy sprawl one after another. When Ouyang Wan woke up, she found herself surrounded by the three of them. Lin Xiaoyu was pillowed on her lap, Zhang Shui leaned against her shoulder, and Wang Shiqi was curled up beside her. They were sleeping soundly with even breaths and serene expressions. Looking at them, Ouyang Wan suddenly felt that meeting them was truly wonderful. One weekend in early December, something happened that made their sisterhood even stronger. That afternoon, Ouyang Wan was studying alone in the library, while Lin Xiaoyu and the others each had their own things to do. A little after 5, she received a call from Lin Xiaoyu, whose voice sounded wrong. Wan, can you come to the back of the sports field? Ouyang Wan's heart tightened, and she quickly packed her bag and hurried over. Behind the sports field was a small grove, usually empty. When she hurried over, she saw Lin Xiaoyu squatting alone under a tree, her shoulders shaking as she cried. Ouyang Wan ran over and crouched down. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Lin Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes red and swollen, her face covered in tears. The moment she saw Ouyang Wan, she burst into loud sobs and threw herself into her arms. Ouyang Wan hugged her and patted her back, asking nothing, just staying with her. It was a long time before Lin Xiaoyu calmed down. Between sobs, she stammered, I called my father. He said he had remarried and started a new family. So in the future, he might not have time to come see me anymore. Ouyang Wan's heart ached. She knew that although Lin Xiaoyu was usually carefree, she had always cared a great deal about her father. Now that her father had remarried and started a new family, she felt abandoned. Holding her, Ouyang Wan said softly, don't you still have us? You still have your mother, and you have the three of us. You are not alone. Lin Xiaoyu lifted her head and looked at her. Really? You won't abandon me? Ouyang Wan shook her head. No. We are sisters, always. Lin Xiaoyu cried again, but this time they were tears of being moved. After a while, Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi also arrived. Ouyang Wan had texted them. The four sat in the small grove as Lin Xiaoyu told the whole story again. She cried at the heart-rending parts, and the other three took turns hugging and comforting her. Finally, Zhang Shui said, Xiaoyu, your father starting a new family is his choice. But you also have us as your sisters. From now on, we'll spend every holiday with you. If you feel lonely during the new year, come to my home. It's lively there. Wang Shiqi said you can come to my home too. It's a bit far, but the scenery is nice. Ouyang Wan said you can come to my home as well. My mother cooks delicious food. Lin Xiaoyu looked at them, tears spilling over again. But this time she was crying with a smile. Thank you. Truly thank you all. That night the four went out for a big meal, and Lin Xiaoyu treated them. She said it was to express her gratitude. Back in the dormitory after dinner, Lin Xiaoyu had completely recovered and was laughing and joking around again. From then on, the four of them became closer than ever. They were not just roommates, not just friends, but true sisters. The kind of sisters who could share anything and rely on each other. Lin Xiaoyu started calling them my three wives, though she was always met with Zhang Shui's eye rolls. Zhang Shui began to occasionally share her feelings, still rarely, but more often than before. Wang Shiqi started speaking up proactively, and sometimes even managed to make a joke. Ouyang Wan became their reassuring anchor. No matter what happened, everyone felt at ease as long as she was there. Sometimes Ouyang Wan would wonder if she were still Ouyang Ling, what would everything be like? She would probably meet good roommates and make close friends too, but that kind of friendship was different from the sisterhood she had now. This kind of closeness, a trust and dependence without reservation, was a special bond among women. She was lucky to have such a bond. One evening in late December, before the final exams, the four huddled together to review again. In the middle of studying, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said, Wan, do you remember you once said you had a secret? Ouyang Wan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Lin Xiaoyu said, can you tell us now? Of course, if you don't want to, we won't force you. Ouyang Wan was silent for a while, looking at the three of them. Lin Xiaoyu's eager eyes, Zhang Shui's concerned eyes, Wang Shiqi's gentle eyes. She took a deep breath and said, all right, I'll tell you. And she began from the very beginning. She said that she was actually a transmigrator, that in her previous life, she had been a 25-year-old man, that after a sudden death, she had been reborn into this world as a newborn, that she had lived those 18 years in quiet endurance, that on the night after the college entrance examination ended the system descended and that this was how she had transformed from a man into the Ouyang Wan of today. After she finished speaking, she looked at them nervously waiting for their response. Lin Xiaoyu spoke first. So, you used to be a man. Ouyang Wan nodded. Lin Xiaoyu was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. No wonder you were a little strange sometimes. Your walking posture wasn't right at the beginning, and your tone of speech didn't sound like a girl's. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses. That explains why you were so uncomfortable during your period. Wang Shiqi asked in a low voice then. Do you still think of yourself as a man now? Ouyang Wan thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. Although it was hard to accept at first, after these few months I've gotten used to being a girl. Especially after meeting you all, I feel that being a girl is quite nice too. Lin Xiaoyu walked over and hugged her tightly. Then what are you afraid of? No matter whether you're a man or a woman, you're still our Wan Wan. Zhang Shui also came over with a rarely seen smile. Right, you're our sister. Wang Shiqi came over too, and the four hugged one another. Ouyang Wan felt her eyes heat up, her nose sting, and something surge into her throat, blocking her words. She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. She just held them tighter. At that moment she finally let go completely. From then on she was Ouyang Wan, their sister, a real girl. Outside the window the moonlight was like water. In the dormitory four girls held one another, laughing, crying, and making silly promises to be sisters forever. And ahead there were still countless stories waiting for them to live through together. By mid-December of the first semester of her freshman year, the pressure of coursework was gradually mounting. But Ouyang Wan and her three roommates still held on to their Saturday tradition of going out to stretch their wings, a phrase coined by Lin Xiaoyu meaning to go out and frolic like little birds released from a cage. On this Saturday morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and streaked the floor with golden bands. Ouyang Wan was woken by Lin Xiaoyu's shriek. Get up, get up, get up. We're checking out that new viral restaurant today. I spent ages trying to book a table and finally got us in. Ouyang Wan groggily opened her eyes and saw Lin Xiaoyu already fully dressed, standing beside her bed and shaking the bed railing with all her might. Lin Xiaoyu was wearing a pink knit top and a white skirt, her hair tied up in a high ponytail radiating energy and vitality. Zhang Shui poked her head out from the quilt, pushed up her crooked glasses, and said, Xiaoyu, it's only 7:30. So what if it's 7:30? By the time we put on makeup, change clothes, and dawdle around, it'll be past 10, Lin Xiaoyu declared with absolute conviction. Wang Shiqi had also woken up. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, her hair tousled like a little animal that had just crawled out of bed. Ouyang Wan glanced at the time, sighed, and resignedly got up. Over the past few months, she had grown used to Lin Xiaoyu's weekend wake-up service. She was always reluctant to rise, but the joy of going out made the early start worthwhile. The four of them washed up and did their makeup separately. Ouyang Wan had become very skilled at makeup by now. In 20 minutes, she could finish a refined, everyday look. Today she chose a cream white loose sweater, dark blue skinny jeans, and a khaki long trench coat. She studied herself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Simple, elegant, with a touch of languid style. Lin Xiaoyu came over and looked at her. Wan Wan, you look beautiful in anything. I'm so jealous. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses. You're not bad either. Pink suits you. Wang Shiqi wore a light purple dress with a short white jacket, looking like a gentle little flower. Once all four were ready, they set off together. The viral restaurant was located in a mall in the city center, specializing in creative cuisine. When they arrived, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and a long line stretched in front of the entrance. Lin Xiaoyu dashed in with her phone, showed the reservation code to the waiter, then turned back and proudly flashed them an OK sign. The restaurant's decor was highly distinctive. Everywhere were pink cherry blossom ornaments, and there was a huge flower wall for guests to take pictures. Lin Xiaoyu immediately dragged them over for photos, striking one pose after another, and stopped only when a waiter came over and said, you may take your seats now. When the dishes arrived, another frenzy of photography began. Lin Xiaoyu took the best photos, so she acted as chief photographer. Zhang Shui was in charge of arranging the plates and adjusting angles. Wang Shiqi held up the reflector, which was actually a phone flashlight, and Ouyang Wan was in charge of eating. No, she was in charge of being the model. Wan Wan, hold this spoon. Yes, pretend you're about to sip the soup. Look over here. Great. Perfect. Sure, sit by the window. The sunlight is falling on your face. Yes, right, that angle. Gorgeous. Shui Gao, can you smile? Don't be so serious. Imagine you just won 5 million. The four of them fussed for more than half an hour before they could finally start eating. The food really was delicious. Lin Xiaoyu sighed in satisfaction between bites, saying, worth it, so worth it. As she ate, Ouyang Wan suddenly remembered the divine culinary skill granted by the system and thought that she could make these dishes too, and possibly even better. But for now she would simply enjoy the fruits of someone else's labor. After the meal, the four strolled around the mall. When Lin Xiaoyu spotted an accessories store, she immediately dragged everyone inside. The store was filled with a dazzling array of hair clips, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings. Lin Xiaoyu was as excited as a mouse that had tumbled into a rice jar. Wan, this hair clip suits you, the pink one. Lin Xiaoyu clipped a bow-shaped hair clip onto Ouyang Wan's head. Zhang Shuan nodded from the side. Not bad. Wang Shiqi handed over another one. This blue one is lovely too. Lin Xiaoyu picked up a pair of earrings. Try these. Your ears look so pretty when they're out. Ouyang Wan looked in the mirror at her head decorated with all sorts of accessories and could not help laughing. Back when she had been a man, when would she ever have had the chance to try such things? Now surrounded by 3 girls dolling her up, it felt actually kind of blissful. In the end, Lin Xiaoyu bought a pile of things for herself, and Ouyang Wan bought a little gift for each of them as well. After all, she had an unlimited black card, so this amount of money was nothing. Lin Xiaoyu kept saying you shouldn't have, but her hands honestly accepted the gifts, and then she hugged Ouyang Wan and cried Wan is the best. By the time they left the mall, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. With bags large and small in their hands, the 4 got ready to head home. Let's take the side path, it's shorter. Lin Xiaoyu suggested, we can cut through that alley and reach the subway station in 10 minutes. Zhang Shuai looked at the alley. Is it safe? Lin Xiaoyu said it's fine. It's daytime, and there are 4 of us. So the 4 of them turned into the alley. The alley was not narrow. Old residential buildings lined both sides, their walls covered with climbing vines. The afternoon sunlight was blocked by the buildings, making the alley rather dim, but a sliver of brightness could be seen at the other end. As they walked, they chatted about the day's fun. Lin Xiaoyu scrolled through the photos on her phone, preparing to post on WeChat moments. Ouyang Wan carried her shopping bags, listening to their cheerful chatter, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Halfway through the alley, Ouyang Wan suddenly stopped. She sensed something, an unsettling presence in the air. Although the omniscient eye was not actively turned on, her perception was far sharper than that of ordinary people. Ahead around the turn were several figures, the smell of cigarette smoke and low hostile murmuring. Lin Xiaoyu was still walking forward. Ouyang Wan grabbed her arm. Wait. Lin Xiaoyu turned back, baffled. What's wrong? Ouyang Wan lowered her voice. There are people ahead. The words had barely left her mouth when several people emerged from the corner. There were 5 of them, all young men in their early 20s. Their hair was dyed in gaudy colors, their clothes hung loose, and cigarettes dangled from their lips. They had obviously been lying in wait there. At the sight of Ouyang Wan and her companions, their eyes lit up at once. Oh brothers, look what we have here, for beauties. The yellow-haired leader of the group spoke with a grin, his gaze sweeping across the 4 women and finally settling on Ouyang Wan, clearly struck by her beauty. Lin Xiaoyu instinctively took a step back. Zhang Shuai remained expressionless but tightened her grip on her shopping bag. Wang Shiqi hid behind Ouyang Wan. Ouyang Wan looked at them calmly, quickly assessing the situation in her mind. 5 small-time thugs, no weapons, mediocre physiques, and fighting skills. The omniscient eye activated on its own, and information flooded into her mind. Yellow hair, 21, unemployed, with a prior record for theft, average build, no formal training. Red hair, 19, high school dropout, poor physical condition. Green hair. There was plenty of information, but the core conclusion was simple: they were all pushovers. Where are you ladies rushing off to in such a hurry? Yellow hair stepped forward and reached to put his hand on Ouyang Wan's shoulder. Why not hang out with us for a while? His hand had not even touched her before her own hand seized his wrist in a firm grip. Ouyang Wan looked up at him and said calmly, take your hand away. Yellow hair froze, then laughed. Oh, you've got some attitude. I like. Before the words were out of his mouth, Ouyang Wan twisted her wrist, and a burst of force sent yellow hair lurching forward. He hit the ground with a smack, landing face down in a heavy fall. Before the others could react, Ouyang Wan was already in motion. Her movements were as quick as a gust of wind. The first thug had not even seen what was happening before a kick slammed into his abdomen. He flew back into the wall and curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach. The second thug had just raised his fist when his wrist was caught. A sharp pain shot through his arm. Not a dislocation, just his joint pressed backward at a vicious angle, and he howled as he squatted down. The third thug tried to run. Ouyang Wan kicked the crook of his knee, sending him straight to the ground. The fourth thug stood frozen in place, his legs weak with fear. A single gentle push from her toppled him onto the floor. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 thugs were down. Lin Xiaoyu, Zhang Shuai, and Wang Shiqi stood behind her mouths, forming perfect OS, utterly unable to believe their eyes. Their roommate, the gentle and beautiful Wan, had just defeated 5 grown men, as if she were in a movie. Ouyang Wan brushed the non-existent dust from her hands, looked down at yellow hair sprawled on the ground, and said in the same calm voice, still want to play? Yellow hair lay on the ground, his face pressed against the cold concrete, and mumbled through his teeth, no. No more. Please spare me heroin. Ouyang Wan took out her phone and dialed 110. Hello police. I want to report an incident. At XX Road, OXX Alley. 5 people tried to harass us and they've been restrained. Yes, please send someone over as soon as possible. After hanging up, she said to Lin Xiaoyu and the others, it's all right. The police will be here soon. Lin Xiaoyu finally snapped out of it and stammered, Ouyang Wan. You know martial arts. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment, then nodded. You could say that. I've learned a little. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses, her expression complicated. A little. Wang Shiqi rushed over and grabbed Ouyang Wan's arm, examining her from top to bottom. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Ouyang Wan shook her head. I'm fine. The thugs were still groaning on the ground. Ouyang Wan had shown restraint. She had struck only non-lethal areas, the abdomen, the back of the knee, the joints. Painful, but far from serious injury. After all, this was self-defense, and going too far would be hard to explain. 10 minutes later, the police arrived. The two young officers were also taken aback by the scene: 5 grown men lying on the ground, 4 girls standing beside them, and the girl at the front perfectly composed. Who called the police? One officer asked. Ouyang Wan raised her hand. I did. The officer looked at her, then at the thugs on the ground. You subdued all of them? Ouyang Wan nodded. Self-defense. They made the first move. The officers exchanged glances, hardly believing it, but they followed procedure and started questioning. Ouyang Wan briefly recounted the incident while Lin Xiaoyu and the others testified on her behalf. The thugs were helped up and covered in dust, and shame admitted that they had intended to harass the women. In the end, the 5 thugs were loaded into the police car, and Ouyang Wan and her roommates were invited to the police station to give statements. The process went smoothly. With surveillance footage as evidence and clear self-defense, they were soon released. When they came out of the police station, night had already fallen. Lin Xiaoyu kept holding Ouyang Wan's hand, her expression complicated. Wan, you really scare me today. Ouyang Wan smiled. Scared? Were you scared by me or by them? Lin Xiaoyu said both. Do you know how cool you look just now? Like a heroine in a movie. I almost knelt down and called you master. In a rare moment, Zhang Shui also smiled. It really was pretty cool. Wang Shiqi whispered, as long as we have Wan, we'll never be afraid of bad guys again. Ouyang Wan laughed at them. All right. Let's go. Dinner's on me. The 4 of them found a hot pot restaurant and ate a splendid meal. At the table, Lin Xiaoyu kept pestering Ouyang Wan. Where did you learn martial arts exactly? Can you teach me? I want to be that cool too. Ouyang Wan could only hedge. I learned some when I was little. I've almost forgotten it now. Lin Xiaoyu did not believe her. Almost forgotten, and still that good. When you hadn't forgotten, could you fly up to the sky? Zhang Shui said, stop asking. Wan has her own secrets. Wang Shiqi nodded. Right. We just need Wan to protect us. Ouyang Wan looked at them, and a wave of warmth filled her heart. After this incident, there was a new admiration and trust in the way they looked at her, but above all, more intimacy. They knew Ouyang Wan was not only the gentle, pretty girl, but also a powerful presence who could protect them. That feeling was wonderful. Time passed swiftly, and before long, final exam week arrived. Throughout December, Ouyang Wan had been revising with intense focus. Though the system had granted her abilities, college exams were not purely about memorization, they required understanding and application. She had no intention of growing lax just because she had the system. That would be irresponsible to herself. Every day she was the first to wake up and the last to return to the dormitory. The library became her second home. She sat there from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, pausing only to eat and rest. At first, Lin Xiaoyu and the others had worried she might exhaust herself, but after seeing that she was as full of energy as a superhero, they left her to it. Wan, have you been injected with some kind of miracle booster? Ouyang Wan smiled. No, I just want to do well in every subject. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses. When you work this hard, we feel the pressure. Wang Shiqi whispered, Wan, keep going. You're the best. Finals week lasted 10 days. There were 1 or 2 exams each day, and with each finished exam a burden was lifted. Ouyang Wan felt she had performed well. The system's photographic memory and divine comprehension had been a tremendous help, but she had also worked hard, thoroughly understanding every concept. On the afternoon of the last exam, she walked out of the examination hall and saw Lin Xiaoyu, Zhang Shui, and Wang Shiqi waiting at the door. How did it go? Lin Xiaoyu rushed over and asked. Ouyang Wan thought a moment. It should be okay. Lin Xiaoyu said, what do you mean should be okay? You definitely did great. Let's go celebrate with a grand feast. Cheers. The 4 of them went out for another nice meal, then returned to the dorm to pack up and get ready for the day grades would be announced. 3 days later, the results came out. Ouyang Wan's hands trembled slightly as she opened the academic affairs system. She entered her student ID and password, clicked query. When the page refreshed, she was stunned. First in the entire department. Average GPA 4.0. A perfect score. Every course was above 90 and 3 courses received full marks. She stared at the screen for a full 10 seconds, then took a deep breath, closed the page, and walked out of the dorm. Lin Xiaoyu and the others were in the hallway. Seeing her come out, they immediately crowded around. How was it? How was it? First in the department, Ouyang Wan said calmly. Silence lasted 3 seconds. Then Lin Xiaoyu burst out with a scream, ah. She hugged Ouyang Wan tightly. Wan, you're amazing. First in the department. 4-0. How did you do it? Zhang Shui also looked astonished. Impressive. Our dorm has produced a top student. Wang Shiqi's eyes sparkled as she held Ouyang Wan's arm. Wan is so incredible. Surrounded by them, Ouyang Wan felt a warm stream surge through her heart. First in the department. This was earned with her own hard work. Although the system had helped her, she had indeed put in the effort. This result was something she deserved. The next day, the counselor posted a notice in the class group chat announcing the grade rankings. Ouyang Wan's name stood prominently in first place, followed by a 4.0 GPA. The group chat instantly exploded. Classmates sent congratulatory messages one after another, and many privately asked her for study tips. Ouyang Wan replied to each one with a modest attitude. She didn't brag, only saying she had been lucky and reviewed quite seriously. But in her heart, she felt a hint of secret pride. Not arrogance, but affirmation of her own hard work. Just a few days after the grades were announced, something else happened. That evening, Ouyang Wan was reading in her dorm when Lin Xiaoyu suddenly burst in, holding up her phone, looking as excited as if she had won the lottery. Wan. Ouyang Wan looked up at her. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoyu shoved her phone right in front of Ouyang Wan's face. Look. The campus beauty ranking. Ouyang Wan looked closely. It was a campus forum post titled Vote Shuguang University 2024 Freshman Campus Beauty Ranking. Come pick the goddess in your heart. Below the post was a row of photos, all of pretty girls among the freshman class. Ouyang Wan saw her own photo. Someone had secretly taken it without her knowledge. It was a side profile of her reading in the library with sunlight falling across her face, making her look especially gentle and beautiful. And her ranking. First place. Most beautiful aloof campus beauty, Ouyang Wan Law Department. There was an introduction below, a law department freshman who made a stunning debut with first place in the department, with both beauty and intelligence and ethereally cool temperament, and called by male students a goddess who can only be admired from afar. Ouyang Wan looked at this with a complicated expression. Lin Xiaoyu was so excited she gesticulated wildly. First place. Our Wan is the #1 campus beauty. And this title, Most Beautiful Aloof Campus Beauty. It fits perfectly. You really are aloof. Ouyang Wan said helplessly. How am I aloof? Zhang Shui piled on from the side. When you don't talk, you really do come across as aloof. Wang Shiqi nodded. You look like someone who's hard to approach. Ouyang Wan was speechless. Lin Xiaoyu continued scrolling through the post. There are comments below. Let me read them to you. Ouyang Wan is really the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, bar none. She's too ethereal. That one's right. She's not only pretty but also a top student. First in the department. What kind of celestial is she? Truly celestial. I heard she usually doesn't talk much, and her cool manner is even more attractive. CC. Everyone says you're aloof. Ouyang Wan pressed a hand to her forehead. I just don't take the initiative to talk to strangers. Lin Xiaoyu said, then that's what aloof means. Anyway, from now on you're the campus beauty, so you'll have to pay even more attention to your image when you go out. Ouyang Wan sighed, returned the phone to Lin Xiaoyu, and continued reading. Campus beauty or not, she didn't care. She only wanted to live her life well with her sisters, studying hard and having fun together. But what she didn't know was that from then on her life really did begin to change. Walking across campus, more people would look at her, in class more people would steal glances at her, and quite a few even tried to strike up conversations with her. But she turned them all down politely yet coldly. Lin Xiaoyu and the others, though, were quite enjoying the treatment that came with being the campus beauty's roommates. Lin Xiaoyu often said, follow Wan, and you get a 300% head turn rate. Zhang Shui said, is the head turn rate higher following you or following Wan? Lin Xiaoyu said matter-of-factly, of course it's Wan. I'm just hitching a ride on her head turn rate. Days passed like that, one after another. After the final exams ended, winter break finally arrived. On the last night before the break, the four of them ate a final farewell meal in the dorm. Actually organized by Lin Xiaoyu, who had bought a pile of snacks and drinks, saying they should have a good gathering before parting. When you go home, you have to talk in the group, every day. No disappearing, Lin Xiaoyu said seriously, hugging a pillow. Zhang Shui adjusted her glasses. Don't worry. I'll report daily on my parents' progress in pushing me to get married. Wang Shiqi said softly, I'll say good morning and good night every day too. Ouyang Wan nodded. Me too. Lin Xiaoyu said, also you have to send me red envelopes at New Year. One from each of you. No backing out. The three of them answered in unison. Got it. That night, they talked very late. About funny New Year memories from childhood, their family's oddball relatives, and their New Year wishes. Lin Xiaoyu's wish was to find a boyfriend next year. Zhang Shui's was for her parents to stop forcing her to study medicine. Wang Shiqi's was to make more friends. And Ouyang Wan's was for everyone to be well. Early the next morning, each dragging a suitcase, the four of them said goodbye at the school gate. Lin Xiaoyu was a local, so her home was closest to Zhang Shui, and Wang Shiqi went one to the airport and one to the railway station. One was also a local, and her dad drove over to pick her up. Getting into her dad's car, Ouyang Wan watched the scenery rushing past the window, and a wave of joy at going home welled up in her heart. This half year, from not fitting in at first to blending in now, from strangeness to familiarity, from being one person to being four. She had changed and she had grown. Xiaowan, how has this half year been? Dad asked. Ouyang Wan smiled. It's been good, Dad. I got first in the department. Dad's eyes lit up. Really? That impressive. We'll have to celebrate properly tonight. Ouyang Wan nodded. I'll cook something delicious for you and Mom when we get home. Dad laughed. Alright, I can't wait to taste my daughter's cooking. When she got home, Mom was already waiting at the door. Seeing Ouyang Wan, she hugged her tightly. My Xiaowan is back. Have you lost weight? Did you eat well at school? How are your roommates? A little embarrassed by her mother's enthusiasm, Ouyang Wan still smiled and said, Mom, I'm doing great. My roommates are wonderful. I've been eating well and sleeping well, and I even got first in the department. Mom's eyes lit up. Really? First in the department? My daughter is amazing. Then she turned to Dad. Old Ouyang, let's eat out tonight to celebrate our daughter's first place. Dad said, sure, whatever you say. Ouyang Wan said, Mom, no need to eat out. I'll cook for you. Mom was momentarily taken aback, then thought of that summer, and said with a smile, right. My daughter's cooking is even better than mine now. Tonight we'll try your cooking. That evening, Ouyang Wan made 4 dishes and a soup: braised pork belly, steamed sea-based garlic, broccoli, mapo tofu, and tomato egg drop soup. With perfect color, aroma, and taste, the meal had her parents praising it endlessly. Xiaowan, where did you learn to cook like this? Mom asked curiously. Ouyang Wan said vaguely, I just learned from videos and practiced over the summer. Mom nodded and didn't press further. The next day, the family began stocking up for the new year. In previous years, Dad and Mom had gone to the supermarket alone and come back loaded with bags. This year, Ouyang Wan joined them. She volunteered to be the porter, though with her strength she alone could do the work of 3. The supermarket was packed, people were everywhere buying New Year goods. Mom pushed the shopping cart, Dad followed behind, and Ouyang Wan helped fetch things by their side. Buy 2 sets of Spring Festival couplets, one for the front gate and one for the building entrance. Mom muttered as she looked around. Buy a few window paper cuts too to make things festive. This fortune character is nice. Paste it upside down so fortune arrives. Looking at the bright red couplets and window paper cuts, Ouyang Wan thought of New Year in her past life. Alone and desolate with no New Year goods to buy at all. Now being together with her parents felt completely different. Xiaowan, what filling do you like for dumplings? Mom asked. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. Chive and egg. Or 3 delicacy. Mom nodded. Then buy a bit of everything. Chives, egg, shrimp, pork, and some cabbage. We'll make 2 kinds of filling. When they reached the snack aisle, Mom waved her hand grandly. Xiaowan, take whatever you want to eat. It's New Year, so buy a little more. Looking at the shelves full of snacks, Ouyang Wan suddenly felt a little emotional. In previous New Years, she had never been doted on like this. Now being spoiled by her mother felt truly wonderful. She picked up some potato chips, chocolate, and nuts along with the spicy strips that Lin Xiaoyu and the others loved. Even though she wouldn't eat them now, she could bring them to her friends when school started. In the end, the shopping cart was packed full, and the 3 of them pushed it to the checkout. As the cashier scanned the items, Ouyang Wan saw the total exceed 1,000 yuan and reached for her black card, but Mom stopped her. What are you doing? Your dad and I are here. Ouyang Wan smiled and didn't insist. After buying New Year goods, the next task was buying New Year clothes. Mom took her to the mall with the goal of buying my daughter some beautiful New Year outfits. Ouyang Wan wanted to say, Mom, I already have enough clothes, but seeing her mother's excited expression, she couldn't bear to spoil the fun. While trying on clothes, Mom transformed into a professional fashion critic. Every time Ouyang Wan changed into a new outfit, Mom examined her carefully and then gave her verdict. This one is too plain. It's New Year. You need something more festive. This one is too flashy. It doesn't match your temperament. This one is nice. The style is good and the color complements your skin. This one looks great too. The cinched waist flatters your figure. In the end, they bought 3 outfits: a red knit dress, an off-white coat with black pants, and a casual sweatshirt and jeans set. Mom also bought her a new pair of boots and a new bag, saying that the new year should bring a fresh new look. Ouyang Wan looked at herself in the mirror wearing the new clothes, being praised by Mom and Dad, and suddenly felt that this was happiness. On Little New Year's Eve, Ouyang Wan volunteered to take charge of the cooking. Mom, I'll cook tonight. You rest. Mom was a little worried. Can you handle it alone? You have to make a whole table of dishes. Ouyang Wan laughed. Mom, did you forget that time in the summer? I made over a dozen dishes without any problem. Mom thought about it and nodded. Fine, then I'll be your assistant. At 3 in the afternoon, Ouyang Wan went into the kitchen. Tying on an apron, she began to prepare the ingredients. The menu had been planned in advance: braised ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, steamed turbot, braised prawn, scallops steamed with garlic, and vermicelli, baby cabbage in superior broth, cucumber salad, smashed cucumber. Hawaii, 2 cucumber dishes. Never mind, she thought. There was also a dessert, candied sweet potato, and finally dumplings. She handled the ingredients methodically, chopping, washing, marinating, and blanching with smooth, fluid movements. Mom watched from the side, dumbfounded. This skill, this efficiency, it was better than a professional chef's. Xiaowan, did you really only practice for one summer? Mom couldn't help asking. Ouyang Wan smiled. Mom, I'm gifted. Mom shook her head and didn't ask further. Anyway, having a capable daughter was a good thing. No need to question how she became so capable. At 5:30, the first dish came out of the pan. At 6, 4 dishes were done. By 6:30, all 8 dishes were complete. Finally, they started making dumplings. The 3 of them worked together, chatting while they wrapped full of joy. At 7, the New Year's Eve dinner officially began. Dad looked at the table full of dishes, picked up his chopsticks, and first took a piece of braised pork rib. He put it in his mouth, chewed, and his eyes widened. Delicious. So delicious. These ribs are crisp on the outside, tender on the inside, with just the right flavor. Mom also tasted the other dishes and nodded repeatedly. Xiaowan, with cooking like this, you could open a restaurant. Ouyang Wan smiled. Then I'll cook every New Year from now on. Dad raised his glass. Come, a toast to Xiaowan's cooking. The 3 clinked glasses and laughter echoed in the room. After the meal, Ouyang Wan began to clear the dishes, but Mom stopped her. You worked hard cooking. I'll wash the dishes. Ouyang Wan insisted on helping, so mother and daughter cleaned up together, chatting as they washed the dishes. Xiaowan, Mom feels that you've changed. Ouyang Wan was startled. Changed in what way? Mom thought for a moment. You've become more like a girl. Your speech, your movements, your expressions, they're all natural now. At first you weren't quite used to it, but now you're completely a little lady. Ouyang Wan laughed. Mom, are you praising me? Mom nodded. Of course I'm praising you. And Mom thinks you're happier now than you were before. Ouyang Wan was silent for a moment, then said to him, I really am happy. I have you and Dad, those roommates, and this new life. It's wonderful. Mom patted her shoulder. That's good. Mom just needs you to be happy. After washing the dishes, the 3 sat in the living room, watching TV. The Spring Festival Gala hadn't started yet, so various variety shows were playing. Ouyang Wan leaned against Mom. Dad drank tea beside them. Laughter and cheerful chatter came from the TV and outside the window. Occasional fireworks rose into the sky. Little New Year's Eve was warm and lovely. On Lunar New Year's Eve, Ouyang Wan cooked again. This time it was even more elaborate than Little New Year's Eve. She made 16 dishes, a number implying perfect in every way, and all things going smoothly. Braised pork hock, clear chicken soup, oil braised prawns, steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, steamed turbot, sweet and sour ribs, kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, garlic, broccoli, black fungus salad, smashed cucumber, candied sweet potatoes, red date, and snow fungus soup dumplings. The whole table was packed with food. Dad looked at the spread and said with emotion, our little one has really grown up and can stand on her own now. Mom nodded. Whoever marries my daughter will be truly blessed. Ouyang Wan's face flushed slightly. Mom, what are you saying? Mom said with a smile, what am I not allowed to say it? My daughter is this outstanding. There will definitely be plenty of young men chasing after you later. Ouyang Wan shook her head helplessly and changed the subject. Let's eat, let's eat. The dishes are getting cold. Halfway through the New Year's Eve dinner, the Spring Festival Gala began on TV. This year's gala had a good program. Skits, crosstalk, singing, and dancing. The family watched while eating and commented now and then. This skit isn't funny. Last year's was better. Who is this singer? Why don't I know them? This dance is great and the costumes are beautiful. After dinner, Ouyang Wan helped Mom clear the table, and then the 3 of them sat on the sofa waiting for the midnight countdown. At 1150, sporadic firecrackers began to sound outside. At exactly midnight, the firecrackers merged into a continuous roar and fireworks burst across the night sky in brilliant colors, illuminating the entire city. Ouyang Wan stood by the window watching the fireworks and suddenly thought of her previous life. At this same time in that life, she had been alone in a rented room listening to the firecrackers outside, eating instant noodles, and watching a replay of the Spring Festival Gala. Back then she had thought that New Year was nothing special. Now she stood here with her parents, a warm home, a lavish New Year's Eve dinner, and fireworks filling the sky. She finally understood that New Year is not about the holiday itself, but about the people you spend it with. Mom walked over and handed her a red envelope. One Happy New Year. Ouyang Wan took the red envelope and said with a smile, thanks, Mom. Dad also handed one over. Happy New Year, sweetheart. Ouyang Wan accepted it, her eyes a little moist. Thanks, Dad. After midnight, Mom said she was sleepy and went to bed first. Dad also went to bed. Ouyang Wan sat alone on the sofa watching the replay of the Spring Festival Gala on TV and scrolling through her phone. In the WeChat group, Lin Xiaoyu and the others were posting frantically. Lin Xiaoyu, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. May everyone get rich, get gorgeous, and get slim in the new year. Zhang Shui, Happy New Year. I hope I don't fail any exams next year. Wang Shiqi, Happy New Year. I hope everyone is doing well. Lin Xiaoyu, where's Wan Wan? Why isn't Wan Wan saying anything? Ouyang Wan, I'm here. Happy New Year. I sent you red envelopes. Lin Xiaoyu, wow. Red envelopes. Thanks, Wan Wan. Zhang Shui, thanks, Wan Wan. Wang Shiqi, thanks, Wan Wan. Happy New Year. Ouyang Wan looked at the phone screen, a smile at the corner of her mouth. These three sisters, how wonderful. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the New Year visits began. At 8 in the morning, Mom woke Ouyang Wan up. She put on the newly bought red sweater dress, applied light makeup, and looked festive and cheerful. Dad drove, and they first went to Grandpa and Grandma's house. They lived in an old residential community full of longtime neighbors. The car stopped downstairs, and Ouyang Wan carried the gifts as she went upstairs with her parents. When the door opened, Grandma was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Ouyang Wan, her eyes lit up. Ouyang Wan is here. Come in. Let Grandma have a look. Oh, you've gotten even prettier. This skin, this face, more beautiful than the stars on TV. Grandma pulled Ouyang Wan in, and Ouyang Wan said shyly, Grandma, Happy New Year. Grandma smiled and pressed a red envelope into her hand. Take it. This is lucky money from Grandma. Ouyang Wan accepted it and said politely, Thank you, Grandma. Grandpa came out from inside beaming. Wan is here. I heard you ranked first in your department. Impressive. Grandpa is proud of you. Ouyang Wan said, Thank you, Grandpa. I'll keep working hard. The family sat down for tea and chat. Grandma took her hand and asked about everything. Is the food at school good? Are you used to living there? Do you have a boyfriend? Ouyang Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandma, I'm only a freshman. No rush. Grandma said, a freshman is not too young. You can start dating. When Grandma was your age, I was already engaged to your grandpa. Grandpa nodded beside her. Right. We chose each other freely back then. Ouyang Wan. They finally managed to leave Grandpa and Grandma's house and went on to her maternal grandparents' home. They lived a little farther away, a 30-minute drive. It was the same. She was pulled in and praised at the door, given red envelopes, and asked if she had a boyfriend. Ouyang Wan was used to it and handled it with a smile. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, they went to Eldest Aunt's house. Eldest Aunt was Dad's older sister and lived not far away. She had 2 children, an older male cousin and an older female cousin, both already working. As soon as they met, Eldest Aunt pulled her close. Oh, Wan, you've grown so tall and so beautiful. I heard from your dad that you ranked first in your department. Amazing. Her older female cousin leaned in. Little sis, let's add each other on WeChat and keep in touch. Her older male cousin also came over. Little sis, are there any pretty girls at your school? Hook me up. Ouyang Wan said helplessly. Cousin, find your own. Her cousin sighed. I can't find one, so help me out. On the third day, they went to Second Aunt's house. Second Aunt was Mom's younger sister and very much like Mom in personality. Extremely warm and enthusiastic. As soon as they met, she pulled Ouyang Wan over. Wan, Second Aunt bought you a new outfit. Try it on and see if it fits. Ouyang Wan tried it on. It was a pink sweater, nicely styled and in a color that suited her. She smiled and said, Thank you, Second Aunt. Second Aunt nodded with satisfaction. Pretty. My taste is just excellent. Second Aunt's daughter, a younger cousin, was in high school and kept pestering Ouyang Wan with questions about college life. Ouyang Wan answered her patiently and told her all kinds of fun stories about college. Her cousin listened with sparkling eyes. Sis, I want to get into Shugwan University too. Ouyang Wan said, Keep it up. Once you get in, your big sis will look out for you. On the fourth day, they went to Third Uncle's house. Third Uncle was Dad's younger brother and rather serious. But when he saw Ouyang Wan, he even managed a rare smile. Wan, I heard your grades are excellent. Good, keep it up. Third Aunt said from the side. Wan, if you ever need help in the future, just tell your Third Aunt. Ouyang Wan nodded. Thank you, Third Aunt. Third Uncle's little son was only 5, sturdy and lively. Seeing Ouyang Wan, he dashed over. Sis, play with me. Ouyang Wan played with blocks with him for a while. The little boy giggled happily, and when it was time to leave, he held her hand and refused to let go. On the 5th day, they went to Fourth Uncle's house. Fourth Uncle was Mom's younger brother, a businessman from a well-off family. As soon as they met, he gave Ouyang Wan a big red envelope with a thick stack of cash inside. Ouyang Wan tried to decline, but Fourth Uncle said, Take it. This is lucky money from your uncle. If you refuse, you're looking down on me. So Ouyang Wan had no choice but to accept, thinking that this lucky money was more than a month's salary. On the 6th day, they went to Little Aunt's house. Little Aunt was Mom's youngest sister, recently married and with no children yet. Little Uncle was a programmer, quiet but very kind. Little Aunt chatted with Ouyang Wan for a long time, talking about her job and her newlywed life. She even secretly asked Ouyang Wan, What do you think of my husband? Ouyang Wan smiled. He's great, and he treats you very well. Little Aunt blushed. Really? I think he's pretty great too. On the 7th day, the week-long New Year visiting finally ended. Back home, Ouyang Wan collapsed on the sofa, feeling more exhausted than after final exams. Every day had meant seeing different relatives, saying different words, eating different meals, and receiving different red envelopes. Tired as she was, her heart felt warm. These were her family, people who cared about her. Mom saw her like that and said with a smile, Tired? You can rest starting tomorrow. Ouyang Wan nodded. Mom, this new year has really been wonderful. Mom patted her head. Silly child. From now on, every year will be just like this. The winter break was over in the blink of an eye. In late February, a week before the semester began, Ouyang Wan started packing. Mom helped her sort through things and asked all kinds of questions. Should we bring this? What about that? What does the dorm need? Want to buy more? Ouyang Wan said, Mom, that's enough. No need to buy any more. Mom was still uneasy. What about those 3 girls in your dorm? Should we bring some local specialties? The pastries from our area are really tasty. I'll bring some for them to try. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. All right, bring some. So Mom went out and bought bags of local specialties, stuffing Ouyang Wan's suitcase to the brim. On the day she returned to school, Dad drove her. At the school gate, Ouyang Wan got out, and Dad helped her take down her luggage. He reminded her, take care of yourself and call home if anything happens. Ouyang Wan nodded. Got it, Dad. Drive slowly. Dad waved, then drove away. Ouyang Wan pulled her suitcase into the campus. Seeing the familiar teaching buildings, the library, and the dormitory, a feeling of coming home welled up in her heart. She had only been away for a month, yet it felt like a very long time. When she reached the dormitory building, she saw Lin Xiaoyu standing at the entrance looking around. Seeing her, Lin Xiaoyu rushed over. Wan, you're finally here. Ouyang Wan was pulled into a hug and could hardly breathe. Xiaoyu, let go. I can't breathe. Lin Xiaoyu released her and looked her up and down. Not bad, not bad. You haven't lost weight and your complexion is great. I missed you so much. Ouyang Wan smiled. I missed you all too. They went upstairs together. When they pushed open the dorm door, Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi had already arrived and were unpacking. Seeing Ouyang Wan, they gathered around. Wan's back. Happy New Year. Red envelope, red envelope. Ouyang Wan took out the red envelopes she had prepared. Actually, Mom had prepared them, telling her to give them to her roommates for good luck. She handed over 3 red envelopes. Lin Xiaoyu and the others took them, opened them, and found 200 yuan in each. Lin Xiaoyu said in delight, Wan, you're the best. Love you. Zhang Shui nodded. Thanks, Wan. Wang Shiqi said softly, Wan is so sweet. Ouyang Wan then took out the local specialties from her suitcase. Mom asked me to bring these, the pastries from our hometown. Try them. Lin Xiaoyu immediately tore open a pack, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Delicious. Auntie is really skilled. Ouyang Wan said, I didn't make them, they're store-bought. But since Mom picked them, they must be delicious. The 4 of them sat together eating pastries and chatting about their winter breaks. Lin Xiaoyu said, during the new year, my mom dragged me to a blind date with a man I didn't know. It was so awkward. Zhang Shui said, my parents brought up changing my major again, and I shot them down. Wang Shiqi said, a bunch of relatives came to my house. My social anxiety kicked in, so I hid in my room and didn't dare come out. Ouyang Wan told them about her New Year visits and the 16-dish New Year's Eve dinner. Lin Xiaoyu listened, almost drooling. Wan, you can cook. When are you going to cook for us? Ouyang Wan said, sure. Pick a weekend, and I'll show you what I can do. Lin Xiaoyu was so excited that she hugged Ouyang Wan and spun her around. Great. We're in for a treat. In the first week of the new semester, everything slowly returned to normal. Classes, self-study club activities. The days went on as usual. But unlike last semester, Ouyang Wan could clearly feel that she had become more integrated into the group. Walking around campus, she would meet classmates who greeted her in class. Classmates would take the initiative to sit beside her. Even at the cafeteria, the ladies would give her a little extra food. Lin Xiaoyu said, you're a celebrity now. Top campus belle, first in the department. Who doesn't know you? Ouyang Wan said helplessly, I just want to study quietly. Zhang Shui said, there's no staying low-key. Just accept it. Wang Shiqi said, actually, it's pretty nice. Everyone likes you. Ouyang Wan thought about it. There really wasn't anything bad about it. As long as it didn't affect her normal life, it didn't matter how others saw her. On the weekend, Ouyang Wan kept her promise and cooked a meal for her roommates. They rented a shared kitchen near the school. Ouyang Wan took Lin Xiaoyu and the others to buy groceries, then gave a brilliant display of her cooking. 6 dishes and a soup perfect in color, aroma, and taste made the 3 of them moan with delight as they ate. Lin Xiaoyu said between bites, Wan, after you get married, you must invite us to dinner. No. Before you get married, you need to cook for us often. Zhang Shui said 1. Wang Shiqi said 10,086. Ouyang Wan smiled. Fine. As long as you want to eat, I'll cook. After dinner, the 4 of them went for a walk around campus. It was a spring night with a gentle breeze and waves of floral fragrance. Some people were running on the track, some were sitting on the lawn chatting, and some were reading under the streetlights. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said, what do you think the 4 of us will be like after graduation? Zhang Shui thought for a moment. Maybe we'll all go our separate ways. Wang Shiqi said a little sadly, I don't want to be apart. Ouyang Wan said, no matter where we go in the future, we'll always be sisters. If anything comes up, contact us anytime. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Right, sisters for life. Under the moonlight, the 4 girls walked side by side, their shadows stretching long and far. A new semester, a new beginning. There was still a long road ahead, but they were not alone. The June sunlight streamed through the window and spilled into the classroom, making the chalk words on the blackboard almost dazzling. At the lectern, the professor was explaining the points to remember for the final exam. Below the podium, some students were taking careful notes, some were dozing off, and some were secretly playing with their phones. Ouyang Wan sat by the window in the second row, twirling a pen in her hand, her gaze resting on the world outside. The Chinese parasol trees on campus were full and leafy, and the cicadas had already started to sing one cry after another, reminding everyone summer was here and the summer break was approaching. It was the final week of the second semester of her freshman year, and finals were in full swing. Drawing on last semester's experience, Ouyang Wan had fully adjusted to the rhythm of university life. She had a system to aid her, but she never leaned on it. For the past 6 months, she had still been a regular at the library, still the first to get up and the last to come back to the dorm. It wasn't because she lacked confidence, but because she genuinely enjoyed studying itself. Those legal provisions, case analyses, and jurisprudential debates held a strange attraction for her, like solving one intricate puzzle after another. Wan, what are you spacing out about? Lin Xiaoyu, sitting beside her, poked her arm and asked in a low voice. Ouyang Wan snapped back, shook her head, and lowered her voice. It's nothing, I was just thinking about the exam. Lin Xiaoyu curled her lip. You're definitely number one again, so what's there to think about? Ouyang Wan smiled and said nothing. In fact, she wasn't thinking about grades at all. She was thinking about summer vacation. Mom had called a few days ago, and with great mystery said that this summer there was a big plan, and she needed to hurry home as soon as her exams were over. What big plan? Mom refused to say, only that it was a surprise. A surprise. Ouyang Wan felt both anticipation and unease. Her mother's surprises could sometimes be truly surprising. For instance, the femininity boot camp the previous summer. But surely not this year, right? Ouyang Wan had completely adjusted to living as a girl. Walking, speaking, wearing makeup, dressing up. All of it was now as natural as could be. Being called beautiful girl on the street no longer felt awkward. Going into the women's restroom no longer caused hesitation. And she could even face her period with equanimity, though it still hurt every time. Having her sisters around made it much more bearable. Ouyang Wan, please answer this question. The professor's voice rang out abruptly. Ouyang Wan was startled and saw the whole class staring at her. She rose quickly, glanced at the question on the board, and began to answer unhurriedly. When she finished, the professor nodded approvingly. Very good. Please sit down. I hope everyone can listen as attentively as Ouyang Wan. Lin Xiaoyu snickered beside her and whispered, you were clearly daydreaming just now, and you still answered. Isn't that too fake? Ouyang Wan whispered back, it's called talent, get it? Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. A week later, all the test scores were published. Unsurprisingly, Ouyang Wan once again took first place in the entire law department with a cumulative GPA of 3.98. The reason it wasn't 4.0 was that she had scored only 95 on one elective. The teacher assigned grades strictly, and the class's highest score was exactly 95. The counselor posted the good news in the group chat, and the class group exploded once again. Classmates sent congratulatory messages one after another, calling her study god, legend, and Sister Wan. Ouyang Wan thanked them one by one, still as modest as ever. In the dormitory, Lin Xiaoyu held up her phone like a trophy, first in the entire department. Our dorm has produced another department-wide number one. No, wait, it's still the same person. Wan, you're amazing. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses, impressive as she is. Could you be a little more low-key? The whole building can hear you. Wang Shiqi clapped beside them, her eyes shining. Wan is the best. Ouyang Wan was amused by her roommates. All right, dinner's on me tonight. Let's eat out. Yay. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up immediately. I want hot pot. The spiciest kind. Didn't you get pimples from eating spicy food just last month? Zhang Shui mercilessly called her out. Lin Xiaoyu touched her face. Didn't they already disappear? Besides, to celebrate Wan getting first place, even pimples are worth it. Wang Shiqi said softly, I can eat the mild side. Ouyang Wan smiled. Find a double-flavored hot pot. Half spicy, half mild. That evening, the four of them went to their usual hot pot restaurant, ordered a table full of food, and ate with great enthusiasm. During the meal, Lin Xiaoyu asked about summer plans. Ouyang Wan said, Mom said there's a surprise, and I need to go home right after finals, but she didn't tell me what it is. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Could it be a trip? Abroad? Or to the beach? Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. I don't know. Maybe. Zhang Shui said my family wants me to go back to my hometown to keep my grandparents company. Wang Shiqi said I'm going home too to help Mom mind the shop. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. All of you are going home, and I'm the only one staying here. How boring. Ouyang Wan said, if you're bored, come find me. I'll be in this city anyway. Lin Xiaoyu immediately brightened. Great. It's a deal. You can't disappear. Ouyang Wan nodded. I won't. After dinner, they returned to the dormitory and packed their things, ready to head home separately the next day. Lying in bed, Ouyang Wan stared at the ceiling, a little eager for tomorrow's surprise. What exactly could it be? The next morning, her father drove over to pick her up. As soon as she got in the car, Ouyang Wan saw her mother sitting in the back seat, smiling with an air of mystery. Mom, what surprise? Ouyang Wan couldn't help asking. Mom blinked. I'm not telling you yet. Wait until we get home. Ouyang Wan had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. After arriving home, Mom pulled her upstairs and pushed open her bedroom door. Ouyang Wan froze. On the bed lay several balls of brightly colored yarn and a few crochet hooks. Next to them were some magazines, and the open pages were all pictures of bikinis. Mom, this. What is this? Ouyang Wan had a bad feeling. Mom said with a beaming smile, a surprise. This summer our family is going to Sanya for vacation. Play in the sea, eat seafood, and sunbathe. Ouyang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then cheered up. Really? We're going to Sanya? Really? Mom nodded. I've already booked the plane tickets and the hotel. We leave next Monday, and we'll play for 10 days. Ouyang Wan was about to cheer when she suddenly saw the yarn and hooks on the bed and stopped again. Then what are those? Mom picked up a ball of yarn. This is your summer handicraft class that I prepared. How can you go to the beach without a bikini? I bought the yarn, and the two of us, mother and daughter, will each make one set. Handmade. How meaningful. The smile froze on Ouyang Wan's face. A bikini. She lowered her head and looked at the two curves on her chest, though she had grown used to their presence asking her to wear a bikini. That kind of garment made of depressingly little fabric with every curve of the body laid bare. In public. On the beach. Under countless pairs of eyes. Mom. Could I not wear a bikini? I could wear a one-piece or something more conservative. Ouyang Wan tried to struggle. Mom waved her hand. That would be no fun at all. The whole point of going to the beach is to wear a bikini. Look at you with a figure like that. What a waste not to show it off. Don't worry, Mom will teach you how to crochet. It'll be beautiful and fit perfectly. Ouyang Wan wanted to say more, but seeing her mother's enthusiasm, she swallowed the words. Forget it, treat it as yet another challenge to herself. Over the next 2 days, Ouyang Wan was forced to begin a bikini crochet boot camp. Mom was a crochet master. The hook moved in her hands like magic, and the yarn quickly turned into delicate pieces of fabric. Although Ouyang Wan had the system's blessing and an exceptional ability to learn, crochet was a painstaking craft that still required practice. At first, her technique was as clumsy as a beginner's. The stitches she made were crooked, some loose, and some tight, looking absolutely dreadful. No, here you should increase a stitch, not decrease one. Mom guided from the side. See, if you do it this way it will turn out concave. How can you wear that? Sweating all over, Ouyang Wan pulled out the stitches and started over. Undo and redo and undo countless times, until finally, she produced a small piece that looked passable. When Lin Xiaoyu heard about this on WeChat, she laughed so hard, she bent over, then sent a string of voice messages. Haha, Wan, you're crocheting a bikini. How hilarious. When it's done, send me a photo. No, send me a full body photo. Zhang Shuai also sent a message. Keep going. You can do it. Wang Shiqi sent an encouraging emoji sticker. Ouyang Wan looked at her phone, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 3 days later, her first bikini was finally finished. An off-white top with an openwork pattern and matching triangle cut bottoms. She held the finished product in her hands, her emotions mixed. The garment really had very little fabric. Once worn, the parts it could cover were probably only. She didn't dare think further. Mom examined her work and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. For a first attempt, this is already very good. Come on, put it on and see if it fits. Ouyang Wan blushed. Mom, try it on right here. Mom said matter-of-factly, why not? We're both women. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, this is meant to be worn. How will you know if it fits without trying it? Ouyang Wan took a deep breath, picked up the bikini, and went into the bathroom. The process of changing into it was a little difficult, mostly psychologically. When she looked at herself in the mirror wearing that swimsuit made of so little fabric, it revealed great stretches of skin, a slender waist, full curves, and a pair of long, lovely legs. She stood completely stunned. Was that really her in the mirror? That perfect figure, that exquisite face, that elegant bearing. If she were a man seeing such a beauty, she would definitely. Stop. She must not think about that. She took a deep breath, pushed open the bathroom door, and walked out. Mom was waiting outside. Seeing her eyes brightened. Oh, so beautiful. My daughter's figure is even better than the models in magazines. Ouyang Wan blushed and nervously tugged at the strap of her top. Mom, is this too revealing? Mom walked over and adjusted the shoulder strap for her. Not at all, it's just right. With a figure like yours, not wearing a bikini would be an absolute waste of nature's gifts. Ouyang Wan looked at herself in the mirror, then at her mother's satisfied expression, and suddenly felt that perhaps it wasn't so hard to accept. After all, she was at the beach and everyone dressed like this. Besides, she did have a good figure, and not showing it a little really did seem like a shame. Alright, take it off. Mom will make you another one in a different color, Mom said. Ouyang Wan was taken aback. Another one? Mom replied matter-of-factly, of course. 10 days. You need to rotate, don't you? I'll make a pink one and a blue one so you'll have 3 to wear alternately. Ouyang Wan. Over the next few days, Ouyang Wan crocheted 2 more bikinis. One was soft pink with a little lace trim, the other was sky blue in a minimalist style. The 3 sets laid side by side looked quite nice. On the night before departure, she lay in bed looking at the 3 bikinis in her suitcase, her emotions complex. Tomorrow she would wear them and go to the beach. This was her first time going to the seaside as a girl. What would it feel like? Monday morning, the family of 3 set out for the airport. Dad dragged 2 large suitcases, Mom carried a backpack, and Ouyang Wan pushed a small suitcase. She was wearing a white dress, a sun hat, and sunglasses, looking like a celebrity heading off on vacation. The airport was crowded, but her appearance still drew quite a few eyes. A few people stole glances at her as someone pulled out a phone to take a photo, but was stopped by a companion. Ouyang Wan had long grown used to such attention, and she walked ahead with her eyes fixed forward. After boarding, her seat was by the window. As the plane took off, she watched the city below grow smaller and smaller, and a stir of anticipation rose in her heart. Sonya, the sea, the beach, the sunshine. She had never been there before. Xiaowan, your first time at the seaside, isn't it? Dad asked. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. In her previous life, she had never been to the seaside either. She nodded. Yes, it's my first time. Mom said, then this time, let's have a great time and try everything there is to try. Tide pooling, swimming, jet skiing, diving. Listening to her mother's plans, Ouyang Wan felt even more eager. The plane flew for more than 3 hours and landed at Sanya Phoenix International Airport. As soon as she stepped out of the cabin, a wave of heat rushed at her, carrying the damp smell of the sea. Ouyang Wan took a deep breath, savoring a climate so completely different from the inland. On the taxi ride to the hotel, she kept looking out the window. Coconut palms lined both sides of the road, and in the distance, she could see a blue sea. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sunlight was fierce. Everything was bright and vivid. The hotel was a seaside resort, and Mom had booked a sea view room. When they pushed open the door, the balcony revealed an endless stretch of ocean. Ouyang Wan stood on the balcony facing the sea breeze and closed her eyes, feeling her whole body relax. How is it? Do you like it? Mom walked over and asked. Ouyang Wan nodded. I love it. I absolutely love it. Dad called from the room, put your things down first, then let's go eat. I'm starving. After setting down their luggage, the family of 3 went to the hotel restaurant. Mom ordered a lot of seafood. Steamed grouper, blanched shrimp scallops steamed with garlic and vermicelli, spicy stir-fried clams, and a huge plate of seafood fried rice. Ouyang Wan ate to her heart's content, feeling that she had never tasted shrimp so fresh. After the meal, they went back to the room to rest. Mom said the afternoon sun was too harsh, so they would go out after 4. Ouyang Wan lay on the bed, gazing at the sea outside the window, and dozed off. At 4 in the afternoon, Mom woke her up. Get up. Change your clothes, let's go to the beach. Ouyang Wan sat up, rubbing her eyes, and saw that Mom had already changed into a black bikini under a sheer sun protection cover-up, looking elegant and striking. Dad had also changed into swim trunks, and was wearing sunglasses with the air of I'm here on vacation. Ouyang Wan held her own bikini, a little nervous. Go change quickly. We'll wait for you, Mom urged. Ouyang Wan took a deep breath, picked up the off-white bikini, and went into the bathroom. After changing, she looked at herself in the mirror and froze again. She was more nervous than when she had tried it on at home, because she really was about to go out and appear before a crowd. She tried tugging at the top, feeling it was too revealing, then she tugged at the bottom, feeling it was too brief. But no amount of tugging helped, the garment was simply made this way. She walked out of the bathroom. Mom looked her up and down and nodded with satisfaction. Beautiful. Here, put this on. She handed Ouyang Wan a sheer cover-up, then placed a large sun hat on her head and a pair of sunglasses on her face. That gives you an even better look. Ouyang Wan slipped on the cover-up and felt a little better. At least it covered some of her. The family of 3 went downstairs and headed toward the beach. The hotel was very close to the beach, only a 5-minute walk away. Along the way, Ouyang Wan could feel people looking at her. She forced herself to stay calm, telling herself everyone here is on vacation, everyone is dressed like this, there is nothing special about it. But when she reached the entrance to the beach, she still took a deep breath. On the sand there were many people. There were girls walking around in bikinis, boys basking in the sun, wearing only swim trunks, couples playing in the shallows, and families building sandcastles with their children. Everyone looked completely at ease, no one was shy about wearing so little. Ouyang Wan slipped off her cover-up, hung it over her arm, and followed. The parents walked onto the beach. Beneath their feet lay fine white sand, soft and ticklish to the touch. The sound of waves rolled in one after another. The sea breeze lifted her long hair, carrying a salty tang. Sunlight fell on her skin, warm, yet not scorching. She stood at the edge of the shore, gazing at the boundless sea before her, and suddenly felt an urge to cry. So this is what the sea looks like. So this is how it feels to stand by the shore in a bikini. So this is all real. Xiaowan, what are you daydreaming about? Come on. Her mother was already in the shallow water, waving to her. Ouyang Wan snapped back to reality, smiled, and walked quickly over. The seawater rose past her ankles, cool and pleasant. She continued forward as the water passed her knees, then her waist, until a wave crashed into her, knocking her off balance. She plunged into the water and swallowed a large mouthful of the sea. Cough, cough, cough. She choked and sputtered. The seawater was salty and bitter, flooding her mouth and nose unbearable. Her mother burst out laughing beside her. Everyone's first time in the sea is like this. Have a few more gulps and you'll get used to it. Ouyang Wan lifted her head, wiped the water from her face, and looked both amused and exasperated. Her father swam over and patted her shoulder. Are you all right? Ouyang Wan shook her head. I'm fine, just swallowed some water. Her father smiled. Come on, Dad, we'll teach you how to swim. You already know how, but the sea is different from a pool. There are waves, you have to ride with them. Then her father began teaching her how to keep her balance in the waves. Ouyang Wan learned quickly, and before long, she was swimming freely in the shallow water. Floating in the sea, she looked up at the blue sky, listened to the sound of the waves, and basked in the sunshine and sea breeze. Her whole body relaxed. So this is what a vacation feels like. After more than an hour of playing, her mother said it was time to go beachcombing. The tide is out now. There's all kinds of things to find on the beach. Her mother pointed toward the distant rocky area. Let's go check over there. The three of them headed for the rocks. After the tide receded, many small pools of water had formed among the rocks, teeming with tiny creatures. Her mother was experienced and kept pointing things out as they walked. See that? That's a hermit crab hiding in its shell. That one is a sea anemone. Don't touch it, it stings. That's a little crab, and it runs fast. Ouyang Wan crouched by a tide pool like a little child, searching carefully. She spotted a beautiful shell and reached out to pick it up. Suddenly the shell moved. Little legs emerged from inside and scurried away. It was a hermit crab. She was so startled, she nearly fell backward into the water. Her father laughed so hard, he could barely stand upright. Ha 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 ha, that's a hermit crab, not a shell. Refusing to be discouraged, Ouyang Wan kept looking. This time she played it smarter, observing first then striking. At last she spotted a small crab in a crevice between the rocks. While it wasn't paying attention, she grabbed its shell and lifted it out. Dad? Mom, I caught one, she shouted excitedly, holding up the little crab. Her mother came over to look. Oh, it's a flower crab. Not big, but it's edible. Put it in the bucket. Ouyang Wan placed the crab into the small bucket and went back to searching. The more she found, the more addictive it became. Hermit crabs, sea snails, baby clams. If she saw it, she picked it up. Before long, the bucket was nearly a third full. Then she spotted something strange in a gap between the rocks, a soft, lumpy brown thing. She reached out to touch it, but her mother grabbed her hand. Don't. That's a sea cucumber. If you grab it with your bare hands, you'll get hurt. You need a tool. Ouyang Wan was startled. A sea cucumber. The kind you can eat. Her mother nodded. Yes, it's edible and very nutritious. But it takes someone with experience to catch it. Don't touch it. Let your father do it. Her father came over and used a small spatula to gently pry the sea cucumber loose, then placed it in the bucket. Ouyang Wan stared at the squishy creature and thought, this thing is really edible. The beachcombing lasted over an hour, and the haul was satisfying. A few small crabs, a pile of shells, one small sea cucumber, and several sea urchins. None of them were big, but the joy of gathering them by hand was far more meaningful than anything bought in a shop. On the way back, Ouyang Wan carried the little bucket with a spring in her step. She thought of her past life and realized she had never experienced any of this. Back then she spent all day cooped up in a surveillance room, rarely even seeing the sun. Now she stood under the sunlight, carrying the fruits of her beachcombing with parents who loved her by her side. That feeling of happiness was beyond words. That evening they found a local seafood stall. The shop was small but packed with customers. The owner, a middle-aged man, had a booming voice. How many? Inside or outside? Her mother said outside. Let's enjoy the sea breeze. Once they sat down, her mother handed the day's catch to the owner. Cook this for us, and we'll order a few dishes too. The owner looked in the bucket and smiled. Not a bad haul. Processing fee is 20 yuan. What else would you like? Her mother scanned the menu and waved her hand grandly. Salt and pepper mantis shrimp, steamed grouper garlic, vermicelli scallops, spicy stir-fried razor clams, coconut rice, and a plate of stir-fried greens. That should do it. The owner wrote down the order and left with a shout. While waiting for the food, Ouyang Wan looked around at the lively scene and felt a warmth in her heart. At the next table, a group of young people were drinking and playing drinking games. At another, a couple was feeding each other. At yet another, a family sat together while a child clamored for ice cream. This, she thought, is the warmth of everyday life. The dishes came one after another. The salt and pepper mantis shrimp arrived first, fried golden and crispy, sprinkled with pepper and chili powder, fragrant and inviting. Ouyang Wan picked one up, but didn't know how to peel it. Her mother demonstrated. First twist off the head, then peel it section by section. The meat is here. Ouyang Wan fumbled with it awkwardly. The result was far from pretty, but the moment she tasted it, her eyes lit up. Delicious. Her father smiled. If it's delicious, eat more. Next came the steamed grouper, tender fish meat dipped in soy sauce melting on the tongue. The garlic vermicelli scallops were plump and rich with the aroma of garlic. The spicy stir-fried razor clams were both spicy and savory, irresistible. Last came the fruits of their daytime beachcombing. steamed small crabs, boiled conch, and sea cucumber soup. They were small but supremely fresh and remarkably delicious. Ouyang Wan ate to her heart's content, patted her stomach, and felt she had never tasted such wonderful seafood in her life. After dinner, the family of 3 strolled along the beach. The seaside at night was quiet, with only the sound of waves and the occasional laughter. Moonlight spilled onto the sea, turning the water into a shimmering sheet of silver, beautiful as a painting. Xiao Wan, did you have fun today? Her mother asked. Ouyang Wan nodded. Yes, so much fun. Her mother put an arm around her shoulder. I'm glad. From now on, let's go out every summer vacation. Leaning against her mother's shoulder and gazing at the distant horizon, Ouyang Wan said softly, Mom, thank you. Her mother smiled. Silly child, what's there to thank? The family of 3 continued forward, leaving a trail of footprints behind them that were soon washed away by the waves. Over the following days, they visited every attraction Sanya had to offer. The next day, they went to Yalong Bay, where the sand was finer and the water clearer. Wearing her pink bikini, Ouyang Wan wandered across the beach, completely free of her earlier shyness. She even learned how to apply sunscreen, coating herself from head to toe for fear of getting sunburned. Her father rented a jet ski and took her out to sea. It raced across the surface, spraying water in their faces, thrilling and exhilarating. Ouyang Wan clutched the handles tightly, screaming and laughing, feeling as if she were flying. On the 3rd day, they went to Wuzizu Island, a renowned diving spot. She tried diving for the first time, wearing a wetsuit and oxygen tank, following the instructor into the sea. The underwater world was breathtakingly beautiful, colorful corals, schools of tiny fish and starfish, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers. She reached out to touch a clownfish, but it darted away, agilely weaving between her fingers. After surfacing, she described the underwater world to her parents with great excitement, gesturing animatedly. Her mother laughed. Look how happy you are, just like a little kid. Ouyang Wan thought to herself, I am a kid after all when I'm with my parents. On the 4th day, they went to Tianya Haijiao and saw the massive boulders carved with words. Her mother said, couples who come here like to take pictures. It's about to the ends of the earth, never-changing hearts. Her father chimed in, then let's take one too. A family of 3 never-changing hearts. They asked a passerby to take their picture, and the 3 of them stood beside the Tianya rock, smiling brightly. On the 5th day, they went nowhere. They simply lay on the hotel's beach. Ouyang Wan, wearing her blue bikini, reclined on a beach chair with sunglasses on, sipping coconut juice, watching people come and go. She felt like the heroine of a TV drama. Lin Xiaoyu sent a WeChat message asking how things were going. Ouyang Wan sent back a selfie, wearing a bikini with the sea and beach behind her. Lin Xiaoyu replied instantly, wow, Wan, you're so beautiful. That figure, those legs, that face. I'm in love, I'm in love. Then came another message, are you sure you used to be a guy? Even girls envy a body like that. Ouyang Wan smiled and replied, it's a system upgrade. Pretty awesome, right? Lin Xiaoyu, I want a system too. Zhang Shui also messaged, have fun. Don't forget sun protection. Wang Shiqi sent an envious emoji. Ouyang Wan looked at her phone, feeling wonderful. It was good to have these sisters by her side. On the last night in Sanya, she went to the beach alone. The moonlight was bright, and the sea looked as though it were scattered with crushed silver. She took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the sand, feeling the fine grains slip between her toes. The seawater occasionally crept up, washing over her ankles, cool and pleasant. She found a spot to sit down, hugged her knees, and gazed at the distant horizon. These 10 days had passed so quickly. She had played at things she'd never tried before, eaten foods she'd never tasted before, and seen scenery she'd never laid eyes on. More importantly, she had run, swum, and sunbathed freely on the beach in a bikini, without any discomfort, without any awkwardness. She had fully embraced this body and this identity. She wondered if someone told her now that she could turn back into the former Ouyang Ling, would she want to? She thought it over seriously, then shook her head. No, she didn't want to go back. Not because the current body was prettier, but because her current life was more wonderful. She had parents who loved her, close friends, a major she enjoyed, and a bright future ahead. These were things she had never possessed as Ouyang Ling. She didn't want to return to that cramped surveillance room, to a life that stretched out monotonously to the end, to that feeling of loneliness and helplessness. The way she was now, she was just fine. Xiao Wan, why are you here all by yourself? Her father's voice came from behind. Ouyang Wan turned and saw him walking over to sit down beside her. What are you thinking about? Her father asked. Ouyang Wan smiled. I'm thinking these 10 days went by too fast. I hate to leave. Her father nodded. Yeah, happy times always fly by. But that's all right. There will be plenty of chances. We can always come back. Ouyang Wan leaned against her father's shoulder. Dad, thank you. He patted her head. What's there to thank? You're my daughter. It's only right that I treat you well. Ouyang Wan's eyes grew a little misty. She remembered that in her past life, she had never been this close to her father. In this life, she had been given so much, so very much. Xiao Wan, her father said suddenly, there's something Dad wants to tell you. Ouyang Wan looked up. What is it? Her father stared at the distant sea silent for a while before speaking. When you first changed, Dad had a hard time accepting it. Not because I disliked you, but I didn't know how to face it. After all, the son I raised for 18 years suddenly became my daughter. That feeling, I can't describe it. Ouyang Wan listened quietly. Her father continued, but your mother accepted it right away. She said, no matter whether you're a boy or a girl, you're our child. Then as I watched you slowly adjust, slowly become happier, Dad gradually came around too. What matters is that you're happy. Everything else, it doesn't matter. Ouyang Wan's nose stung, and tears nearly fell. Dad feels having a daughter is pretty great too, he said with a smile. Daughters are thoughtful. They cook, they act cute. Much better than a son. Ouyang Wan couldn't help laughing, her voice tinged with a sniffle. Dad, are you praising me or teasing me? He put his arm around her shoulder. Praising you, of course. Xiao Wan, no matter what happens from now on, no matter whether you're a boy or a girl, you're Dad's daughter. Always. Ouyang Wan could no longer hold back her tears. She leaned against her father's shoulder, crying and laughing at once. Beneath the moonlight, father and daughter sat together, gazing at the sea, saying nothing, yet saying everything. After a while, her mother came too. Seeing them, she sat down and wrapped an arm around Ouyang Wan. What's this? Having a quiet, emotional moment here. Ouyang Wan wiped her eyes and smiled. No, I just don't want to leave. Her mother said. Then let's stay a few more days. I can reschedule the flight. Ouyang Wan shook her head. No need. It's time to go home. We can come back another time. Her mother nodded. Okay, we'll come every year from now on. The family of 3 sat on the sand watching the moonlit sea. No one spoke, but all their hearts were warm. On the 10th day, they packed their luggage and prepared to go home. Before leaving, Ouyang Wan went to the shore once more to bid the sea farewell. Sea, thank you for giving me such a beautiful 10 days. I'll come back again. The waves gently lapped at the sand, as if in response. Back at the hotel, her father was already waiting. The 3 got into the car, headed to the airport, boarded the plane, and flew back to Sioux City. On the plane, Ouyang Wan watched the clouds outside the window and revisited the fragments of the past 10 days. The excitement of beachcombing, the satisfaction of eating seafood, the novelty of diving, the warmth of evening strolls. Every scene was so vivid, so beautiful. She thought, this is what life is. It has sweetness and bitterness, laughter and tears, but as long as there is love, it is all worthwhile. After returning home, Lin Xiaoyu and the others asked her out, immediately eager to hear about her trip to Sanya. Ouyang Wan pulled out her phone and showed them the photos. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes went wide as she fired off questions. Where is this? What's that? Does it taste good? Ouyang Wan explained each photo one by one. When she came to the bikini pictures, Lin Xiaoyu insisted on seeing a full body shot. Ouyang Wan found a selfie taken on the beach. Lin Xiaoyu stared at it in silence for 3 seconds, then let out a scream. Aw, Wan, you're too beautiful. That figure. Those legs. That chest. I can't go on. Zhang Shui glanced at it, then pushed up her glasses. Not bad indeed. Wang Shiqi whispered, Wan is so pretty. Ouyang Wan felt a little embarrassed by all the compliments and hurriedly put her phone away. Okay, stop it. If you keep going, I'll get a swelled head. Lin Xiaoyu wrapped her arm around her. Get a swelled head then. We'll catch you. The 4 of them burst into laughter. Summer break was still going on. There were 2 more months to go. Ouyang Wan planned to rest well, read some books, spend time with her parents, and hang out with her friends. Then it would be her sophomore year. She looked forward to a new semester and a new chapter of her story. The June breeze, carrying the fragrance of gardenias, blew in through the classroom window, gently billowing the curtains. At the podium, the criminal law professor was delivering his final summary, his voice rising and falling like reciting a long poem. Over this past year, I've seen many of you make progress and grow. Law is not an easy discipline that demands rigorous logic, broad knowledge, keen insight, and an upright heart. I hope each of you will go further and do better on this path. The professor's gaze swept across the classroom, finally settling on the girl in the second row by the window, the one who always listened quietly and took careful notes. A faint, gratified smile tugged at his lips. Ouyang Wan felt the professor's gaze, looked up, met those gentle eyes, and nodded lightly. The final examinations were over and grades had been fully released yesterday. Unsurprisingly, she had once again taken first place in the entire department, the 3rd consecutive time. Throughout her sophomore year, across both semesters, her average GPA was 3.99. Only one elective course where the instructor graded strictly had earned her a 94, otherwise it would have been a perfect 4.0 again. Wan, you really are. Lin Xiaoyu whispered beside her with a complicated expression. I don't even know what word to use to describe you. Top student. Genius. Freak. Ouyang Wan smiled. Be nice. Lin Xiaoyu corrected herself. Find you're the pride of our dorm, the glory of our law department, and the person I admire most in my whole life. Bar none. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses, making a rare joke. Xiaoyu, yesterday you said the one you admired most was that food blogger who can eat 10 skewers of kebabs in one sitting. Lin Xiaoyu flushed. That's different. That was admiring her appetite, while this is admiring her intellect. Wang Shiqi covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving like crescent moons. After class, the four of them walked back to the dormitory together. The June sun was already fierce, almost dizzying in its intensity. Lin Xiaoyu held up an umbrella and pulled Ouyang Wan under it as well, though Ouyang Wan was 175 meters tall and Lin Xiaoyu only 160. The two squeezing under one umbrella made a somewhat comical sight. Wan, what are your plans for the summer? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Ouyang Wan said, I'm going to Beijing with my parents. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Beijing. The Forbidden City. The Great Wall. Peking Duck. I want to go too. Zhang Shui said, didn't you say you were going to work part-time this summer? Lin Xiaoyu sighed. Right, I still need to earn my living expenses. Alas, such a hard life. Wang Shiqi said softly, my family wants me to go back and watch the shop, so I can't go out and play. Ouyang Wan looked at them feeling a bit guilty. I'll bring you some local specialties when school starts. Lin Xiaoyu immediately perked up. Great. I want Peking duck. The vacuum-packed kind. Zhang Shui said, don't bring too much, just a token. Wang Shiqi said, I like everything. The four chatted and laughed as they walked back to the dorm. That evening, as Ouyang Wan was packing, her mother called, Xiaowan, the plane tickets are booked. We fly to Beijing on Monday. Your dad looked up the travel guide. We're going to the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, the Summer Palace, the Temple of Heaven, and many other places. 10 days should be enough, right? Listening to her mother's excited voice, Ouyang Wan laughed and said, enough, Mom, don't exhaust yourself. Why would I be tired? Going out is pure joy. By the way, you got first again on exams. Fantastic. Mom is so proud of you. Ouyang Wan smiled. Mom, you say that every time. Her mother said matter-of-factly, of course. With a daughter this outstanding, if I'm not proud, who would be? Alright, get some rest early. We'll talk when you get back. After hanging up, Ouyang Wan lay in bed staring at the ceiling, her heart full of anticipation. She had never been to Beijing before. In her previous life, she never had the chance. In this life, she could finally go. In early July, Beijing was sunny. As the plane descended, Ouyang Wan looked down from the window, seeing streets laid out like a chessboard, dense clusters of buildings, and winding rivers. The plane dropped lower, the ground growing clearer, until with a dull thud the wheels touched down, taxiing then halting. We've arrived. Her mother stood up excitedly. Beijing. We're here. Her father chuckled. Look how worked up you are, like a little kid. Her mother shot him a glare. What? Can't I be visiting Beijing for the first time? It was only then that Ouyang Wan realized her parents had never been to Beijing before either. She felt a sudden surge of emotion. They had chosen to come with her to this ancient yet modern city for the first time. As they exited the airport, a wave of heat hit them. Beijing's summer was hotter and drier than Sioux City's. The sunlight was glaring, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. On the cab ride to the hotel, Ouyang Wan kept gazing out the window. Broad roads, towering buildings, endless streams of vehicles, and those iconic structures she had only ever seen on TV. The CCTV headquarters resembling a colossal pair of pants, and the China World Trade Center Tower, 3 soaring into the clouds. The hotel was inside the Third Ring Road, a well-established 4-star establishment. The room was small but clean and tidy, with a view of distant buildings from the window. After dropping off their luggage, her mother urged them out. Come on, let's go have Peking duck. I've already researched it. Quanjude. Her father said, didn't you say we were going to Ciji Minfu? Her mother thought it over. Then let's go to Ciji Minfu. I hear it's better than Quanjude. Ouyang Wan laughed beside them. She suddenly realized that when her mother made travel plans, food seemed to be her top priority. First stop, Qianmen Street. It was bustling with tourists everywhere, bluestone roads, antique-style buildings, and a variety of time-honored shops. Her mother dragged her in and out of shop after shop, wanting to buy everything. Her father followed behind, his hands quickly filling with bags. Mom, it's only the first day. You're buying so much. How are we going to carry it all later? Ouyang Wan said helplessly. Her mother replied with complete confidence. What's there to worry about? You've got your dad. Her father gave a wry smile. Yeah, you've got me. After shopping until the afternoon, they finally went to eat. Ciji Minfu's roast duck truly lived up to its reputation. Crispy skin, tender meat paired with thin pancakes, scallion shreds, cucumber strips, and sweet bean sauce. Each bite left a lingering fragrance in the mouth. Ouyang Wan had several rolls so full that she kept rubbing her stomach. After dinner, it was already dark. They went to Tiananmen Square to see the night scene. The square was vast, crowded with people, and glittered with lights. In the distance stood the Tiananmen Gate Tower, with Chairman Mao's portrait strikingly visible under the lights. Ouyang Wan stood in the center of the square, taking it all and feeling a sense of unreality. This was a place she had only seen on TV in her previous life, and now she was standing here. Xiaowan, come take a photo, her mother called. The three of them stood in the square and asked a passerby to take their picture with Tiananmen, the monument to the people's heroes, and the national flag as the backdrop. In the photo, all three were smiling happily. The next day, they went to the Forbidden City. At 8 in the morning, they were already queuing outside the Meridian Gate. There were many visitors, but all in orderly fashion. After passing security and going through the Meridian Gate, the view suddenly opened up. The gate of Supreme Harmony Square, the Golden Water Bridge, and white marble balustrades. Everything was magnificent. Ouyang Wan stood there gazing at all of it, suddenly seized by a strange feeling. The omniscient eye activated automatically, and information about the Forbidden City flooded in like a tide. First constructed in the 18th year of the Yongle Emperor's reign of the Ming Dynasty, with a building area of approximately 15,000 square meters, more than 70 palaces of varying sizes, and over 9,000 rooms. Every brick, every tile, every pillar had its own story. Xiaoan, what are you spacing out about? Her mother's voice pulled her back to reality. Ouyang Wan snapped out of it. Nothing, it's just so magnificent. Her mother nodded. Right, it was the Emperor's residence. How could it not be grand? They moved forward with the crowd. The Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Hall of Central Harmony, and the Hall of Preserving Harmony. The three great halls were awe-inspiring in their grandeur, the Palace of Heavenly Purity, the Hall of Union, and the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. The three rear palaces were exquisite and ornate. Her mother took photos all the way while her father narrated all the way. He had done his homework in advance and could say something about the history of every hall. Listening to her father's explanations and combining them with the information from the omniscient Ouyang Wan felt those historical figures come to life. She could almost see the emperor holding court, hear the eunuchs relaying messages, and sense the majesty and solitude of imperial power. By the time they reached the imperial garden, she was already a bit tired. They found a pavilion to sit down and drank some water and rested their feet. Xiaoan, are you tired? Her father asked. Ouyang Wan shook her head. Not really, just walked a bit much. Her mother said, we've only walked half the way. This afternoon there's still the treasure gallery and the clock gallery. Ouyang Wan smiled wryly. Mom, can we slow down a little? Her mother thought for a moment. Fine, let's go slower. We're in no hurry. In the afternoon, they toured the treasure gallery and the clock gallery. The gold, silver, jewels, jade, agate, and exquisite clocks were dazzling to the eyes. Ouyang Wan's favorite was a mechanical clock with moving figurines that played music at every hour, particularly exquisite. When they emerged from the Forbidden City, it was already 4 in the afternoon. All three were exhausted. They found a tea house near the entrance and sat down to rest over tea. How many steps have we taken today? Her mother asked. Her father checked his phone. 23,000 steps. Her mother gasped. No wonder we're so tired. Ouyang Wan sipped her tea and gazed out the window. The sun was setting and the corner towers of the Forbidden City looked especially beautiful in the afterglow. She suddenly thought how nice it would be if she could have come with her sisters. Lin Xiaoyu would have been excitedly taking photos everywhere. Zhang Shui would have calmly analyzed the architectural structures, and Wang Shiqi would have quietly absorbed the atmosphere of history. Next time I'll come with them. On the third day, they visited the Badaling Great Wall. They set off at 6 in the morning to avoid the peak crowd. After a bus ride of over an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of the Great Wall. Looking up, the Great Wall stretched like a giant dragon winding along the mountain ridges with no end in sight. He who has never been to the Great Wall is not a true man, her mother exclaimed excitedly. Today we are all true heroes. Her father chuckled. You're a hero, and I'm an old man. Ouyang Wan laughed at that. They took a cable car up to North Tower 7, then started climbing. The steps of the Great Wall were uneven, some high, some low, some so steep that they nearly had to climb on all fours. After climbing for a while, Ouyang Wan was a little out of breath. Though she had the system's enhancement, she was still made of flesh and blood. Her mother was panting even harder than she was stopping to rest after every few steps. Her father supported her from the side, saying, I told you to exercise more, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know what it feels like to be tired. Her mother glared at him. Cut the nonsense and hold me steady. Ouyang Wan looked at them, warmth filling her heart. She slowed her pace to climb alongside her mother, cheering her on as they went. At last they reached North Tower 8, the highest point of the Badaling Great Wall. Standing there, they could overlook the entire mountain range, the Great Wall winding up and down like a giant dragon coiled along the ridges. A breeze blew over, carrying the scent of the wilderness, cool and fresh. So beautiful, her mother marveled. So worth the exhaustion. Ouyang Wan nodded, gazing at the magnificent view before her, a feeling of heroism surging in her heart. This was the Great Wall, the symbol of the Chinese nation. Over 2,000 years of history were solidified here into this winding wall. Standing on the wall, she felt its weight and solemnity, suddenly feeling both insignificant and great. Insignificant because an individual is nothing in the long river of history, and great because she could stand here feeling this history. Xiaoan, take a photo. Her mother's voice brought her back to reality. The three of them stood on the Great Wall with the rolling mountains and winding wall behind them. They took many photos, everyone showing especially happy smiles. For the descent, they took the toboggan slide. That roller coaster-like cart sped down the track. Her mother screamed the whole way. Her father laughed from behind, and Ouyang Wan couldn't help laughing too. Back in the city at night, all three were exhausted. But her mother's energy seemed inexhaustible. After dinner she dragged them to the bird's nest and the water cube to see the night scene. In the night, the bird's nest looked like a blazing flame, and the water cube like a colossal blue crystal, their reflections complementing each other in a scene of breathtaking beauty. Over the next few days, they visited all the must-see spots in Beijing. At the summer palace, Kunming Lake rippled with blue waves, and the Tower of Buddhist Incense stood majestically on Longevity Hill. They took a pleasure boat and drifted on the lake for an hour. Her mother said Empress Dowager Cixi probably took boat rides on the lake just like this, right? Her father replied, Empress Dowager Cixi wasn't as tired as you, she had people carrying her. Her mother glared at him, and he quickly revised, but Empress Dowager Cixi wasn't as good-looking as you. At the Temple of Heaven, the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests was magnificent, and the echo wall was mysterious and intriguing. Her mother insisted on experiencing the echo wall's effect, making her father stand on one side, while she stood on the other and shouted, Honey, I love you. Everyone around laughed. Her father blushed, and Ouyang Wan smiled too. At Beihai Park, the white pagoda was reflected in the lake with weeping willows lining the shore. They rented a small boat and rowed it themselves. Her parents rowed in front while Ouyang Wan sat in the back as a passenger. After rowing to the middle of the lake, her father suddenly said, Xiaowan, why don't you sing a song? Ouyang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then sang a song called Let Us Row the Oars. Her voice drifted across the lake, drawing glances from people on nearby boats, and some even applauded. For a hottie tour, they took a pedal rickshaw and weaved through the narrow alleys. The driver was a native Beijinger with a strong Beijing accent, telling them the history of the hutongs and stories of the Sihiyuan courtyards. Ouyang Wan listened spellbound, feeling as if the old Beijing life was coming alive before her eyes. As for food, they certainly didn't skimp. Besides roast duck, they also had instant boiled mutton zhejiang noodles with fried sauce doji, fermented mung bean, juice, jiaochuan crispy fried rings, luju huashao stewed offal with flatbread, and xiaogan sautéed liver with starch. Some of them suited their tastes, others didn't, but each was a novel experience. What Ouyang Wan remembered most was a small shop tucked in a hudong specializing in old Beijing fried sauce noodles. The shop was tiny with only 5 or 6 tables, but business was booming. They had to wait in line for half an hour before getting seated. The noodles were chewy, the fried sauce rich and savory, served with slivered cucumbers, bean sprouts, and garlic sprouts. Mixed together, each bite was filled with the taste of happiness. Her mother said as she ate, Now this is what you call fried sauce noodles. What we had before were all fake. Dad nodded, indeed delicious. Ouyang Wan thought that once she learned it, she would make it for Lin Xiaoyu and the others when she returned. The 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On the final evening, they visited Tiananmen Square once more. Under the night sky, the square remained bustling with tourists everywhere. They found a place to sit and gazed at the Tiananmen Gate Tower, the national flag, and the crowds coming and going. Xiaowan, did you have fun these past 10 days? Mom asked. Ouyang Wan nodded. I had a great time, especially enjoyable. Mom wrapped an arm around her shoulder. That's good then. Next time we'll visit other places. China is so vast, we'll take our time exploring and viewing. Ouyang Wan leaned against her mother's shoulder, gazing at the stars in the sky, her heart brimming with gratitude. Grateful to her parents, grateful to this world, grateful for this new life. The next day they flew home. On the plane, Ouyang Wan looked out the window as the skyline of Beijing grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing beneath the clouds. She whispered silently, Beijing goodbye. I will come again. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoyu and the others came immediately to hear her stories. Ouyang Wan took out the specialties she had brought back. Vacuum-packed roast duck, daxiankin pastries, libaju pickles, and a host of small souvenirs. Lin Xiaoyu, eating the pastries with eyes sparkling, said, Wan, take me with you next time. Ouyang Wan smiled and said, all right, next time all 4 of us will go together. Zhang Shui pushed up her glasses. That's possible. Wang Shiqi whispered, I'll save money, we'll go together next year. The 4 of them laughed and played, and the days of summer vacation continued warmly like that. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Wan had become a junior university student. This year the school celebrated its centenary. The entire campus was immersed in a festive atmosphere with red banners, colorful flags, and joyous decorations everywhere. One of the main events of the centenary celebration was the Centennial Sports Meet. Wan, what events are you participating in? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet. Zhang Shui said, You're so capable you should sign up for several. Wang Shiqi nodded. Yes, to bring glory to our law department. Ouyang Wan was tempted by their words and went to check the registration form. There were many events, track and field ball games, swimming, gymnastics, and so on. She glanced over it and suddenly remembered that all sports mastery skill given to her by the system. All Olympic events, non-Olympic events, and extreme sports, all at the level of world champions. Since it was the school anniversary, she decided to participate in a few events. She signed up for 3 table tennis, and gymnastics. Lin Xiaoyu saw her registration form, and her eyes widened. Wan, are you sure? These 3 events are all at the same time, aren't you tired? Ouyang Wan smiled. It's fine, just consider it exercise. Lin Xiaoyu still wasn't entirely convinced, but didn't say anything more. The competitions were scheduled within 3 days. Day 1 was table tennis day, 2 tennis day, 3 gymnastics. The table tennis matches were held in the gymnasium. When Ouyang Wan arrived, there were already many people gathered. There were competitors, spectators, referees, and staff. Her first opponent was a boy from the physical education department who had reportedly placed in city competitions. The boy saw her, paused for a moment, then smiled. Beauty, are you sure you want to play against me? I won't hold back. Ouyang Wan said calmly. No need to hold back, just play normally. The match began. The boy served with a fast underspin ball. Ouyang Wan gently swung her paddle, and the ball bounced back at a tricky angle, landing on the edge of the opponent's table. The boy didn't react in time, and the ball had already landed. 1-0. The boy was stunned, picked up the ball, and served again. This time he added spin, and the ball's trajectory became elusive. Ouyang Wan didn't even blink, returned it with a backhand drive, and the ball shot like a white flash straight to the opponent's backhand side. The boy barely managed to return it, but the ball flew out of bounds. 2-0. The rest of the match was completely one-sided. For every ball the boy hit, Ouyang Wan could easily receive and return it, while for Ouyang Wan's balls the boy could never quite manage to return them. Sometimes the ball came too fast, leaving him no time to react. Sometimes the angle was so tricky that he couldn't even reach it. First game 1-1-2. Ouyang Wan won. Second game 1-1-0. Ouyang Wan won. Third game 1-1-1. Ouyang Wan won. Best of 3 games, Ouyang Wan won easily 3-0 and advanced. After the match, the boy walked over with a look of disbelief. Are you from a professional team? Ouyang Wan shook her head. No, it's just a hobby. The boy fell silent. This hobby was too amateurish, wasn't it? In the subsequent matches, Ouyang Wan swept through each round. Quarterfinals 3-0. Semifinals 3-0. Finals 3-0. Her final opponent was a girl from the physical education department who had reportedly made it to the provincial team. The girl was full of confidence before the match, saying she would show Ouyang Wan something. But once on court, she realized she was no match at all. Ouyang Wan's shots were fast and spun with terrifying angles, as she could barely even touch the ball. 1-1-3, 1-1-2, 1-1-1. Ouyang Wan won. When the referee announced she had won the women's singles table tennis championship, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Ouyang Wan stood on the podium and received the golden medal, which was engraved with Shuguang University Centennial Celebration Women's Table Tennis Singles Champion. Lin Xiaoyu was clapping hard below, her voice hoarse from shouting, Wan. Wan is the best. Zhang Shui rarely showed a smile, and Wang Shiqi's eyes were red. Ouyang Wan looked at them, smiled, and waved the medal in her hand. The next day, tennis matches began. Tennis was held at an outdoor court. When Ouyang Wan arrived, the sun was already intense, making her feel a bit dizzy. She changed into sportswear, put on a sun hat, applied sunscreen, and then went to check in. Her first opponent was another boy from the physical education department. Seeing her table tennis results, he was already somewhat apprehensive, but still boasted, table tennis is table tennis, tennis is tennis. You can't possibly be good at everything, right? Ouyang Wan said nothing, picked up her racket, and walked onto the court. The match began. The boy served, the ball speed was fast, and the angle was tricky too. Ouyang Wan moved her feet effortlessly to reach the ball, returned it with a backhand drive, and the ball flew to the opponent's backcourt with an eerie arc. The boy hesitated for a moment, barely managed to run over, but it was already too late. 1-5-0. The boy's expression changed. The following match was exactly the same as table tennis. Every shot Ouyang Wan hit was eerily precise. She seemed to be able to predict the direction of the opponent's shots, always moving to the correct position in advance. And her returns with tricky angles and moderate power left the opponent running exhaustively. First set 6-1. Ouyang Wan won. Second set 6-0. Ouyang Wan won. The match ended and Ouyang Wan advanced easily 2-0. After the match, the boy walked over with a complicated expression. You really haven't trained. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. I've practiced a little. The boy fell silent. That little bit was too much, wasn't it? In the subsequent matches, she again achieved crushing victories. Quarterfinals 2-0. Semifinals 2-0. Finals 2-0. Her final opponent was a girl from the physical education department who had reportedly placed in the National College Tennis Tournament. The girl's technique was indeed good, with powerful, serve-stable baseline play and agile net play. But against Ouyang Wan, all her advantages vanished completely. She couldn't return Ouyang Wan's shots, and Ouyang Wan could easily return her shots. The match progressed quickly and ended in less than an hour. 6-2, 6-1. Ouyang Wan won. When the referee announced she had won the women's singles tennis championship, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Ouyang Wan stood on the podium and received the second medal. Shiguang University Centennial Celebration Women's Tennis Singles Champion. Lin Xiaoyu was already extremely excited below, shaking Zhang Shui's hand vigorously. 2 medals already. 2 medals. Wan already has 2. Zhang Shui was dizzy from being shaken, but a smile played on her lips. Wang Shiqi held up her phone, constantly taking photos, saying she would send them to her mother. Ouyang Wan stepped down from the podium and was surrounded by the 3 of them. Wan, you're so amazing. There's gymnastics tomorrow. 3 medals. 3 medals. Ouyang Wan, infected by their enthusiasm, also smiled. I'll do my best tomorrow. The third day gymnastics competition began. Gymnastics was held in the gymnasium, divided into men's and women's groups. The women's events included vault, uneven bars, balance beam, and floor exercise, as well as the all-around. Ouyang Wan signed up for the all-around, meaning she would participate in all 4 events. When she arrived, the gymnasium was already packed with people. After all, it was the school anniversary and the last day of competition, so there were extra spectators. Lin Xiaoyu and the other 2 had come early to claim seats in the front row, holding homemade signs that read, "Go Wan." Ouyang Wan saw the sign and felt a mix of amusement and speechlessness, but her heart warmed. Before the competition started, she did a simple warm-up. The other competitors were performing various high-difficulty moves, while she simply stretched her muscles and moved her joints. Several girls from the physical education department nearby glanced at her with a hint of disdain. After all, they were professional gymnasts, while Ouyang Wan was merely a law student. Ouyang Wan didn't mind and continued with her warm-up. The first event was vault. The preceding competitors completed their routines one after another. Some performed well, others averagely, with the highest score being 8-9. It was Ouyang Wan's turn. She stood on the runway, took a deep breath, and then began her approach run. Her steps grew faster and more powerful. Finally, she planted her foot on the board, jumped, and soared. In the air, she executed a front handspring, then landed steadily, rooted to the ground like a nail, motionless. The entire venue fell silent for a second, then erupted in enthusiastic applause. The judges score 9-8. The audience was astounded. This was the highest vault score of the day, nearly a point higher than the second place. Next was the uneven bars. After mounting the bars, Ouyang Wan's movements flowed like clouds and water, giant swings, release, moves, pirouettes, flips. Every move was precise, and she finished with another steady landing stand. The judges score 9-7, again the highest of the day. Balance beam 9-8. Floor exercise 9-9. After the 4 events, Ouyang Wan won the Women's All-Around Gymnastics Championship with a total score of 38-2. This score was nearly 3 points higher than the second place, an absolute domination. When the referee announced the results, the entire venue boiled over with excitement. Lin Xiaoyu and the other 2 were jumping up and down below, their voices hoarse from shouting. Surrounding spectators stood up one after another to applaud, and someone even shouted, "Genius." Ouyang Wan stood on the podium and received the 3rd medal. Shiguang University Centennial Celebration Women's Gymnastics All-Around Champion. The gold medal sparkled under the lights, and when placed together with her table tennis and tennis gold medals from the previous 2 days, it was particularly dazzling. Reporters rushed over to interview her, asking how she had managed to win 3 championships simultaneously. Ouyang Wan said mildly, "Maybe it's just that I like sports. I practice more usually." Practice more? The reporter found it hard to believe. Ouyang Wan nodded, "Yes, practice more." After the interview, Lin Xiaoyu and the others rushed over and surrounded her. 3 medals. 3 gold medals. Wan, are you a fairy? So amazing. So amazing. Ouyang Wan looked at them and smiled. She looked down at the 3 medals, feeling quite proud in her heart. Although she had the system's help, she had indeed put in effort and taken every competition seriously. These medals were a recognition of her efforts. In the evening, the 4 of them went out for a big meal to celebrate. Lin Xiaoyu insisted on ordering alcohol, saying, "We shouldn't go home until we're drunk." In the end, she turned red after half a bottle of beer and spoke with a slurred tongue. Zhang Shui, who didn't drink at all, took care of her. Wang Shiqi drank a little, her face flushed like a little rabbit. Ouyang Wan looked at them, and her heart warmed. It was so good to have these sisters. After the sports meet, life returned to peaceful routine. Ouyang Wan remained that diligent law student, attending classes daily, spending time in the library taking notes and reviewing. Although she had the system, she never slackened, because she knew that true knowledge must be stored in one's mind, not in a system. Junior year courses became more difficult. There were special theory of criminal law, special theory of civil law, commercial law, economic law, intellectual property law, international law. Each course required extensive reading and comprehension. But Ouyang Wan enjoyed it, as she found the world of law increasingly fascinating. The deeper she delved, and the logic behind the provisions and the wisdom in those cases captivated her. Lin Xiaoyu sometimes asked her, "Wan, aren't you tired of reading books every day?" Ouyang Wan replied, "Not tired at all, it's quite interesting." Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. I admire you really. If it were me reading those every day, I'd have gone crazy long ago. Zhang Shui said. That's why she's first, and you're mid-pack. Lin Xiaoyu glared at her. Shui Gao, that's too hurtful. Zhang Shui smiled, just telling the truth. Wang Shiqi whispered nearby. I also admire Wan, but I don't envy her, because I'm not cut out for that. Ouyang Wan said, everyone has their own strengths, and you also have your own merits. Lin Xiaoyu thought, what are my strengths? Zhang Shui said, able to eat, sleep, and play. Lin Xiaoyu. Does that count as a strength? Ouyang Wan laughed. Of course it does. Good mindset, easy happiness, that's something many people can't pray for. Lin Xiaoyu immediately became proud. That's true. Days passed one after another. At the end of the first semester of junior year, Ouyang Wan was once again first in her department. At the end of the second semester of junior year, she was still first in her department. Classmates had already gotten accustomed. Every time. When the results were announced, everyone would send messages in the group. Congratulations to Sister Wan for taking first place again. Sister Wan is the greatest of all time. Sister Wan, when will you give a lecture to teach us how to study? Ouyang Wan would modestly reply every time. Thank you everyone. Let's work hard together. Lin Xiaoyu said, Wan, don't you have a nickname called First Place Harvester? What? Ouyang Wan was stunned. Lin Xiaoyu said, I mean no matter what competition or exam it is you can always take first place. First in the whole department, 3 gold medals at the sports meet, and what else? Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. That's all. Lin Xiaoyu said that's enough. From now on you're my idol. I'll call you Brother Wan. Ouyang Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the heck is Brother Wan? Lin Xiaoyu said with complete confidence, because you're the big brother. Even though you're a girl, you're the big brother. Brother Wan. Zhang Shui said from the side, that logic is absolutely brilliant. Wang Shiqi said, then I'll call you Brother Wan too. Ouyang Wan put a hand to her forehead. Whatever makes you happy. During the summer after her junior year, Mom's surprise came again. This time it was Xinjiang. Xinjiang. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at the news. Big plate chicken. Lamb skewers. Pilaf. Raisins. Hummy melons. I want to go too. Ouyang Wan smiled at her. Are you going? Together. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. I don't have money. I have to work. Zhang Shui said, you can apply for a student loan. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. Forget it. I'll think about it later. For now I'll work and save up. Wang Shiqi said, I'll help you watch the shop. You go and have fun. Lin Xiaoyu hugged her, deeply moved. Sure, you're so wonderful. Ouyang Wan watched them and felt a little guilty. But she knew that everyone's situation was different, and what she could do was bring back more local specialties. In mid-July the family of 3 flew to Urumqi. The flight lasted more than 5 hours, crossing most of China from east to west. Ouyang Wan kept looking out the window, watching the scenery turn from green to yellow, from plains to Gobi, from bustling to desolate. During the descent, the cabin broadcast sounded, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land at Urumqi Daiwapu International Airport. The local temperature is 32 degrees Celsius with clear skies. As they walked out of the airport, a wave of scorching heat rushed at them. The heat in Xinjiang was different from Beijing's. It was a dry heat that made the skin burn, but did not make you sweat, which was very strange. So hot. Mom said. But it's not as stuffy as the south. Not bad. Dad nodded. Dry heat, comfortable. The hired driver was a Uyghur man named Adalai, and he spoke Mandarin very well. He helped them load their luggage into the car, and then drove all the way to the city. Along the way, Adalai introduced them to Xinjiang's local customs, telling them where the mutton was most delicious, where the grapes were sweetest, and where the scenery was most beautiful. Ouyang Wan looked out the window. Everything was so fresh. Tall, upright poplars lined the streets. The architectural style was somewhat different from inland cities with a strong Islamic character. People on the streets wore all kinds of clothing. Han, Uyghur, Kazakh. All kinds of faces, all kinds of charm. Xinjiang is a wonderful place. You will like it, Adalai said. The next day, they went to Tianshan Heavenly Lake. It took over 2 hours to drive there from Urumqi. The road was a winding mountain highway full of curves, but the scenery was beautiful. On the slopes were green pastures with cattle and sheep in flocks scattered across the grassland like pearls. In the distance were continuous snow-capped mountains glittering in the sunlight. When they reached the Heavenly Lake, Ouyang Wan was stunned by the view. The lake water was a clear, deep blue, like a huge sapphire lying quietly in the embrace of the surrounding mountains. The shore was lined with lush spruce forests, and in the distance stood the towering Bogda Peak, its summit covered with snow that never melted all year. Against the blue sky and white clouds, it looked holy and solemn. So beautiful. Mom marveled. Even more beautiful than in the photos. Dad was already pulling out his camera, clicking away nonstop. Ouyang Wan stood by the lake and took a deep breath. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of snow-capped mountains, the scent of the forest, and the moisture of the lake. She closed her eyes, feeling all of it, as if she were dreaming. They boarded a sightseeing boat and drifted on the lake for an hour. The lake water was so clear that the stones and waterweed at the bottom could be seen. When the boat reached the middle of the lake, Adelaide pointed to the distant snow mountain and said, "That is Bogda Peak, 5445 meters above sea level, the second highest peak of the Tian Shan Mountains." In the Uyghur language, Bogda means deity. Ouyang Wan looked at the snow peak, and a feeling of awe welled up in her heart. In the face of such majestic nature, human beings truly are tiny. In the afternoon, they strolled along the lakeside boardwalk. The boardwalk was very long, winding through the forest and around cliffs. Along the way, Mom kept taking photos, Dad kept explaining, and Ouyang Wan quietly absorbed it all. When they reached a viewing platform, they happened to see the full view of the heavenly lake. The lake, the forest, and the snow mountains formed a perfect picture. Ouyang Wan stood there looking at it all, and suddenly recalled the phrase Tian Shan, heavenly lake, a paradise on earth. On the fourth day, they went to Turpan. Turpan lies to the east of Urumqi, and the drive took more than 3 hours. The whole way was Gobi Desert with endless yellow sand and the occasional camel thorn bush. The closer they got to Turpan, the hotter it became, and the heat waves outside the window distorted their view. The first stop was the Flaming Mountain. The Flaming Mountain was truly hot. The moment they got out of the car, a wave of heat hit them like an oven. The ground temperature was at least 40 or 50 degrees, and the ground burned underfoot. Mom walked a few steps, couldn't take it anymore, and hid back in the car to enjoy the air conditioning. Dad and Ouyang Wan pressed on to see the famous Red Mountain. The Flaming Mountain really did look like flames. The entire mountain was red, gleaming under the sun. From afar, it truly resembled burning fire. At the foot of the mountain stood a huge thermometer showing the current ground temperature, 58 degrees. 58 degrees. Dad exclaimed. No wonder it's so hot. Ouyang Wan took a few photos, but she couldn't stand it either and hurried back. Back in the car, Mom had already turned the air conditioning to maximum and handed them cold water and wet towels. What torture, Mom said. This place really isn't fit for humans. Adelaide laughed. That's why it's called the Flaming Mountain. In the afternoon, they went to Grape Valley. Grape Valley was a hidden paradise in Turpan. Between two mountains, a valley was covered with grapevines. As soon as they entered the valley, the temperature dropped immediately. Grape trellises were everywhere, laden with crystal-clear grapes. Wow! Mom's eyes lit up. So many grapes. Adelaide introduced Turpan's grapes are the most famous because of the long sunshine, the large temperature difference, and the high sugar content. Have a taste. He picked a bunch and handed it to them. Ouyang Wan took one grape and put it in her mouth. Sweet. Really too sweet. It was as sweet as if honey had been added, but it still carried the unique fragrance of grapes. Delicious. Mom was full of praise. I've never eaten such sweet grapes. They spent a long time in Grape Valley, visited the raisin drying houses, heard legends about the valley, and also had a local farm meal. Big plate chicken pilaf, lamb skewers, and naan. Every dish was delicious. Before leaving, they bought several boxes of raisins to take back as gifts. On the 7th day, they flew to Kaunas. Kaunas lies at the northernmost tip of Xinjiang, bordering the Altai region, where the borders of China, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Mongolia meet. The flight from Urumqi took more than an hour. The plane landed at Kaunas Airport, a small airport surrounded by mountains. As soon as she stepped out of the airport, Ouyang Wan felt the difference. The air here was cooler and fresher, carrying the scent of forests and lakes. The hired driver was a Kazakh man named Hottie, a very honest and kind man. He drove them to the scenic area, introducing them to Kaunas's customs and culture along the way. The Kaunas scenic area was very large, including Kaunas Lake, Haimu Village, Baihaba Village, and several other places. They went to Kaunas Lake first. When they reached the lake, Ouyang Wan was stunned again. The lake water was emerald green, and so clear you could see to the bottom like a giant jade lying quietly in the embrace of the surrounding mountains. The spruce and fir trees by the lake towered into the clouds, while the distant snow mountains appeared and disappeared among the mist. The whole scene was as beautiful as a fairy tale. So beautiful. Mom marveled again. Even more beautiful than the heavenly lake. Dad was already clicking his shutter madly. They boarded a sightseeing boat and drifted on the lake for an hour. The lake was very deep. It was said that the deepest point was over 180 meters. When the boat reached the middle of the lake, Hottie pointed into the distance and said, "That is the place where the legendary lake monster is said to appear." Mom asked nervously, "Is there really a lake monster?" Hottie laughed. "It's just a legend. Nobody has ever seen it." Ouyang Wan gazed at the deep lake and thought, even if there is a lake monster, it must be a beautiful one. In the afternoon, they strolled along the lakeside boardwalk. The boardwalk was more than 10 kilometers long, winding through the forest and crossing streams with picturesque scenery all the way. After a while, Mom couldn't go on and waited with Dad at a rest area. Ouyang Wan continued alone. She walked very slowly, looking around as she went. The forest was very quiet, with only the sounds of birds and the wind rustling the leaves. Occasionally, squirrels could be seen leaping among the trees, completely unafraid of people. The stream gurgled so clear that the stones and small fish at the bottom could be seen. When she reached a viewing platform, she happened to see the full view of Kana's lake. The lake shimmered under the sunlight, and the distant snow mountains appeared indistinctly in the mist. She stood there looking for a very, very long time. At that moment, she suddenly felt that all her worries and all her stress no longer mattered. In the face of such nature, human beings are truly tiny, and those so-called troubles are even tinier. She thought this is the meaning of travel. It is not for checking and not for taking photos, but for feeling, for emptying the mind, and for rediscovering oneself and the world. On the 8th day, they went to Haimu village. Haimu village was a small village inhabited by the Tuvan people located within the Kana's scenic area. The village was not large, with only a few dozen households, all of which were log houses scattered through the valley. A small river ran past the village with a wooden bridge across it. Several birch trees stood by the bridge, their leaves already beginning to turn yellow. They stayed in a Tuvan homestay. The hosts were a middle-aged couple who were very warm-hearted and brought them milk tea and naan. The milk tea was salty and the naan was freshly baked, fragrant, and crisp. In the afternoon, they strolled around the village. It was very quiet, with only a few tourists now and then. Most of the people were Tuvans. They wore traditional clothing, working in their yards or chatting by the roadside. A few children were playing games. When they saw Ouyang Wan, they glanced at her curiously and then ran off. At the entrance to the village, there was a meadow where cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. In the distance were rolling mountains covered with dense forests. The setting sun dyed the entire valley golden. Ouyang Wan stood there looking at all this, feeling as if she had stepped into a painting. In the evening, they had dinner at the homestay. The hosts prepared traditional Tuvan food: hand-grabbed mutton, grilled fish, and milk curds. The hand-grabbed mutton was very tender without the slightest gamey smell. The grilled fish was a cold-water fish from Kana's lake, firm and delicious. The milk curds were a little sour and hard, but fragrant when chewed. After dinner, the host said the weather would be clear that night, and the starry sky would be visible. Ouyang Wan immediately ran to the yard. The sky was completely dark without a moon, and the stars were exceptionally bright. She looked up. The sky was filled with dense stars like a scatter of crushed diamonds. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, so clear that the stars within it could be seen. Occasionally, a shooting star streaked by, vanishing in an instant. She sat on the wooden bench in the yard watching the starry sky for a long, long time. Mom and Dad also came out and sat down beside her. "So beautiful," Mom said softly. Dad nodded. "You can never see a starry sky like this in the city." Ouyang Wan leaned on Mom's shoulder, looking at the stars, thinking every one of those stars is probably a world. And Earth is only one of them. In the universe, how tiny human beings are. But what does being tiny matter? She still existed, still felt, still loved, and was loved. That was enough. That night she had a dream. In the dream, she became a star twinkling in the night sky. Many people on the ground were looking at her, and among them were 3 people, her parents and her sisters. She winked at them and kept twinkling. On the 10th day, they flew back from Kana's to Urumqi, and then from Urumqi back home. On the plane, Ouyang Wan looked out the window as the outline of Xinjiang grew fainter and fainter, finally disappearing beneath the clouds. She said silently, "Goodbye, Xinjiang. I will come again." After returning home, Lin Xiaoyu and the others came running over immediately to hear the stories. Ouyang Wan brought out the local specialties she had brought back: torpon raisins, dried mushrooms from Kana's Haimu, milk curds, and a pile of photos. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the photos, eyes wide. The heavenly lake, is this beautiful? Kana's, is this beautiful? Xinjiang, is this beautiful? Ouyang Wan nodded. "It really is beautiful. You all must go someday." Zhang Shui looked at the photo of the starry sky. "Is this starry sky real?" Ouyang Wan said, "It's real. It's even more beautiful than the photo." Wang Shiqi said softly, "I'll go someday too." Ouyang Wan smiled. "All right, later the 4 of us will go together." The 4 sat together eating raisins, looking at photos, and listening to stories. The summer days continued on, warm like this. Outside the window, cicadas sang in rhythm. Inside the room, laughter rang out. This is life, isn't it? There are journeys and homecomings. There are faraway places and home. There are sisters and love. Plain and ordinary, yet real and true. The September wind carried the early chill of autumn, blowing through the tree-lined paths of campus and sweeping up a few prematurely yellowed leaves. Ouyang Wan stood beneath the dormitory building, watching the streams of new students passing by, when she suddenly realized she was already in her senior year. For years had simply slipped away like that. From the reserved girl who had just arrived on campus to the composed woman she was today, from the novice who blushed at wearing a bikini for the first time to the veteran who now confidently showcased herself in any setting, from the transformee still adjusting to her female identity to the true girl who had fully embraced and accepted it. For years had transformed so much. "Wan, what are you spacing out for?" Lin Xiaoyu emerged from the dormitory building holding 2 steamed buns. "Here, breakfast." Ouyang Wan took the bun and took a bite. "Just thinking about how fast time flies." Already in my senior year. Lin Xiaoyu also sighed. Yeah, 4 years. I remember when we first met you were quite aloof, barely speaking. Ouyang Wan smiled. We weren't close back then. Lin Xiaoyu linked her arm. Now we're incredibly close. You're my best sister without question. The two walked side by side toward the teaching building. On the way they encountered some freshmen who stared at Ouyang Wan with admiration and whispered among themselves. She had long grown accustomed to this kind of attention and walked on with a composed expression. Daily life of the campus beauty, Lin Xiaoyu giggled. Being gawked at wherever we go. Ouyang Wan shook her head helplessly. Senior year courses were fewer than the previous 3 years, but the pressure was greater. Preparing for the graduation thesis, job hunting facing future choices. Ouyang Wan's goal was clear: continue to graduate school and become a lawyer. She had already received the qualification for postgraduate recommendation at their university, and as long as she passed her thesis, she could continue her studies at Shiguan University. As for work, she wasn't in a hurry. With an infinite black card in hand, money was never an issue. But she still wanted to intern at a law firm to accumulate experience. After all, becoming a lawyer was the original reason she chose to major in law. In mid-September, the university held a senior student assembly to discuss graduation theses and employment matters. Ouyang Wan arrived a bit early, and there were hardly any people in the tiered classroom yet. She found a window seat and pulled out her phone to browse. After a while, more people began to arrive. Lin Xiaoyu and the others came over and sat beside her. The four of them chatted while waiting for the meeting to begin. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from the doorway. Ouyang Wan looked up and saw a boy walking in. He wore a white shirt with sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing smooth forearm muscles. His black dress pants were crisp, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. His features were sharp and well-defined, with clear eyes and a straight nose, his thin lips slightly pressed together in an almost imperceptible seriousness. He carried himself with a mature composure that set him apart from the other boys around him, who still carried the air of students. Wow, who's that? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. So handsome. Zhang Shui adjusted her glasses. That's Wan Xiao, the student union president. He's a junior in civil engineering. Haven't you seen him? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. I haven't. How could I not have noticed someone this handsome? Wang Shiqi spoke softly. I haven't either. He rarely participates in activities. Ouyang Wan watched the boy, curiosity stirring within her. The all-knowing eyes activated automatically, flooding her mind with information. Wan Xiao, 21 years old, junior in the Department of Civil Engineering, student union president, two-time national scholarship recipient, provincial-level outstanding student cadre, his father an architect, and his mother a university professor. The details poured in, but what struck Ouyang Wan most were the words describing his temperament. Calm and composed, diligent and responsible, acting with maturity beyond his years. Such a person was indeed rare among students. Wan Xiao walked to the front row and exchanged a few words with the counselor before taking a seat. Throughout, he never glanced back, as though the stir he'd caused meant nothing to him. The meeting commenced, and the counselor outlined the requirements and timelines for the graduation thesis, assigned advisors, and discussed employment prospects. After roughly an hour of briefing, the counselor said, "Next, please welcome Student Union President Wan Xiao to share the arrangements for the campus recruitment fair." Wan Xiao rose and approached the podium. His voice carried a deep clarity, measured and unhurried. He methodically covered the event's schedule, participating companies' registration process, and reminders to prepare resumes and dress appropriately. His presentation was efficient and direct, concluding with a polite bow before he returned to his seat. The entire process was clean and decisive, without a moment's wasted motion. So handsome. Lin Xiaoyu sighed again. And that voice. Wan Wan, what do you think? Ouyang Wan nodded. Indeed impressive. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Wan Wan, you actually complimented a boy. Rare indeed. Ouyang Wan paused. Did I? Lin Xiaoyu said you did. You said impressive. Usually you'd just say not bad. Ouyang Wan. The meeting ended and the four of them walked out together. At the doorway, they spotted Wan Xiao conversing with the counselor. Lin Xiaoyu tugged Ouyang Wan to slow their pace, wanting to catch another glimpse. At that moment, Wan Xiao's gaze swept over and met Ouyang Wan's eyes. His expression paused for a fraction of a second, then he gave a slight nod, a silent greeting. Ouyang Wan returned the nod before Lin Xiaoyu pulled her away. He looked at you. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. He looked at you. Ouyang Wan said helplessly, it was just a casual glance. You're overthinking it. Lin Xiaoyu insisted. No, the way he looked at you was different. I noticed it. Zhang Shui said, Xiaoyu, can you stop being so nosy? Lin Xiaoyu retorted confidently, gossiping is a girl's nature. Ouyang Wan smiled and shook her head, saying nothing more. But in her heart, she had indeed remembered that boy. Calm, composed, diligent, and those serene eyes like still water. After their first encounter, Ouyang Wan did not dwell on it. Senior year was busy. Thesis, research, graduate school exam preparation, and a law firm internship left no time for idle thoughts. One afternoon in mid-October, she was researching in the library. The fourth-floor law literature section was quiet and nearly empty. Ouyang Wan sat by the window surrounded by a stack of books, deeply engrossed in her notes. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" A deep voice sounded beside her. Ouyang Wan looked up startled. It was Wan Xiao. He stood nearby holding several books looking at her. "No, please sit," she said. Wan Xiao nodded and took the seat opposite her. They both began reading in silence. The library was quiet, broken only by the occasional turning of pages. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows across the table. Ouyang Wan focused intently on her materials, occasionally jotting notes in her notebook. Suddenly she encountered a problem she couldn't solve no matter how hard she thought. She looked up and gazed out the window, unconsciously her brows slightly furrowed. "Need help?" Wan Zhao's voice rang out. Ouyang Wan turned to look at him, finding him watching her. "What?" She hadn't registered his words immediately. Wan Xiao pointed to the book before her. "You seem to have run into a difficulty. Do you need assistance? I'm not a law major, but research methods should be similar." Ouyang Wan was somewhat surprised, but explained her question anyway. It concerned the source of a reference in a paper which she had searched for, but could not locate. Wan Xiao listened, then considered for a moment. "Try this database, it may have what you need." He wrote an address on paper and handed it to her. Ouyang Wan glanced at it, her eyes lighting up. It was a database she had never used before. She opened her laptop, logged in, entered keywords, and indeed found the reference. "Found it, thank you," she said. Wan Xiao nodded. "You're welcome." They returned to their reading. After a while, Wan Xiao suddenly spoke. "You're Ouyang Wan from the law department, correct?" Ouyang Wan looked up. "You know me?" Wan Xiao said. "#1 on the campus beauty list, first place in your department for 3 consecutive years, 3 gold medals at the sports meet. Who wouldn't know you?" Ouyang Wan felt a touch embarrassed. "Those are just empty titles." A faint smile touched Wan Zhao's lips, his first smile. To reach first place is no empty title. Ouyang Wan looked at him and suddenly thought that he was quite handsome when he smiled. That afternoon they stayed in the library for a long time. They exchanged occasional words, mostly lost in their own books. Yet that quiet companionship felt wonderfully comfortable. As they prepared to leave, Wan Xiao said, "I come here often. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Ouyang Wan nodded. "Very well, thank you." That evening, Lin Xiaoyu asked if anything interesting had happened. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment and said, "I ran into Wan Xiao at the library today." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes instantly brightened. "What, the student union president?" And then, Ouyang Wan said, "Nothing special. We just studied together for a while." Lin Xiaoyu wore an expression of disbelief. "Studied together? Just studied? Nothing else happened?" Ouyang Wan said helplessly, "What could possibly happen? It was just a casual encounter." Lin Xiaoyu sighed. Wan, you're so clueless when it comes to romance." Ouyang Wan smiled and said nothing more. But in her heart, she had indeed treasured that afternoon, the quiet library, and the boy who occasionally lifted his gaze to look at her. From that day onward, Ouyang Wan encountered Wan Xiao in the library more and more often. Sometimes she arrived first, sometimes he did. But regardless of who came first, they would always sit at that window-side table, facing each other, each absorbed in their own reading. Gradually they began to talk. They discussed their studies. He shared amusing anecdotes from civil engineering. She recounted fascinating cases from law. They spoke of daily life. He mentioned his love for running. She confessed her fondness for cooking. They talked of the future. He aspired to become an architect. She dreamed of becoming a lawyer. Once Ouyang Wan asked him, "Why do you always sit opposite me? There are so many empty seats." Wan Xiao paused, then said, "Habit." Ouyang Wan laughed. "Habit?" Wan Xiao nodded. "The first time I sat opposite you, and afterward I simply got used to it." This answer surprised Ouyang Wan, yet it stirred something strange and warm within her. The word habit sounded simple, yet it carried a profound comfort. Another time, Ouyang Wan encountered an exceptionally difficult problem while searching for over half an hour without success. Wan Xiao noticed her furrowed brows, asked what the issue was, and helped her search. Together, they spent nearly an hour before finally discovering the answer in an obscure collection of papers. "Thank you," Ouyang Wan said. "I'm sorry for taking up your time." Wan Xiao shook his head. "It's nothing. I learned something as well." Ouyang Wan looked at him and suddenly thought that this boy was truly remarkable. He was serious and responsible, yet unlike some who were rigid and inflexible. He was willing to help others without making them feel burdened. Perhaps this was what was meant by maturity. One evening in mid-November, Ouyang Wan stayed in the library until very late. When she gathered her things to leave, she noticed Wan Xiao was still reading opposite her. "Not leaving yet?" she asked. Wan Xiao looked up. "Almost. How about you?" Ouyang Wan said, getting ready to head back. Wan Xiao glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. He said the cafeteria should still have late-night snacks. "Would you like to grab a bite together?" Ouyang Wan considered for a moment and nodded. All right. This was their first time dining alone together. The late-night snack counter at the cafeteria was still open, serving simple noodles and snacks. Wan Xiao ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, and Ouyang Wan chose a bowl of small wontons. They found a corner seat. Do you often stay in the library until this late? Ouyang Wan asked. Wan Xiao nodded. Habit. It's quiet at night, more efficient. Ouyang Wan said, so do I. Wan Xiao smiled faintly. That's why we keep running into each other. Ouyang Wan chuckled. Indeed we do. They ate and chatted, the conversation flowing effortlessly, from the quiet of the library to the late-night snacks, from recent courses to future plans. Wan Xiao asked, you've secured postgraduate recommendation. Why still intern? Ouyang Wan replied, to gain experience. Law cannot be mastered through books alone, it requires practice. Wan Xiao nodded. That makes sense. Engineering is the same. There is a considerable gap between theory and practice. Ouyang Wan asked, and you? Wan Xiao said, graduate school, then a design institute. Ouyang Wan remarked, sounds promising. Wan Xiao replied, yes, one step at a time. After dinner, the two walked out of the cafeteria together. It was cold outside, their breath forming white mist in the night air. Wan Xiao unfastened his scarf and handed it to Ouyang Wan. Put it on, it's chilly. Ouyang Wan paused, then shook her head. No need, I'm not cold. Wan Xiao said, your hands are red. Don't tell me you're not cold. Ouyang Wan glanced down at her hands. They were indeed somewhat reddened from the cold. She took the scarf. It still carried his warmth, radiating a gentle heat and the faint scent of laundry detergent. Thank you, she said. Wan Xiao nodded. Let's go. I'll walk you back to the dorm. The two of them strolled across campus, the street lamps stretching their shadows long against the ground. There were few people on the road, the evening hushed save for the sound of their footsteps and the occasional laughter drifting from somewhere in the distance. When they reached the girls' dormitory building, Ouyang Wan returned the scarf to him. We're here. Thank you. Wan Xiao took the scarf. Get some rest early. Ouyang Wan nodded. You too. She turned and walked into the dormitory building. At the staircase entrance, she paused to glance back over her shoulder. Wan Xiao was still standing where she had left him, watching her. Seeing her look back, he raised his hand in a small wave, then turned and walked away. Ouyang Wan stood still, watching his silhouette disappear into the night, a strange feeling swelling in her heart. She remembered Lin Xiaoyu asking her once, Wan Wan, have you ever had a crush on someone? She had said no back then, but now she wasn't so certain anymore. 6. A walk in the snow. The first snow of December arrived unexpectedly. That afternoon, Ouyang Wan was reading in the library when someone suddenly gasped, it's snowing. She looked up at the window, and indeed large flakes of snow were drifting down. Soon the world outside turned a blinding white. She gathered her things, preparing to head back to the dorm. As she stepped out of the library, she saw Wan Xiao standing at the entrance as if waiting for someone. Noticing her emerge, he said, perfect timing. Let's walk together. Ouyang Wan nodded. The two of them walked through the snowflakes, settling on their hair and shoulders, quickly accumulating into a delicate layer. Wan Xiao opened his umbrella and held it over her head. Aren't you cold? Ouyang Wan asked. I'm used to it, Wan Xiao replied. I'm fine. Ouyang Wan watched him, snowflakes gathering on his hair and shoulders, yet he seemed not to care. Suddenly she felt that this man was incredibly considerate, so thoughtful in how he cared for others. They didn't head straight back to the dorm, but detoured around to the lake on campus. The lake's surface had formed a thin layer of ice, snowflakes melting as they touched it. Willows along the shore hung with icicles swaying gently in the wind. It's beautiful, Ouyang Wan said. Wan Xiao nodded. Yes, very beautiful. Ouyang Wan turned to look at him and realized he was looking at her, not at the snow. Her cheeks warmed slightly, whether from the cold or something else she couldn't tell. What are you looking at? She asked. You, Wan Xiao said. Ouyang Wan froze. Wan Xiao continued, you're beautiful. More beautiful than the snow. Ouyang Wan's face grew even warmer. She lowered her gaze, unsure of how to respond. After a moment she managed, you're handsome too. Wan Xiao smiled. A genuine, radiant smile she had never seen before. Thank you. The two continued walking, neither speaking, yet the atmosphere between them had shifted in ways neither could explain. When they reached the dormitory building, Wan Xiao closed his umbrella. Ouyang Wan noticed snow dusting his hair and instinctively reached out to brush it off. The gesture was entirely automatic. Only after she'd done it did she realize how intimate it had been. Wan Xiao blinked, momentarily surprised, then said, thank you. Ouyang Wan stammered, I'm going up now. Wan Xiao nodded. All right, get some rest. Ouyang Wan turned and walked into the dormitory building. At the staircase, she glanced back again. Wan Xiao remained standing where he was, snow falling around him, his eyes fixed on her. She waved at him, then hurried upstairs. That evening she lay in bed, turning restlessly, unable to sleep. Her mind was consumed by one sentence. You're beautiful. More beautiful than the snow. She thought, I'm completely done for. 7. Prelude to confession. The second semester of senior year passed in a blur. Graduation thesis defense passed, graduate school acceptance letter received, law firm internship successfully completed. Everything was proceeding according to plan except for one thing that remained unresolved. Her relationship with Wan Xiao. Since that snowy day their interactions had grown subtly different. He still waited for her at the library, still walked her back to the dorm, still brought her late-night snacks. But he hadn't confessed, and she hadn't asked. Sometimes Ouyang Wan wondered, does he actually like me, or is he just treating me as a friend? But each time she met his gaze, that tenderness in his eyes made her feel he must have feelings for her. Lin Xiaoyu was growing impatient. Wan, do you want to know, or not? If you don't, I'll go ask for you. Don't, Ouyang Wan said. Let things unfold naturally. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. Unfold naturally. You've been naturally unfolding for half a year. Keep this up, and you'll graduate without anything happening. Ouyang Wan knew she was right. After graduation, he would pursue graduate studies, and she would too, but in different departments. If she didn't make things clear now, she might never get another chance. But she didn't know how to bring it up. In her past life, she had been a man and had never initiated a confession. Now as a woman, she felt even more lost. She could only wait. 8. Graduation day. June 20th graduation ceremony. In the morning, Ouyang Wan donned her academic gown and cap, standing before the mirror to admire herself. The reflection stared back, stunningly beautiful, yet all she could think was, what will happen today? Lin Xiaoyu and the others had also dressed in their graduation attire. The four of them stood together for photographs. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were red, threatening tears. Zhang Shui unusually offered no teasing remark, simply patting her friend's shoulder. Wang Shiqi had already broken into tears, clinging to Ouyang Wan. Wan, will we still see each other often? Wang Shiqi asked. Ouyang Wan embraced her. Of course. We're all in the same city. We can meet anytime. Lin Xiaoyu declared. Exactly. The four of us will always be sisters. After taking photos, they headed together to the graduation ceremony. The gymnasium was packed with graduates in black gowns, their faces bright with smiles and tinged with reluctance. The principal spoke, followed by a faculty representative and a student speaker. Then came the distribution of diplomas. When Ouyang Wan walked onto the stage, she heard applause from below, along with Lin Xiaoyu's excited scream, Wan, you're the best. She couldn't help but smile. As she received her diploma, a complex wave of emotions swept through her. For years, she had grown from a clumsy newcomer into a confident, poised graduate. These 4 years had been filled with laughter and tears, companionship and growth. It had all been worth it. After the ceremony, there was time for photos. The campus was alive with graduates in academic regalia, capturing memories at every meaningful spot. Ouyang Wan and Lin Xiaoyu's group took photos in front of the teaching building, the library, and the dormitory. They snapped countless pictures, each one filled with genuine joy. Suddenly Lin Xiaoyu pointed toward the distance. Wan, look. Ouyang Wan turned and froze. Wan Xiao stood there wearing his graduation gown, holding a bouquet of flowers. He was looking at her, his expression tender yet resolute. The bustling crowd seemed to fall silent, every eye drawn to them. Wan Xiao walked forward step by step until he stood before her. He offered her the flowers, a bouquet of white roses intertwined with baby's breath. Ouyang Wan accepted the flowers, her heart pounding fiercely. Wan Xiao looked at her, took a deep breath, and said, Ouyang Wan, I like you. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Zhang Shui's arm in excitement. Zhang Shui unusually smiled broadly. Wang Shiqi was already crying. Ouyang Wan looked at him, her eyes growing misty. Wan Xiao continued, From the moment I first saw you at the assembly last September, I noticed you. When I ran into you at the library afterward, I thought it was fate. Slowly I realized I was falling more and more for you. I loved the way you concentrated while reading, the gentleness of your smile, everything about you. He paused, his voice trembling slightly. I know graduation is approaching, and we may go to different places, take different paths. But I don't want to lose you. Ouyang Wan, will you be my girlfriend? Silence fell so profound that the sound of wind could be heard. Everyone waited for her answer. Ouyang Wan looked at him, the steady, composed young man who was now nervous enough to be sweating through his palms. She recalled everything from these past half a year. The chance meeting at the library, the late-night snacks at the cafeteria, that walk in the snow, the words, You're beautiful, more beautiful than snow. She smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. Wan Xiao, she said, I will. Cheers and applause erupted around them. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up and down shouting. Wan said yes. Wan said yes. Wan Xiao looked stunned, then broke into a grin. He beamed with the pure joy of a child who had received candy. He stepped forward and gently embraced Ouyang Wan, whispering in her ear, Thank you, Wan. Ouyang Wan leaned against him, breathing, and his familiar sent a sensation of happiness unlike anything she had ever known welling up within her. So this was what it felt like to like someone. So this was what it felt like to be confessed to by the one you liked. So this is what love was like. 9. A new beginning. That evening they went out to dinner together. Wan Xiao took her to a quiet Western restaurant where he had reserved a table in advance. Candlelight red wine steak and the night view beyond the window, all of it perfect. During the meal, Wan Xiao held her hand, reluctant to let go. Wan, he called her. Ouyang Wan's cheeks tinged pink. Yes. Wan Xiao said, I will treat you well. Ouyang Wan looked at him and nodded. I know. Wan Xiao continued. Even though we may be in different departments, I will come find you every day, message you every day, think of you every day. Ouyang Wan smiled. Won't you get tired of me? Wan Xiao shook his head. Never. Absolutely never. Ouyang Wan looked at his earnest expression and felt warmth spread through her chest. After dinner, they walked together through the campus. The night was quiet, street lamps stretching their shadows long. Wan Xiao held her hand, walking slowly, as if hoping this path would stretch on forever. Wan Wan, he called her again. Yes. Ouyang Wan replied. The truth is I was incredibly nervous. When I confessed, my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might leap out of my throat. Ouyang Wan laughed. I could tell. Your hands were shaking. Wan Xiao looked embarrassed. Really? Was it that obvious? Ouyang Wan nodded. Very. Wan Xiao sighed. Then why did you make me wait so long? Because I needed to be sure of my own feelings too, Ouyang Wan said. This is something you can't accept lightly. Wan Xiao studied her face. So you're sure now? Ouyang Wan nodded. Yes. Wan Xiao stopped and turned to face her. Under the moonlight, her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes luminous and reflecting his own image. He couldn't resist leaning down and pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. Ouyang Wan froze, then blushed deeply. Wan Xiao looked at her softly and said, Wan Wan, I will always love you. Ouyang Wan nestled against him and whispered, me too. Under the moonlight, the two held each other tightly. In the distance behind a tree, Lin Xiaoyu and her two friends watched the scene quietly. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth, afraid she might cry out. Zhang Shui, though maintaining her usual composure, wore a faint smile. Wang Shiqi had tears of emotion streaming down her face. Our Wan Wan finally found someone who wants her, Lin Xiaoyu whispered. She finally found the right person, Zhang Shui said. Wang Shiqi nodded. Yes, senior brother Wan Xiao, he's quite good. The three friends slipped away quietly, leaving the couple to savor their happy moment beneath the moonlight. Epilogue. After graduation, Ouyang Wan began her graduate studies. Wan Xiao started his graduate program as well. Though they were in different departments, they met every day, shared meals, took walks, and studied together at the library. On weekends, he took her to various places, movies, parks, or simply wandering around the neighborhood near campus. Lin Xiaoyu and the others still often invited her out. The four of them remained as close as ever, dining, shopping, and chatting together. The only difference was that their conversations now included one more person, Wan Xiao. Wan Wan, does Wan Xiao treat you well? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Ouyang Wan nodded. Yes. How well? Tell me the details, Lin Xiaoyu pressed. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. He's very considerate, very gentle, so attentive to my needs. He remembers what I like to eat and what I don't. He comes to pick me up on rainy days and reminds me to dress warmly when it's cold. When I'm busy, he keeps quiet and stays nearby without disturbing me. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Wow, a fairy tale boyfriend. Zhang Shui adjusted her glasses. Indeed, quite impressive. Wang Shiqi said, as long as Wan Wan is happy. Ouyang Wan smiled, warmth spreading through her heart. Yes, she was happy. Meeting Wan Xiao was one of the greatest blessings of her life. And meeting Lin Xiaoyu and the others was another. With a lover, with sisters, with parents, with dreams, with a future, her life was already complete. No, not complete. It had only just begun. A new chapter was being written. And she looked forward to every story yet to come. In the autumn of her second year of graduate school, Ouyang Wan faced yet another decisive examination in her life, the bar exam. Dubbed the toughest exam under heaven, it struck terror into the hearts of countless law students with its sheer difficulty and crushing pass rate. Rumor had it that fewer than 10% passed each year, and many failed the test for years on end. A week before the exam, Ouyang Wan entered seclusion mode. Library, dormitory, cafeteria, a rigid three-stop routine. She left early each morning and returned late each night, poring over thick volumes of review materials, reading and reciting them again and again. Even with the system's enhancement and her photographic memory, she still dared not let her guard down. Law was not just about memorization, understanding and application mattered even more. Lin Xiaoyu watched her push herself so relentlessly that her heart ached. Wan Wan, take it easy. Don't wear yourself out. Ouyang Wan looked up and rubbed her tired eyes. I'm fine. Just a few more days. Zhang Shui handed her a glass of warm milk. Drink this to settle your stomach. Wang Shiqi massaged her shoulders from behind. You can do this, Wan Wan. Ouyang Wan looked at them, warmth swelling in her heart. It was wonderful to have these sisters by her side. Wan Xiao also sent her messages daily, never disturbing her studies. Just simple words of care. Have you eaten? Rest early. Keep going. I believe in you. Every message filled her heart with warmth. On exam day, the weather was glorious. Ouyang Wan walked into the examination hall, settled into her seat, took a deep breath, and picked up her pen to begin. Paper 1, paper 2, paper 3, paper 4. 4 exams spanning 2 days. Each session was a battle, each question an adversary. Yet she responded with composure, answered with calm precision, channeling all her knowledge and insight onto the test papers. After finishing the last subject, and stepping out of the hall, she exhaled a long, slow breath. Wan Xiao was waiting at the school gate. Seeing her emerge, he walked briskly toward her. How did it go? Ouyang Wan smiled. Not bad, I suppose. Now I wait for the results. Wan Xiao took her bag and held her hand. Come on, let's get you a nice meal to reward your hard work. That evening they went out for a grand dinner. Ouyang Wan ate, with joyful abandon, releasing all the tension of the week. 2 months later the results were released. Her hands trembled as Ouyang Wan opened the results page. She entered her admission ticket number and clicked search. When the page refreshed, she froze. Total score 438, a full 58 points above the passing threshold. She stared at the screen for 10 full seconds, then drew a deep breath, closed the page, and called Wan Xiao. Hello. Wan Xiao's voice came through. Ouyang Wan said I passed. He was silent for a moment, then laughed. I knew it. You're amazing, Wan Wan. Listening to his laughter, she smiled as well. In that moment, she felt profoundly happy. After obtaining her bar qualification, Ouyang Wan began an internship at her mother's law firm. Her mother Xiao Wanning ran her practice out of a downtown office tower occupying an entire floor. The decor was refined and spacious. Behind the front desk hung the words Wanning Law Firm beneath, which stood rows of trophies and certificates. On her first day, Ouyang Wan felt a flutter of nerves. She now held the bar certificate and possessed the god-tier lawyer skill granted by the system, yet real-world practice and textbook knowledge were two entirely different things. She didn't know if she could live up to the task. Her mother took her under her wing in person. Dressed in a tailored suit and high heels radiating commanding presence, she was the very image of the legendary queen of the courtroom. Xiao Wan, sit in with me today and get a feel for the process, her mother said. Ouyang Wan nodded and followed her into a conference room. Several people were already seated, lawyers, assistants, and clients. Her mother took the head of the table and began analyzing the case. Ouyang Wan sat beside her, listening intently, jotting notes from time to time. Her mother's mind was razor-sharp, her logic flawless. She could seize the crux of a case in an instant. After laying out the case and assigning tasks, she said, Xiao Wan, you'll organize these materials. Ask me anytime if you have questions. Ouyang Wan received a thick stack of documents and nodded. Okay, Mom. That night she stayed late to sort through all the materials. It was exhausting, but also deeply rewarding. It was her first time truly taking part in a case. In the following days, she accompanied her mother to meet clients, research files, draft complaints, and observe court hearings. Every task was a fresh challenge, yet she picked things up quickly and performed admirably. The system's god-tier lawyer skill gradually took hold. She noticed her instincts for cases growing sharper, her comprehension of statutory provisions deepening, and her command of strategy becoming more precise. A month later, her mother assigned her a simple case to handle independently. It was a routine contract dispute, modest in claim amount and uncomplicated in facts. But Ouyang Wan refused to be complacent. She delved into the case with meticulous care, studied the relevant laws and precedents, and wrote a thorough complaint. On the hearing day, dressed in her professional suit, she stood in the courtroom and laid out her arguments with poise before the judge and opposing counsel. The opposing counsel, a middle-aged man seasoned by experience, tried every trick to corner her. But she was ready for each onslaught, responding with clarity and airtight logic. In the end, the judge ruled from the bench. She had won. As she stepped out of the courtroom, her mother came up and squeezed her shoulder. Not bad. Winning your first independent case. You've got talent. Ouyang Wan smiled, a surge of pride rushing through her. From that day on, her caseload grew heavier and the cases more complex. Contract disputes, torts, labor disputes, family law. She handled them all. Every single case received her full commitment and serious attention. Gradually, her reputation spread through legal circles. A young, beautiful lawyer with formidable skill who had barely ever lost. A year later, she was named the firm's Lawyer of the Year, a true gold medal lawyer in name and in fact. Her mother personally presented her the award. On the stage, Ouyang Wan gazed at her colleagues in the audience and saw the pride in her mother's eyes. An unspoken emotion swelled in her chest. Thank you, everyone, she said. Over this past year, I've learned so much and grown so much. In the future, I'll continue striving to be a good lawyer. Warm applause filled the room. That evening, Wan Xiao picked her up and took her to a sumptuous celebration dinner. Gazing at her with affectionate, proud eyes, he said, Wan Wan, you're incredible. Ouyang Wan leaned against his shoulder, smiling. It's you who's always supported me. Over the past year and more, the love between Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao had only grown deeper. Both were busy, she with her cases, he with his designs. But they always carved out time for each other, sharing meals, taking walks, catching a movie. On weekends, he would sometimes take her hiking in the suburbs. The trails were steep and rough, but he never let go of her hand, walking ahead to shield her from brambles. Once they reached the summit, they would find a spot to sit and watch the sweeping views, talking about their work and their lives. Wan Wan, how is that case you're working on going? He would ask. Ouyang Wan would reply, it's almost done. I should win. He would nod. You'll definitely win. And on weekday nights, he would come to the law firm to pick her up after work. No matter how late it was, he always came. On nights when she worked until dawn, he would wait downstairs with a cup of hot coffee. The moment she appeared, he would walk up and hand it to her. Tired? Drink this and warm up. Ouyang Wan accepted the coffee, warmth filling her heart. Why didn't you go back first? He shook his head. I promised to pick you up, so I keep my word. Once Ouyang Wan took on an extremely tricky case. The pressure was enormous and she went several nights without proper sleep. When Wan Xiao learned of it, he brought her nutritious meals every day, stayed up with her to go through materials, and helped her untangle the case. When the case finally ended, she emerged victorious, but utterly spent. He held her close and whispered, Wan, you've worked so hard. Take a break now. She nestled in his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. Not out of sorrow, but out of gratitude. Gratitude that there was someone willing to stay with her, support her, and care for her like this. There was another time when Wan Xiao hit a rough patch in his career. A project he was responsible for went awry, and the client was furious. After several days of marathon meetings, he was so stressed he couldn't sleep. When Ouyang Wan heard about it, she called him every day, chatting with him, letting him vent, helping him analyze the problems. In the end, the difficulties were resolved, and the project sailed through. He called her, his voice thick with emotion. Wan, thank you. Ouyang Wan said, what's there to thank me for? I'm your girlfriend. After that, they grew even more certain of their feelings for each other. They were each other's anchor, each other's harbor, each other's most trusted confidant. 2 years into their relationship, meeting the parents was officially on the agenda. Ouyang Wan was a bundle of nerves. Although she had met Wan Zhao's parents before, it had always been as a classmate. This time was different. It was a formal introduction as his girlfriend. Wan Xiao held her hand. Don't be nervous. My parents are lovely people, they're bound to adore you. Ouyang Wan took a deep breath. Are you sure? Wan Xiao smiled. I'm sure. On the day itself, she dressed with great care. An ivory dress, light makeup, hair flowing loose, the picture of gentle elegance. When Wan Xiao arrived to pick her up, his eyes gleamed at the sight of her. Wan, you look stunning. Ouyang Wan blushed faintly. Let's go. Wan Zhao's parents lived in a residential district on the city's outskirts. The home was small, but lovingly kept. The door was opened by his mother, a gentle-looking middle-aged woman. The moment she saw Ouyang Wan, her eyes lit up. Oh my, this is Xiao Wan. Come and hurry. Wan Zhao's father was at home, too busy in the kitchen. Hearing the voices, he popped his head out. You're here. Sit. Make yourself at home. Ouyang Wan sat down a little shyly, clutching the cup of tea his mother had poured. His mother settled beside her, took her hand, and looked her over approvingly. You're so pretty, even prettier than in your photos. Xiao is always talking about you, saying how accomplished you are. A golden lawyer first in your year, and a triple gold medalist at the school games. Ouyang Wan felt embarrassed. Auntie, you're too kind. His mother laughed merrily. Not at all. Xiao was always a quiet boy, never very sociable. We were always afraid he'd never find a partner. But just look. He went and found someone this wonderful. We're overjoyed. Wan Xiao shifted awkwardly nearby. Mom, why don't you say less? His mother shot him a glare. What? Did I get something wrong? Ouyang Wan laughed, thinking that Wan Zhao's mother was absolutely adorable. For dinner, his father pulled out all his culinary tricks, laying out a feast. Braised pork belly, steamed fish, sweet and sour ribs, sautéed greens with garlic, and a brimming bowl of soup. Ouyang Wan ate with gusto, singing the praises of his father's cooking. His father beamed. Glad you like it. Come around more often, and I'll cook for you. After dinner, his mother drew Ouyang Wan into a long conversation about her work, her family, and how she and Wan Xiao had met. Ouyang Wan answered with warmth and candor, and with every answer his mother grew more charmed. Taking her hand, she said, Xiao Wan, I truly like you. If Xiao ever gives you any trouble, you tell me, and I'll sort him out for you. Ouyang Wan smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Walking out of the house, Wan Xiao clasped her hand. See, I told you my parents would love you. Ouyang Wan leaned on his shoulder, her heart bathed in warmth. Then came the day for Wan Xiao to meet Ouyang Wan's parents. He arrived dressed to the nines. White shirt, black trousers, shoes polished to a mirror shine. Laden with gifts, he stood on the doorstep of Ouyang Wan's home and took a deep breath. When Ouyang Wan opened the door and saw him in that state, she couldn't help laughing. This nervous? Wan Xiao nodded. A little. She pulled him inside. Don't worry, my parents are easygoing. Her father and mother were both at home. At the sight of Wan Xiao, her mother's eyes sparkled. Oh, so your little Wan. Come in. Her father also rose, gave him an appraising look, and nodded approvingly. Not bad. A fine young man. Wan Xiao greeted them formally. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Once they were seated, her mother began the interrogation. His family background, his work, his future plans. Wan Xiao answered every question earnestly and articulately. The more she heard, the more satisfied her mother became. Finally, she took his hand. Little Wan, our Xiao Wan is now in your hands. You must treat her well. Wan Xiao nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Annie, I will. Her father chimed in from the side, a young man with a sense of responsibility. Not bad. The meal was a joyful affair. Her father and Wan Xiao dived into animated discussions about construction and engineering with her mother, and Ouyang Wan occasionally chiming in from the sidelines. After dinner, as she walked Wan Xiao to the door, Ouyang Wan asked, "Well, still nervous?" Wan Xiao smiled. "A little, but mostly happy. Your parents are wonderful." Ouyang Wan leaned against his shoulder. "Well, of course, they're my parents." Once the families had met, the matter of marriage was placed on the agenda. One day, both families arranged to sit down for dinner to discuss the young couple's wedding. The venue was a fine restaurant, and the six of them gathered around a table in a private room. Her mother and Wan Zhao's mother hit it off immediately, their conversation flowing from the wedding to fashion and from fashion to wellness and travel. Her father and Wan Zhao's father were just as engrossed, covering topics from the construction industry to state affairs, and from state affairs to retirement life. Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao sat nearby, listening to their elders, stealing glances at each other and sharing secret smiles. Halfway through the meal, her mother got down to business. "Little Wan, when are you two planning to marry?" Wan Xiao exchanged a look with Ouyang Wan, then said, "We were thinking next spring once the weather warms up." Wan Zhao's mother agreed. "Spring is lovely, blossoms blooming, perfect for a wedding." Her father said, "That's not far away at all. Better start preparing early." Wan Zhao's father chimed in, Right. The venue, the wedding planner, the dress, all need to be booked ahead of time." The parents then dove into the practical details. Bride price, dowry, banquet, and the bridal home. Every item was debated with great care. Ouyang Wan listened with a strange sense of unreality. Was she really getting married? Wan Xiao clasped her hand under the table and whispered, nervous. Ouyang Wan nodded. "A little." Wan Xiao smiled. "Me too. But as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid." Ouyang Wan gazed at him, her heart full of warmth. In the end, both families reached an agreement. The wedding would be held on May Day next year. The hotel would be reserved by Wan Zhao's family, the wedding arrangements handled by Ouyang Wan's family, and the couple would live in Wan Zhao's current apartment after a fresh renovation. The betrothal gifts and dowry would follow local custom. Following custom, the gifts were neither more nor less than needed, just enough to convey the sentiment. As the banquet came to an end, Mom held Ouyang Wan's hand, her eyes slightly red. "Xiao, when you're getting married." Ouyang Wan hugged her. "Mom, I'm still your daughter." Mom patted her back. "Silly girl, I know. I'm just a little reluctant to let you go." Ouyang Wan leaned against her shoulder, a bittersweet warmth in her heart. They were getting married in May of the following year, but they could register the marriage ahead of time. They chose March 8th, International Women's Day, as the date to register their marriage. That morning, Ouyang Wan got up very early. She put on a red sweater, paired it with black trousers, and applied light makeup. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at herself and felt suddenly dazed. Was she really getting married? When Wan Xiao came to pick her up, he was also dressed very formally. White shirt, black trousers, hair neatly combed. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. Wan, you look beautiful." Ouyang Wan smiled. "You too, very handsome." Hand in hand, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The bureau was crowded with couples here to register their marriage. Some were nervous, some excited, some were taking photos, some filling out forms. Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao queued up, filled out forms, had their photos taken, and submitted their documents. Every step went smoothly, and every step drew them closer to the title of husband and wife. Finally, it was their turn. The staff member was a middle-aged woman. She looked over their documents, then at them, and said with a smile, "You two really are a good match. Come take your vows," she said. The two stood before the oath platform, facing the national emblem, and raised their right hands. "We voluntarily become husband and wife, and from this day forward, we will jointly shoulder the responsibilities and obligations that marriage bestows upon us." Ouyang Wan read the vows, her voice trembling slightly. Wan Xiao stood beside her, holding her hand. His palm was a little damp. He was nervous too. "Honor our parents above, raise our children well below, respect and love each other, trust and encourage each other, be understanding and accommodating, support each other through adversity, and cherish each other for life." When the oath ended, the staff member handed them two little red booklets. "Congratulations. You are now officially husband and wife." Ouyang Wan took the marriage certificates, looked at the photo of the two of them and the bright red seal, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Wan Xiao looked at the certificate too, then turned to her with gentle eyes. "Wife." Ouyang Wan paused for a moment, then smiled. "Husband." The two embraced, holding each other tightly in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, heedless of the eyes around them. As they walked out, the sunlight was just right. The March wind still carried a trace of chill, but it felt soft and pleasant on their faces. Wan Xiao held her hand as they walked along the street, his steps light, as if he could float away. "Wife, what would you like for dinner?" he asked. Ouyang Wan thought it over. "Anything you cook is fine." Wan Xiao smiled. "All right, then I'll cook for you at home." Home. They already had a home. After the registration, the wedding preparations officially began. First came the wedding gown. Her mother accompanied her to the bridal shop to try on dresses. The store was filled with gowns of every kind. White and pink, long and short, simple and luxurious. So many that they dazzled the eyes. The salesgirl, a young woman, introduced them enthusiastically. "This one is our latest style this year. lace long sleeves, and a long train perfect for a tall bride. This one is minimalist without too much decoration, but very elegant. This one is a princess style with a puffy skirt suitable for a bride who likes a cute look. Ouyang Wan tried them on one by one. After each dress, Mom offered her comments. This one is nice, it shows off your waist. This one doesn't suit you, too puffy. This one is beautiful, it makes your skin look fair. When she tried on the fifth gown, she wore a simple satin wedding dress with little ornamentation, but excellent tailoring that perfectly outlined her figure. Standing before the mirror, she looked at herself and froze. The person in the mirror, in a white wedding gown with hair flowing over her shoulders, was as beautiful as a fairy. Her mother watched her from the side, her eyes slightly red. Xiao Wan, you are truly beautiful. Ouyang Wan looked at the reflection and agreed that she was beautiful. But what touched her even more was her mother's expression. That pride, that reluctance, that blessing. She chose this one. Next came the wedding invitations. Ouyang Wan designed the invitations herself. On the cover, their names were written in gold-stamped letters, Wan Xiao Ouyang Wan, beneath, which was a small line, we sincerely invite you to witness our wedding. Inside were the time and place of the wedding along with a few warm words. She wrote a full 100 invitations, and on each one, she wrote the guest's name by hand. When she wrote to Lin Xiaoyu and the others, she added a few extra sentences. Dear sisters, please be sure to come and witness my happiness. After the invitations were sent, Lin Xiaoyu called right away. Wan Wan. I got it. It's so beautiful. I'll definitely come, and I want to be a bridesmaid. Ouyang Wan laughed. All right, all three of you will be bridesmaids. Lin Xiaoyu shrieked with excitement. Really? Wonderful. I'm going to wear the prettiest bridesmaid dress. Zhang Shui also sent a message. I received the invitation. Congratulations. When do we try on the bridesmaid dresses? Wang Shiqi sent a crying emoji. Wan Wan is getting married. I'm so moved. Ouyang Wan looked at her phone, her heart warm. It was truly wonderful to have these sisters. The wedding rings were also carefully chosen. Wan Xiao took her to several shops, and she tried on many styles. In the end, they chose a pair of simple platinum rings with each other's names, WXOW, and the date engraved on the inside. When trying them on, Wan Xiao held her hand and watched the ring shimmer on her ring finger, murmuring, Wan Wan, from now on you're mine. Ouyang Wan smiled, looked at the ring on her own hand, and then at the one on his, and you're mine too. A week before the wedding, Lin Xiaoyu and the other two arrived early. They had all asked for leave, coming especially to spend this last stretch of single life with Ouyang Wan. The four of them stayed in her home, squeezing into one bed at night to chat, just as they had in university. Wan Wan, are you nervous? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. A little, but more than that, I'm looking forward to it. Zhang Shui said, that's normal. Everyone feels that way about getting married. Wang Shiqi said softly, I'm a little nervous. It's my first time as a bridesmaid. Lin Xiaoyu put her arm around her. Don't be nervous. I'm here. Just follow my lead when the time comes. That night, they talked for a long time. About funny stories from university, about life after graduation, and about their plans for the future. Lin Xiaoyu said she had recently been promoted. Zhang Shui said she had been accepted into a doctoral program. Wang Shiqi said she had opened a small shop and business was going well. Listening to their stories, Ouyang Wan felt especially proud. Her sisters were all living well. Wan Wan, Lin Xiaoyu said suddenly, you know, the three of us have discussed it. We want to give you a surprise. Ouyang Wan was startled. What surprise? Lin Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. The day before the wedding, they went to try on the bridesmaid dresses. There were 3 light pink long dresses, identical in style, but with slightly different details, each suited to its wearer's figure. After putting hers on, Lin Xiaoyu twirled, and the hem floated up like a pink cloud. Zhang Shui and hers showed a rare smile. Not bad. Wang Shiqi and hers had flushed cheeks and looked like a little bride. Ouyang Wan looked at them, her eyes growing wet. Thank you. What for? We're sisters, Lin Xiaoyu said, coming over to hug her. Zhang Shui came over too, and so did Wang Shiqi. The four held one another, just like in university. May 1st, the wedding day. The weather was beautiful, sunny and bright, with a gentle breeze. The wedding was held at a manor in the countryside. White tents had been set up on the lawn and flowers and balloons were everywhere. The guests arrived one after another in their finest clothes, smiles of blessing on their faces. In the dressing room, Ouyang Wan wore the simple satin wedding gown, her hair pinned up with a thin veil over her head. The makeup artist was touching up her makeup. Mom stood beside her, eyes red. Xiao Wan, you're so beautiful, she said. Ouyang Wan took her hand. Mom, thank you. A knock came from the door, and Lin Xiaoyu poked her head in. It's time. You can come out now. Ouyang Wan took a deep breath and stood up. Mom smoothed her dress for her, then said, go on. Don't be nervous. Ouyang Wan nodded and walked out of the dressing room. On the lawn, the guests were already seated. The red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way to the altar, its edges scattered with rose petals. Dad stood at the far end waiting for her. Ouyang Wan went over and took his arm. Dad, she said softly. Dad looked at her, his eyes a little moist too. Xiao Wan, your dad is proud of you. Ouyang Wan's nose stung, and she almost cried. The music began, the classic wedding march. Dad led her forward step by step along the red carpet. People on both sides watched, some smiled, some applauded, some took photos. But Ouyang Wan's eyes were fixed only on the figure at the end of the carpet. Wan Xiao stood there in a black suit, a white rose pinned to his chest. He looked at her, his gaze gentle and firm, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. When she reached him, Dad placed her hand in his. Xiao Wan, I'm entrusting my little girl to you. You must treat her well. Wan Xiao nodded solemnly. Don't worry, uncle. I will. Dad stepped aside. Wan Xiao took her hand, and the two walked up to the altar together. The officiant was a witty middle-aged man. After a few opening remarks, he asked Wan Xiao, do you take Ouyang Wan to be your wife? Through poverty and wealth, through sickness and health, to love her, respect her, and protect her forever? Wan Xiao looked at Ouyang Wan and answered firmly, I do. The officiant then asked Ouyang Wan, do you take Wan Xiao to be your husband? Through poverty and wealth, through sickness and health, to love him, respect him, and support him forever? Ouyang Wan looked at Wan Xiao, her eyes slightly wet. I do. They exchanged rings. When the ring slipped onto her ring finger, Ouyang Wan felt her heart settle along with it. From this moment on, she was his. Now the groom may kiss the bride. Wan Xiao gently lifted her veil, cupped her face, and pressed a tender kiss to her lips. Warm applause and cheers rose all around. Lin Xiaoyu stamped her feet excitedly below the stage. At that moment, Ouyang Wan felt she was the happiest person in the world. After the ceremony came the banquet and the dance. Ouyang Wan changed into a red toasting dress and joined Wan Xiao in going around to toast the guests. When they reached Lin Xiaoyu's table, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and picked up a microphone. Dear guests, hello, she said. I am Ouyang Wan's college roommate and her closest sister. Today the three of us sisters want to give Wan a surprise. Ouyang Wan was stunned and looked at them. Lin Xiaoyu, Zhang Shui, and Wang Shiqi walked onto the stage and stood in a row. Lin Xiaoyu took out her phone and played a song, the one they often listened to together in college. Then they began to dance. It wasn't professional dancing, but it was full of heart. Every movement, every turn carried a blessing for Ouyang Wan. At the end, the three made a heart shape with their hands and said in unison, Wan, may you be happy. Ouyang Wan's eyes brimmed with tears. She covered her mouth to keep them from falling. Wan Xiao put his arm around her and said softly, your sisters are wonderful. Ouyang Wan nodded, the best. Lin Xiaoyu jumped off the stage, ran over, and hugged her. Wan, you must be happy. Ouyang Wan hugged her back, and at last she couldn't hold back her tears. I will. I really will. Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi came over as well, and the four held one another just as they had in university. At that moment, Ouyang Wan felt that she was truly blessed. She had a husband who loved her, parents who adored her, and sisters who understood her. With a life like this, what more could she ask for? After the wedding, it was already evening. Wan Xiao drove her back to their new home. They had decorated the new home together. It was small but cozy. Their wedding photos stood in the living room. Bright red bedding covered the bed in the bedroom, and her potted succulents rested on the windowsill. As soon as they entered, Wan Xiao scooped her up in his arms and carried her into the bedroom. Wife, he said softly. Ouyang Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing. Husband. He laid her on the bed, then leaned over and looked at her. Wan, he said, tonight is our wedding night. Ouyang Wan nodded, her heart pounding. He kissed her gently, from her forehead to her eyes, from her eyes to her nose, from her nose to her lips. His kisses were as gentle as if he were cherishing the most precious treasure in the world. Ouyang Wan closed her eyes, feeling his kisses, his warmth, his love. Are you afraid? He asked. Ouyang Wan shook her head. No. You're here with me. He smiled and whispered, then I'll begin. The red candlelight flickered, casting the shadows of the two intertwined on the wall. Outside the window, moonlight poured down like water, silently bearing witness to the sweetness and beauty of the moment. The night was long, yet the blissful hour passed in the blink of an eye. With you in this life, I want for nothing. The next morning, when Ouyang Wan woke, sunlight was already filtering through the gap in the curtains. She stirred, feeling sore all over. Last night's memories flooded back and her cheeks flushed slightly. Turning her head, she saw Wan Xiao looking at her with tender eyes. Awake? He asked. Ouyang Wan nodded. He reached out and drew her into his arms. Tired? Ouyang Wan's face turned redder. A little, she said in a low voice. He smiled, pressed a kiss to her forehead, and said, then sleep a bit longer. I'll make you breakfast. Ouyang Wan rested against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and a sense of contentment she had never felt before welled up inside her. This, then, is marriage. Having someone who is willing to cook for you, willing to sleep beside you, and willing to spend the rest of his life with you. She recalled all the moments along the way, from the bewilderment of a second birth to the arrival of the system, from the devastation of a transformed gender to slowly finding her footing, from the new life at university to meeting Wan Xiao, from dating to marriage. Every step had been difficult, and every step had been worth it. Her life, from that tiny surveillance room to this world to the happiness she had now. Everything had been arranged for the best. Husband, she called softly. Wan Xiao looked down at her. Ouyang Wan smiled. I love you. Wan Xiao was startled for a moment, then smiled too, and held her even tighter. I love you too, wife. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, warm on the two of them. A new day was beginning. In the third year of her marriage, Ouyang Wan reached the pinnacle of her career. That year she took on a case that shook the entire nation. A multinational conglomerate suspected of commercial fraud, with the amount involved reaching tens of billions and victims spread across the country. 3 teams of lawyers had already been replaced on the case, and none had won. When the client approached her, he was clinging to his last shred of hope. Ouyang Wan read the case file and was silent for a long time. This case is very difficult, she said. The opposing legal team is top tier in the country and the chain of evidence is complete. It would be almost impossible to turn the case around. The client was a middle-aged man in his 50s. At these words his eyes reddened. Lawyer Ouyang, I know it's difficult, but I truly have no other way left. I've put the effort of most of my life into this, and now it's about to go down the drain. You are my last hope. Ouyang Wan looked at him, thought for a moment, then said, I'll take it. When Wan Xiao found out, he was a little worried. Wan, this case is too hard. Are you sure? Ouyang Wan nodded. I'm sure. It's precisely because it's difficult that I have to take it. For the next 6 months, she devoted nearly all her time to the case, researching materials, searching for evidence, studying legal provisions, and analyzing precedents, sleeping only 4 or 5 hours a day. Wan Zhao's heart ached for her, but he knew he could not talk her out of it. He could only take care of her in silence, cooking for her, brewing coffee for her, and massaging her when she was exhausted. Her mother also called, often offering advice and strategies. After all, she was the queen of law. Decades of experience were not to be taken lightly. Mother and daughter often talked on the phone late into the night, discussing the case and analyzing strategies. Xiao Wan, if you can win this case, you will truly surpass me, her mother said. Ouyang Wan smiled. Mom, I'm not trying to surpass you. I just want to handle the case well. Her mother smiled too. This temperament of yours is exactly like mine when I was young. On the day of the trial, the courtroom was packed. There were journalists, onlookers, and family members of the victims. The opposing legal team was top tier in the industry. 5 people, all in suits with a commanding presence. Ouyang Wan sat alone on the opposite side, looking a little solitary. But she was not flustered. She took out the evidence she had organized and presented it piece by piece. Every piece of evidence pointed directly at the opponent's core flaws. She cited statutes, analyzed cases, and reasoned with rigorous logic and clear organization. Several times opposing counsel tried to rebut her, and every time she shut them down. The trial lasted 3 days, and she remained as steady as Mount Tai from beginning to end. On the final day, the judge ruled in court the plaintiffs won. A thunderous round of applause broke out in the courtroom. The victims' families were so moved that they cried. The middle-aged man came over, took Ouyang Wan's hand, and tears streamed down his face. Lawyer Ouyang, thank you. Thank you. Ouyang Wan patted his hand. It was my duty. As she walked out of the courtroom, reporters swarmed toward her, surrounding her completely. Lawyer Ouyang, how did you manage to win this case? Lawyer Ouyang, how do you feel right now? Lawyer Ouyang, some people say you have surpassed your mother and become the new queen of law. What do you think? Ouyang Wan looked at the microphones and cameras and said calmly, I have not surpassed my mother. I am simply walking the path she once walked. The title of queen of law does not belong to me alone. It is an honor shared by both my mother and me. That night, news coverage of her was everywhere. The headline read, The Rise of the New Generation Queen of Law. Ouyang Wan creates a miracle. Her mother watched the television, her eyes somewhat red. She turned to Ouyang Wan and said, Xiao Wan, Mom is proud of you. Ouyang Wan walked over and hugged her. Mom, you are the one who taught me. From then on, the title Queen of Law was officially passed on to Ouyang Wan. After reaching the pinnacle of her career, Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao began thinking about having children. In their 3 years of marriage, they had enjoyed their world of 2. But both sets of parents were urging them, saying they wanted to hold grandchildren. Lin Xiaoyu and the others often asked Wan, when are you going to have a little Wan? Ouyang Wan thought about it and felt the time was right. She had never forgotten the God-level fertility constitution the system had given her. According to its description, only a single act of marital intimacy was needed for a 100% guaranteed pregnancy. In the previous 3 years, she and Wan Xiao had always taken protective measures, so no accident had happened. But now she decided to stop using protection. That night, she told Wan Xiao about her decision. Wan Xiao was a little surprised. Have you really made up your mind? Ouyang Wan nodded. I have. I want a child of ours. Wan Xiao held her hand, his eyes tender. All right then, let's have one. A month later, Ouyang Wan discovered that she was pregnant. At the hospital, the doctor looked at the ultrasound report with a subtle expression. Ms. Ouyang, you are carrying triplets. Ouyang Wan was stunned. What? The doctor said triplets, 3 babies. Look here, and here, 3 gestational sacs, all healthy. Ouyang Wan stared at the 3 tiny dots on the ultrasound report, momentarily speechless. When she got home, Wan Xiao was also stunned when he heard the news. 3? He asked. Ouyang Wan nodded. 3. The two looked at each other for a moment, then both laughed. Wan Xiao hugged her. Wan, you're amazing. Ouyang Wan leaned against his shoulder. It's you who is amazing. In the days that followed, Ouyang Wan became the most protected person in the family. Her mother called every day asking about everything. What did you eat today? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want mom to come and take care of you? Her mother-in-law also came often, bringing all kinds of nourishing supplements and reminding her to rest and not overexert herself. Her father and father-in-law ran errands buying this and that busily and happily. Wan Xiao stayed by her side almost every moment as if he wanted to hold her in the palm of his hand. Every day, he cooked different dishes for her, accompanied her on walks, gave her massages, and at night, he held her while sleeping, afraid that she might be uncomfortable. Sometimes Ouyang Wan felt like a giant panda being protected under heavy guard. But she also knew that this was her family's love for her. Pregnancy was not easy. With triplets, her belly was much larger than that of an ordinary pregnant woman. In the later stages, she could barely walk, did not sleep well at night, and often suffered from backaches and body pain. But every time she felt unwell, Wan Xiao noticed right away, massaged her, talked with her, and coaxed her into cheerfulness. Once she woke up in the middle of the night and saw Wan Xiao sitting by the bed watching her. "Why aren't you sleeping?" she asked. Wan Xiao said, "I'm keeping watch in case you feel uncomfortable at night." Ouyang Wan's eyes grew moist. She took his hand. "Silly, you need to rest too." Wan Xiao smiled. "It's fine, I'm not tired." At that moment, Ouyang Wan felt truly happy. The due date was drawing closer, and the whole family grew tense. Her mother and mother-in-law moved into the house ahead of time, saying they needed to be ready at any moment. Her father and father-in-law also came every day, helping to buy things and handle chores. Wan Xiao took a long leave of absence and stayed by Ouyang Wan's side every moment. A week before the due date, Ouyang Wan was admitted to the hospital. The ward was a VIP suite with a private bathroom, a living room, and a companion bed. Very comfortable. But no matter how good the conditions were, they could not ease the tense atmosphere. "Xiaowan, how do you feel?" Her mother took her hand, her eyes full of worry. Ouyang Wan smiled. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't be nervous." Her mother said, "How can I not be nervous? Triplets, how dangerous is that?" Her mother-in-law also nodded. Yes. We'll all be right outside. Call us if anything happens." Wan Xiao sat by the bed holding her hand. He said nothing, but his palms were covered in sweat. Ouyang Wan looked at him and said softly, "Don't be nervous. It'll be all right." Wan Xiao nodded, but his hand still held hers tightly. On the night before the due date, Ouyang Wan began having contractions. At first they were mild, but later they became more frequent and more intense. She clenched her teeth and refused to cry out, but the sweat on her forehead betrayed her. Wan Xiao was the first to notice and immediately pressed the call button. Doctors and nurses soon arrived. After examining her, they said the cervix is dilated. Prepare to enter the delivery room. At that moment, Ouyang Wan saw her mother's eyes redden, her mother-in-law wiping away tears, and her father and father-in-law standing nearby, helpless and at a loss. Wan Xiao held her hand, his voice trembling slightly. Wan, I'll go in with you." Ouyang Wan nodded. In the delivery room, the lights were bright and doctors and nurses surrounded her. Wan Xiao stood beside her holding her hand and whispering in her ear, Wan, keep going. I'm here." The contractions came in wave after wave like ocean waves, almost drowning her. She gritted her teeth, pushed and pushed again. The doctor's voice sounded in her ear, "Keep going, push harder. I can see the head." She did not know how much time had passed before she heard a cry. The first one a boy. Then came a second cry. The second one also a boy. A third cry followed, slightly weaker than the first two. The third one a girl. Ouyang Wan lay collapsed on the delivery bed, drenched in sweat, but with a smile on her face. She heard Wan Xiao whisper by her ear, Wan, you're incredible. We have 3 children now." The doctors brought the 3 babies over and placed them beside her. 3 tiny lives, eyes closed, tiny fists, clenched skin, red hair soft. Ouyang Wan looked at them and tears could not help but fall. She remembered the bewilderment she felt when she first crossed over into this world, the devastation when her gender changed, the joy of her university days, falling in love with Wan Xiao, and the vows at their wedding. Now she had gained yet another identity, mother, the mother of 3 children. After returning to the ward, Ouyang Wan began her busy breastfeeding period. 3 children, 3 little mouths, all needed her breast milk. The first time she fed them, she was a little at a loss. A nurse helped bring the first child over and placed it in her arms. The little one, eyes closed, instinctively searched for the nipple. Once it found it, it latched on and began to suckle. The feeling was strange and yet wonderful. She could feel the milk flowing from her body into the baby's mouth. The little one sucked very hard, its tiny mouth moving like a small animal. Wan Xiao watched from the side, his eyes slightly red. Wan, you're so beautiful." Ouyang Wan smiled, lowered her head to look at the baby in her arms, and felt a tenderness she had never known. After the first was fed, she switched to the second, and then the third. The 3 children took turns nursing until one full round left her exhausted and drenched in sweat. But seeing their contented little faces, she felt it was all worth it. The 3 children were especially devoted to breast milk. At first her mother worried that it was too tiring for her to nurse all three alone, so she tried to supplement with formula. But the first child tasted the formula, immediately spat it out, and burst into loud crying that could not be soothed no matter what. Only after being put back on the breast did the baby calm down. The second and third were the same. They would not touch formula at all. They only accepted breast milk. Ouyang Wan said helplessly, "It seems they only recognize me." Her mother smiled. "You were the same when you were little. You only wanted my milk and refused everything else." Wan Xiao said from the side, "Then you'll have to work hard, Wan Wan." Ouyang Wan shook her head. "It's not hard. They are my children." The breastfeeding period lasted a full year. During that year, Ouyang Wan almost never had a full night's sleep. The three children took turns waking up, feeding, and crying. She and Wan Xiao divided the work. She was responsible for feeding, and he was responsible for changing diapers and putting them to sleep. The two worked in perfect harmony. Though they were tired, they felt filled with happiness as they watched the children grow day by day. Sometimes during late-night feedings, she would gaze blankly at the little one in her arms. The tiny face, the tiny hands, the tiny feet. Every part of them was adorable. She would wonder what they would be like when they grew up. Would they be as steady and composed as their father, or as clever and capable as their mother? What would they like? What kind of people would they become? She kept thinking until the sky grew light. A month later, the three children turned 1 month old. Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao discussed holding a lively full moon banquet. They chose a 5-star hotel as the venue and invited all the relatives and close friends of both families. Nearly 200 people came, including Ouyang Wan's colleagues from the law firm, Wan Zhao's colleagues from the design institute, old university classmates and former clients she had dealt with over the years. The banquet hall was beautifully decorated, filled with pink balloons and flowers. At the very center hung a large banner that read, "Welcome 3 little angels to the world." Below the banner were 3 cribs. The 3 little ones lay side by side, wearing identical clothes and identical hats, utterly adorable. Ouyang Wan wore a red qipao and held the eldest child, Wan Xiao held the second, and her mother held the youngest. The whole family stood at the door welcoming the guests. The guests arrived one after another and gasped at the sight of the 3 babies. "Oh, my triplets! So cute. This one looks like mommy, this one looks like daddy, and this one looks like both. Lawyer Ouyang, you're incredible." Lin Xiaoyu and the other 2 also came. When she saw Ouyang Wan, Lin Xiaoyu rushed over first and hugged her tightly. "Wan Wan, I missed you so much. You're amazing." 3. Zhang Shui smiled, which was rare for her. "Congratulations." Wang Shiqi's eyes were red. "Wan Wan, you're so amazing." Ouyang Wan looked at them with warmth in her heart. "Thank you all for coming." Lin Xiaoyu leaned in to look at the 3 children, her eyes shining. "So cute. Is this the oldest? Is this the second? Is this the youngest? Can I hold one?" Ouyang Wan smiled and handed the eldest to her. Lin Xiaoyu held it carefully, as if cradling a fragile treasure, her expression both nervous and excited. "Oh my God, so soft, so small, so cute." Zhang Shui and Wang Shiqi also leaned in to look. The 3 women surrounded the 3 babies, chattering and discussing. After the banquet began, Ouyang Wan went on stage to deliver a speech. She stood on the stage looking at the familiar faces below, her parents-in-law, her husband, her sisters, friends, and colleagues. And a feeling beyond words welled up in her heart. "Thank you all for coming to the 3 children's full moon banquet," she said. "Over the past year I have experienced a lot and grown a lot. From being a daughter to being a wife to being a mother. Every step was not easy, but every step was worthwhile." She looked at Wan Xiao below the stage. He was holding the youngest child, gazing at her tenderly. She then looked at her parents. Her mother's eyes were red and her father was wiping the corners of his eyes. "I thank my parents for giving me life and teaching me how to be a person. I thank my parents-in-law for giving me a warm home. I thank my husband for always being by my side, supporting me and loving me. I thank my sisters for showing me that friends can be as close as family." She paused, looked at the 3 tiny lives, and said in a slightly choked voice, "Finally, I thank my 3 children. You have shown me what unconditional love is. I will spend my whole life loving you, protecting you, and watching you grow." Warm applause broke out in the audience. Lin Xiaoyu shouted from below, "Wan Wan, you're the best." Ouyang Wan smiled with tears in her eyes. At that moment she felt she was the happiest person in the world. Not long after the full moon banquet, her mother asked to speak with her. That day her mother invited her out for coffee. The mother and daughter sat in a corner of the cafe with the bustling street outside the window. "Xiao Wan," her mother began. "Mom has something to discuss with you." Ouyang Wan looked at her. "What is it?" Her mother was silent for a moment, then said, "Mom wants to hand the law firm over to you." Ouyang Wan was stunned. "What?" Her mother said, "I'm getting older and my energy can no longer keep up. You've already surpassed me by now. I will feel at ease leaving the firm to you." Ouyang Wan was flustered. "Mama, I just had a baby, and I still have 3 children to take care of." Her mother smiled. "I know. So not now. It will be when you are ready. Take your time, there's no rush." Ouyang Wan looked at her, her heart full of mixed emotions. The Wanning law firm had been founded by her mother single-handedly. It had taken a full 30 years to grow from a tiny office to its present scale. Over those 30 years her mother had poured in so much painstaking effort. No one knew that better than Ouyang Wan. Now her mother wanted to hand that life's work to her. Mama, Ouyang Wan did not know what to say. Her mother held her hand. Xiao Wan, Mom believes in you. You are smarter, more capable, and more talented than I am. The law firm will only develop better in your hands. Ouyang Wan's eyes grew moist. Mom, I'm afraid I won't do it well. Her mother smiled. Silly child, you can win cases that difficult. Why would you be afraid of managing a law firm? Don't worry. I'll help you at first. Once the children are a little older, you can gradually take over. Ouyang Wan looked at her and finally nodded. All right, Mom, I promise you. Her mother's eyes reddened too, and she hugged her. Good child, Mom is proud of you. A year later, Ouyang Wan formally took over the Wanning law firm. That day, the law firm held a simple ceremony. Her mother handed her the small plaque that symbolized the firm engraved with the words Wanning Law Firm. Xiao Wan, from today on it is yours, her mother said. Ouyang Wan took the plaque and looked at the words on it, a solemn feeling rising in her heart. She remembered the nervousness of her first internship at the law firm, the unease when she first handled a case independently, the thrill of winning that major case, and every little lesson her mother had taught her. Now she had become the owner of this law firm. Mom, I won't let you down, she said. Her mother patted her shoulder. I believe in you. Thunderous applause broke out below the stage. Wan Xiao held the eldest child, her father-in-law held the second, and her mother-in-law held the youngest, all standing in the crowd and applauding for her. Lin Xiaoyu and the others had also come, clapping with all their might in the audience. Ouyang Wan looked at them and smiled. From this day on, she was the queen of law, the mother of 3 children, the wife of Wan Xiao, the daughter of her parents, a sister to her sisters, and the new owner of the Wanning law firm. Her life was still going on. A new chapter was being written, and she looked forward to every story that was yet to come. After the full moon banquet, naming the 3 children was put on the agenda. This was a momentous matter. The elders from both families took it very seriously. They consulted dictionaries and ancient texts, gathered a host of auspicious characters, and drew up an extremely long list of names. Wan Zhao's parents favored more traditional names, while Ouyang Wan's parents hoped the names would reflect a modern sensibility. Each side had its own opinions, and for a while they argued back and forth. Caught in the middle, Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao found it both exasperating and amusing. That night, after the elders had gone home, the two sat in the living room with the 3 children in their arms and began to discuss the matter seriously. What are your thoughts? Wan Xiao asked. Ouyang Wan thought for a moment. The eldest is a boy. I want him to be steady like you. How about putting the character Yuan in his name? It means noble aspirations and far-sighted vision. Wan Xiao nodded. Ziyuan. Wan Ziyuan. Ouyang Wan said Ziyuan is good. It sounds nice and carries a beautiful meaning. Wan Xiao looked down at the eldest in his arms. The little one was staring at the world with wide, curious eyes. Ziyuan, do you like this name? He asked. Of course, the little one did not answer. He simply blinked. Then it is settled. The eldest is Wan Ziyuan, Ouyang Wan said with a smile. Next came the second child. He was a boy born a few minutes after his elder brother, but he seemed to have a more lively nature. While lying in his mother's arms, his little hands moved restlessly, never still for a moment. The second one, Ouyang Wan said, looking at him, I want him to be clever and quick-witted. Let's put the character Rui in his name. It means wisdom. Wan Xiao thought it over. Wan Rui. Not bad. But putting Rui and Yuan together feels overly bookish. Maybe we should add another character. Ouyang Wan said Wan Rui is fine, simple, and easy to remember. Wan Xiao nodded. Good, then he shall be Wan Rui. The third child was a girl, the family's only pearl. Ouyang Wan held her, gazing at her tiny face, boundless tenderness rising in her heart. The third one, she said, I want her to be gentle and beautiful. How about the character Qing in her name? Qing meaning clear and sunny. I hope her whole life will be radiant with sunshine. Wan Xiao said Wan Qing. That sounds lovely. Ouyang Wan looked at her daughter in her arms and said softly, Wan Qing, do you like this name? The little one seemed to understand. Her tiny mouth moved as if she were smiling. Then it is settled, Wan Xiao said. The eldest is Wan Ziyuan, the second is Wan Rui, and the youngest is Wan Qing. The two looked at the 3 children in their arms, their hearts filled with happiness. The next day, they told the grandparents on both sides. The elders repeated the names a few times, liked them, and accepted them. From then on, the 3 little ones had their own names. Days passed one after another, and the 3 children grew up slowly. Ziyuan was the most composed. Even as a small child, he rarely cried or made a fuss. He stayed quiet and peaceful like a little adult. By the time he was 3, he could dress himself and feed himself, and he would even help his mother look after his younger brother and sister. Sometimes Ouyang Wan looked at the eldest and thought he was simply a smaller edition of Wan Xiao. The same steadiness, the same calm, the same unsmiling reserve. Rui was the most lively of the 3. He had been mischievous since he was small. climbing onto the roof, catching fish in the creek, and getting into every kind of mischief. When he was 5, he once slipped away while the adults were not paying attention, climbed the big tree in the courtyard, and then could not get down. Frantic, he sat up there and wailed. Ouyang Wan was both annoyed and amused. She had Wan Xiao lift him down, then punished him by making him face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. But even while facing the wall, he would not behave. He secretly made funny faces and made his little sister laugh out loud. Qing was the most affectionate. From an early age, she was especially clingy with her mother, loving to curl up in her arms and listen to stories, and loving to hold her mother's hand and act cute. She looked like Ouyang Wan with big eyes, long eyelashes, and a sweet smile. Every time Ouyang Wan came home from work, she would be the first to rush over, hug her mother's leg, and say, "Mom is home. Mom, you've worked so hard." At that moment, Ouyang Wan felt all her exhaustion vanish. 3 children, 3 personalities, but their bond was exceptionally close. Ziyuan would protect his younger brother and sister. If anyone bullied them, he was the first to charge forward. Rui would amuse his sister. Whenever she was upset, he would make faces and tell jokes until she smiled. Qing would keep her brother's secrets. Sometimes when they got into trouble, she quietly covered for them and never betrayed them. Watching their children grow up day by day, Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao felt their hearts filled with gratification. Time spares no one. When Ziyuan was 18, his grandfather Wan Zhao's father passed away first. That night the old man slipped away in his sleep peacefully. When Wan Xiao received the phone call, he was stunned, then his eyes reddened. Ouyang Wan held his hand and said nothing, just stayed beside him. On the day of the funeral, all 3 children went. Ziyuan stood before his grandfather's portrait and bowed deeply. Rui's eyes were red as he fought back tears. Qing cried the hardest, lying in her mother's arms, her shoulders trembling. "Grandpa has gone to heaven." Ouyang Wan said softly to her, "He will live very well there." Qing looked up through her tears. "Is heaven far?" Ouyang Wan said, "Not far. It is right in our hearts." That same year, Ziyuan was admitted to Tsinghua University and went to Beijing. Before he left, he hugged Ouyang Wan and said, "Mom, I will miss you." Ouyang Wan's eyes grew slightly moist. "Study hard and don't push yourself too hard." Ziyuan nodded. "Mom, rest assured." 3 years later, Grandma also passed away. A few more years later, Ouyang Wan's parents passed away one after another. On the day her mother passed away, Ouyang Wan kept vigil by the bedside, holding her hand. Her mother was already very weak, but her eyes remained clear. She looked at Ouyang Wan, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Xiao Wan, in all my life, the thing I am most proud of is having a daughter like you." Ouyang Wan's face was wet with tears. "Mom, don't leave." Her mother patted her hand. "Silly child, everyone has this day. After I am gone, you must take care of yourself. Don't work too hard." Ouyang Wan nodded vigorously. "Mom, I remember." Her mother smiled, then slowly closed her eyes and passed away peacefully. At that moment, Ouyang Wan felt as if a piece of her heart were missing. After seeing her mother off, she sat alone in her mother's room, looking at the familiar things, and cried for a long, long time. Wan Xiao came and sat down silently beside her and drew her into his arms. "Wan, if you want to cry, then cry," he said softly. "I am here." Ouyang Wan leaned against his shoulder and cried like a child. She knew that parents would leave one day, but only when she truly faced it did she understand how deep the pain was. The loss of her parents made Ouyang Wan cherish the people around her even more. She watched her children grow up day by day, get into college, graduate, find work, fall in love, marry, and have children of their own. At every stage, she stayed by their side, watching them walk step by step toward their own lives. After graduating from Tsinghua, Ziyuan went to the United States to pursue graduate studies. When he finished his studies and returned, he founded a technology company and made it thrive. He married a gentle girl, his college classmate. On their wedding day, Ouyang Wan watched her son in his suit holding the bride's hand, and her eyes moistened. Rui was admitted to the Film Academy and became a director. His very first film won an award. As he went on stage to accept it, he said, "I thank my mother. She has always supported me and let me pursue my dreams." Ouyang Wan watched from below, tears streaming down her face. Qing was admitted to medical school and became a doctor. Since childhood, she had wanted to be a doctor, saying she would heal the sick and save the dying and help others the way her mother did. After she started working, she married a colleague from the hospital, a very gentle man. On their wedding day, Ouyang Wan watched her daughter in her wedding gown, beautiful as she herself had been at that age, and an inexplicable wave of emotion surged through her. Then came the third generation. Ziyuan first had twin boys, sturdy and adorable. Rui had a daughter who at a tender age was already full of spirit. She loved painting and dancing. Qing had a son as quiet as a little gentleman, very much like Ziyuan when he was young. Ouyang Wan had become a grandmother on both sides, through her sons and through her daughter. Whenever the children came to visit, she was so happy that she could not stop smiling. She cooked them delicious food, played games with them, and told them stories. The children all adored her and called her the prettiest grandma. Wan Xiao would watch from the side and always laugh. "Look at you. You have spoiled these grandchildren." Ouyang Wan glared at him. What? Am I not allowed to dote on my grandchildren? Wan Xiao raised his hands in surrender. Fine, you make the rules. When Ziyuan was 40, his company went public. When Rui was 42, he won an international award. When Qing was 38, she became the head of her department. Their children had grown up too. Some had entered prestigious universities, some had gone abroad to study, and some had begun working. The family became more and more prosperous, filled with children and grandchildren, lively and thriving. Yet Ouyang Wan and Wan Zhao's own life grew simpler. They moved out of their large house in the city and bought a small villa on the outskirts. The house was not big, but it had a little courtyard full of flowers and plants. Every morning the two of them strolled together in the yard, looking at the flowers and watering them. During the day, Ouyang Wan read, while Wan Xiao painted. After retiring, he had become fascinated with traditional Chinese painting and painted rather well. In the evening, they cooked together, watched television together, and chatted together. On weekends, their children would bring the grandchildren to visit. The courtyard grew boisterous, filled with laughter everywhere. Ouyang Wan would busy herself cooking for the grandchildren, while Wan Xiao busied himself playing games with them. They were both happily occupied. Sometimes the grandchildren would pester Ouyang Wan for stories. She would tell them stories of her younger days, the lawsuits she had fought, the sights she had seen in her travels, and the old memories of falling in love with their grandfather. The grandchildren listened with great interest and always begged her to tell one more. Grandma, did you really handle such difficult cases? Grandma, have you really been to Xinjiang? Is it beautiful there? Grandma, how did you and Grandpa meet? Ouyang Wan answered them one by one, and when she reached the happy part, she laughed too. Wan Xiao watched from the side, his gaze gentle. In the evening, after the children had gone, the courtyard returned to quiet. The two sat on the balcony, gazing up at the stars and talking. Wan Xiao called her. Ouyang Wan turned her head. He held her hand. In this lifetime, having you has been wonderful. Ouyang Wan smiled and leaned against his shoulder. Same for me. Under the starlight, the two old figures nestled together just as they had when they were young. When Wan Xiao was 102, his health began to fail. He lay in bed holding Ouyang Wan's hand, his gaze still tender. Ouyang Wan sat by the bedside watching over him just as he had once watched over her. Wan, his voice was soft. It's time for me to go. Ouyang Wan's eyes reddened, and she tightened her grip on his hand. Don't talk nonsense. You still have to stay with me for a long time. Wan Xiao smiled. I wish I could, but my body won't allow it. In this life, having you by my side is more than enough. Ouyang Wan's tears fell. Me too. With you here, I am truly happy. Wan Xiao reached out and gently wiped away her tears. Don't cry. Crying makes you less beautiful. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. Ouyang Wan nodded desperately, but her tears could not stop. Wan Xiao looked at her, his eyes filled with reluctance. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he only smiled, then slowly closed his eyes. His hand held in Ouyang Wan slowly turned cold. Wan Xiao? Ouyang Wan called. Wan Xiao? Wake up. But he never woke again. At that moment, Ouyang Wan felt as if her entire world had collapsed. On the day of the funeral, many people came. Ziyuan, Rui, Qing, along with grandchildren and great-grandchildren, packed the courtyard. Ouyang Wan, dressed in black, stood before the spirit tablet looking at Wan Zhao's portrait in silence. In the portrait, he still had his youthful appearance, clear brows and bright eyes, a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. It was taken right after they had gotten married. He had said this one turned out well. Use this one in the future. She never expected it would really be used. Ziyuan walked over and supported her. Mom, please accept my condolences. Ouyang Wan nodded, but tears still fell. Rui walked over, eyes red. Mom, Dad passed away peacefully. He was happy. Qing came over and embraced her. Mom, if you want to cry, just cry. We're with you. Ouyang Wan held her daughter and finally burst into tears. That night, she sat alone on the balcony looking at the stars in the sky. She remembered what Wan Xiao had said, Wan, in this life, having you is wonderful. In her heart, she said, Wan Xiao, in this life, having you has been wonderful too. After Wan Xiao passed away, Ouyang Wan lived alone for a very long time. Her children all urged her to move in with them, but she refused. She said, this home holds the memories of your father and me. I want to stay here. Unable to change her mind, her children could only take turns visiting her, keeping her company, and cooking for her. Ouyang Wan's life became very simple. In the morning, she would get up, take a walk in the courtyard, and water the flowers. Then she would read, write, and occasionally paint a few strokes. In the afternoon, sometimes old friends would come to visit, Lin Xiaoyu and the others. Although they had all grown old, they still kept in touch. Every time Lin Xiaoyu came, she would bring all kinds of delicious food, then pull her into chatting about their youthful memories. They talked about funny anecdotes from college experiences at work and their respective families and children. While chatting, they would burst into laughter as if they had returned to their youth. Zhang Shui would also come. Though she still did not talk much, she would help her tidy up and sit with her for a long time. Wang Shiqi visited most often. Every time she came, she would cook nice meals for her, chat with her, and sometimes bring her own grandchildren along to liven up the house. Ouyang Wan was deeply grateful to these old sisters. With them around, she did not feel lonely. Sometimes she would sit alone on the balcony, gaze at the stars, and talk to Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao Xiaoyu came today. She's still so talkative. Wan Xiao Ziyuan's company made money again. He said he wanted to buy me a big house, but I said no need. Wan Xiao Rui won another award. He said the award is for you. Wan Xiaoqing was promoted to director. She's terribly busy, but she comes to see me every month. As she spoke, she smiled. She knew he was listening from heaven. In the year Ouyang Wan turned 300, her family held a grand birthday celebration for her. At that time, Ziyuan was already nearly 80, Rui was also nearly 80, and Qing was in her 70s. The grandchildren had grown up, and some had already become grandparents themselves. The whole family, 5 generations together, more than 100 people gathered joyously. The birthday feast was held in a hotel ballroom with over 20 tables set. Ziyuan delivered a speech on behalf of the whole family. Standing on the stage, he looked at his mother below, his eyes glistening. Mom, he said, today is your 300th birthday. 300 years is an unimaginable number to us, but to you it is a real life. The audience fell silent. Oh, everyone was listening. In this life you have experienced so much. From birth to growing up to marriage and having children to the peak of your career, and then to bidding farewell to loved ones and walking on alone. Every step you took was firm and composed. You are our role model and our pride. Ziyuan paused, his voice a little choked. Mom, thank you. Thank you for giving us life, for teaching us how to be good people, and for always staying by our side. Mom, we love you. Warm applause erupted. Ouyang Wan stood up and walked onto the stage. She was very old, but still vigorous, with a straight back and clear, bright eyes. Standing on the stage, she looked at her children and grandchildren below, her heart swelling with an indescribable emotion. Thank you, she said. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. 300 years is indeed very long. Long enough to watch you be born, grow up, build families, and have children and grandchildren of your own. She smiled. Some people ask me, aren't you tired living so long? I said no, because with you all here, every day is wonderful. Some people below quietly wiped away tears. When Wan Xiao left, I felt the sky had collapsed, she continued. But later I thought, he is still by my side in my heart. Every time I think of him, he appears. So I am not lonely. She looked at her descendants below, her gaze tender. You should live well, and love those around you. That is my greatest wish. Applause rang out again, lasting for a long time. That night, Ouyang Wan returned home and sat alone on the balcony looking at the stars. The stars tonight were exceptionally bright, as if they were all celebrating her birthday. She looked at the brightest one and whispered, Wan Xiao, today is my birthday. I'm 300 years old. Are you doing well over there? The star flickered, as if responding to her. She smiled and continued, today I saw the children and the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren and the great-great-grandchildren. They are all doing well. Ziyuan is still as steady as ever, Rui is still lively, and Qing is still considerate. Your genes live on in them. The star flickered again. I am a little tired, she said. After living so long, I really am a little tired. Wan Xiao, have you missed me? If you have, tell me. The star shone quietly and did not flicker again. Ouyang Wan smiled, leaned back in her chair, and gazed at the starry sky. The night breeze drifted gently past, carrying the fragrance of flowers, the scent of grass, and the flavor of time. In the winter of her 303rd year, Ouyang Wan passed away. She passed away peacefully in her sleep. That morning, Ziyuan went to see her and found her lying in bed, her face serene, a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, as if she were sleeping. On the bedside table lay a photograph. It was her wedding photo with Wan Xiao, the two of them dressed in formal attire, smiling brilliantly. Ziyuan stood by the bed looking at his mother, his eyes red. He said softly, Mom, you've gone to find Dad, haven't you? No one answered, only the wind outside the window gently blew past. When the news spread, the whole family was plunged into grief. Yet amid the grief, there was also relief. She had lived for over 300 years, experienced so much, witnessed so much, and was tired. It was time for her to rest. Many people came to the funeral that day. Besides family members, there were colleagues from the law firm, friends she had crossed paths with over the years, and Lin Xiaoyu and the others. Although they too were too old to walk easily, they insisted on coming to see her off one last time. Lin Xiaoyu sat in a wheelchair gazing at Ouyang Wan's portrait, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She remembered those college days, the times when the four of them ate together, shopped together, and chatted together. They had been so young and so happy then. Wan, she said softly, go in peace. When I cross over, we'll play together again. Zhang Shui was also there, sitting in a wheelchair. She did not cry, but her eyes were red. Looking at Ouyang Wan's portrait, she remembered the years they had striven together, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Wang Shiqi cried hardest, leaning on Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, her shoulders trembling. She thought of Ouyang Wan's kindness to her, and those warm moments, and her heart ached as if pierced by a knife. Ziyuan gave a speech on behalf of the family. Standing on the stage looking at the familiar faces below, his voice was a little choked. Mom is gone. He said she lived for 303 years, experiencing a life beyond our imagination. She was a good lawyer, a good wife, a good mother, a good grandmother, and a good great-grandmother. She was the pride of our whole family. He paused and took a deep breath. Mom once said that her happiest thing was having us as her family. She's gone to find Dad. In heaven, they will surely continue to watch over us and bless us. Some people below began to sob. Mom, rest assured, Ziyuan said. We will be fine. As you wished, we will live well and love the people around us. Mom, go in peace. A solemn silence fell over the gathering. Everyone bowed their heads in silent mourning. At that moment, sunlight suddenly streamed through the clouds, falling on the portrait and on everyone, warm like Ouyang Wan's smile. Many years later, someone asked Ziyuan's grandson, did your family's venerable ancestor really live over 300 years? The young man nodded. Yes. She was my great-great-grandmother, a legend of our family. What kind of person was she? The young man thought for a moment, then smiled. She was truly extraordinary. According to my grandfather, she was a gold medal lawyer who won many major cases. When she was young, she traveled to many places and saw many wonderful sights. Her love with my great-great-grandfather is what our whole family admires most. Did she have any regrets when she left? The young man shook his head. None. She lived so long, experienced so much, loved so many, and was loved by so many. She passed away peacefully and happily. He paused, looked at the sunlight outside the window, and said softly, she simply went to find my great-great-grandfather. They were separated for too long, it was time for them to reunite. Sunlight streamed and warm on his face. At that moment, he seemed to see something. Two figures, a man and a woman, hand in hand, standing in the light, smiling at him. He smiled too. He knew it was them. Those were Ouyang Wan and Wan Xiao. They were finally reunited. This story ends here. From being reborn into this world, to the arrival of the system, to the transformation of her gender, to university life, to finding true love, to reaching the pinnacle of her career, to raising children and grandchildren, and finally, to passing away peacefully in her old age. Through her 300 years of life, Ouyang Wan has taught us what it means to be strong, to grow, to love, and to find happiness. She had once been lost, once broken down, once filled with despair. Yet she endured, she rose again, and she lived a life of brilliance. She encountered parents who loved her, sisters who understood her, a husband who cherished her, and descendants who revered her. Her journey was long, yet never lonely. In the end, she departed to rejoin the one who had waited for her for so long. But the love they left behind will forever remain in this world, etched in the hearts of all who knew them. May each of us live as vividly as Ouyang Wan, love as profoundly, and depart in peace. May we all find our own happiness. The end.